Snow and the 7 Billionaire Dates, a clean fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 8. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Chapter 1. Snow Hendricks stared around the empty set in complete disbelief. In a few hours, this place would be hopping with cameramen, producers, and hosts. The cameras now stood unmanned, but they would soon be filming her. Her, Snow Freedom Hendricks. She still found it hard to believe that she was the selected bachelorette to be featured on Heartthrob's Most Wanted, where she would be meeting 7 bachelors who'd opted to be candidates for her heart, or for the $1 billion prize at the end once she picked her Prince Charming. She wasn't naive enough to believe any of the men were participating solely to meet her. Even so, she hoped she might find a connection with at least one of them. Snow had dated other guys. She'd had the occasional boyfriend, but none of her relationships lasted long. And she hoped for something that didn't have an expiration date. After her most recent relationship with Terry Waverland had ended, there had been little between them to build any kind of connection on, and they'd both agreed as much. Snow had decided to try a different route. A wait-and-see route that didn't involve online dating apps. She'd been there, done that. Then, when the ad for Heartthrob's Most Wanted crossed her inbox, she'd auditioned on a whim. Her friend and neighbor Lily Hope, now Lily Von Frosk, had helped her submit the video. There had been follow-up videos, additional applications, and a tense waiting period while they decided between her and 2 other women. And here she was, taking time off from her position at the community theater in Clearwater to star in a completely different act. One that was no act at all. She opened her phone and began swiping through each bachelor's profiles, something she'd taken to doing every spare minute she had. Not only was each man extremely good-looking in his own way, but their diverse personalities and occupations were so interesting. She wanted to make sure she remembered at least a few details about each man before they were introduced. She couldn't wait to meet them. Oh, goodness. Tomorrow. After all this time, all this waiting. Tomorrow, she said aloud, pressing her phone to her chest and grinning like a fool. The sound-canceling flooring almost fully masked the clacking heels, but Snow turned to find Heartthrob's producer, Eloise Sanchez, approaching. Eloise's appearance could have been described as cold and exacting, a complete contradiction to how jovial and welcoming the producer had been in their personal communications thus far. Her porcelain skin was on full display, thanks to the tight strain of her black hair pulled into a harsh bun on the back of her head. Snow experienced the same rush of intimidation she'd felt when she'd first met Eloise, but she schooled herself to relax. "It's something, isn't it?" Eloise said, gesturing to the set. "It is," Snow agreed. She'd received a tour when she'd first arrived in San Diego, but this venture allowed her the time she hadn't had before to process the magnitude of it all. She had been selected. She was America's heartthrob. A man strolled in behind Eloise. He was tall, ebony-skinned, and along with his impressive cheekbones and brooding, sultry eyes, he wore a button-up shirt and slacks. Her awareness of him instantly heightened at just how put together he was. Not only was he attractive, but his perfectly tailored clothing added to the confidence he exuded. "Here you are," he said, nodding at Snow but directing his response to Eloise. "Here we are. Snow, meet Hunter Bradley, the owner of Heartthrob magazine and security manager." Mr. Bradley offered Snow a hand. "Nice to meet you in person, Snow." Snow found herself ensnared by his direct glance. "It's nothing," she told herself. "It's only because he owns the show." She brushed off her reaction and shook his hand. "You too," she said, stomach quivering with nerves. She hurried to look away. If she didn't know any better, she'd have thought that, like Eloise, he had a hand in her selection for this position. Then again, as the owner of the station, perhaps he did. She had no idea the owner himself would be here for the onset of the show. She'd been briefed about the security staff and the videographers who would be tailing her in her hotel room and on her dates with the bachelors. Lack of privacy was one of the hazards of reality TV, but meeting the owner? He was still watching her, his warm eyes questioning and analyzing her at once. She wondered what the reason for his scrutiny was. "Now's the time to turn back," Mr. Bradley said. "After tomorrow, we're going to go from coast to full throttle." He gazed around the set as though he could picture the acceleration taking place. The lights, the energy, the movement. Snow couldn't wait to drink it all in. The last relationship Snow had been in had only lasted for a few months. Terry had been a guitarist in a band and had cared more about his ego than he had about Snow. She had liked the fact that he was athletic, though. It was nice to have a running partner. Maybe a few of the men she was about to meet tomorrow evening would enjoy running. "Did you find what you needed?" Eloise asked. Mr. Bradley inhaled and stretched his back to elongate his posture. "We got it sorted out. One of the cameramen had a family emergency, but he was able to find someone to cover his placement. We're good to go." "Excellent," Eloise said, and then turned to include Snow in the conversation. "We want to make sure everything is as smooth as possible before launch tomorrow." "Absolutely," Snow said, though to be honest, she wasn't sure she knew all the aspects Eloise and Mr. Bradley had to cover to make sure a smooth launch happened. She'd had experience regarding this from acting on stage, but never anything to do with television. Mr. Bradley gave her an acknowledging nod. There was a quiet intensity in his dark eyes. He carried himself with confidence, from his well-formed shoulders to his slim waist. He even had polished shoes. What made him want to be head of security if he owned the magazine and the station? Couldn't he hire someone else to oversee safety precautions? "Glad to have you here," he said. "Tomorrow's the big day." "It is. A big day for you as well, since you're the man behind the curtain." Mr. Bradley gave a little chuckle, and his lips barely cracked into a smile. "Believe me, there are no secrets here. We run things pretty systematically, and I know a lot of fans are eager to meet you and the guys tonight. You feeling up to meeting your dates?" "I'm so ready," Snow said. With the chance to peruse their profiles, learn their names and faces, and do her research to become acquainted with each of them before now, she wondered if they had a similar opportunity with her information. The same energy she felt before a marathon coursed through her now. She'd trained, she'd prepared, woken before the sun, so to speak, and was ready to put her feet to the course. Mr. Bradley kept his face stern. Something told Snow he wasn't the kind of man who smiled easily. "Excellent. Keep some of that energy for the cameras, all right?" "Got it," she said. "Again, it was nice to meet you, Snow. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around." He acknowledged Eloise before turning and stepping quietly off the set. Snow felt jittery and bolstered by his confidence in her. Her energy effervesced. She couldn't wait to get this show going. "Makeup will be here by 4 p.m., Eloise said. "Make sure you're here before then. Do you need anything else before I take off?" "Not that I can think of. Just for time to go faster." She was practically flapping inside. Eloise smiled. "If you'll excuse me, there's still so much to do before go time." "Of course," Snow said. "I'll head to my room, I think." "See you tomorrow," Eloise said, padding toward the set's exit. Tomorrow. Snow breathed out that word again, directing a final glance to the dormant lighting, the vacant armchairs, the quiet set. Tomorrow, the rest of her life would change. That thought lingered with her as she made her way out of the studio, across the street to her hotel, and up the elevator to her room. She slipped her card into the reader and opened the door. Somewhere in this hotel, the 7 men who were her bachelors also had rooms. Were they as giddy and eager to meet her as she was to meet them? Were they questioning their sanity for doing something this daring? They wouldn't only be on live TV. The men had to bare their souls in sob stories just as she had, to prove they deserved such a coveted place on the show to garner sympathy from the audience. And Snow didn't doubt they'd had to sign all kinds of non-disclosure agreements as she had, as well as the same agreement to date her for a year after the show concluded, and the prize of $1 billion was awarded to her and the lucky guy. To keep up appearances, the form had said. Appearances, Snow said, flicking on the light in her room. Not love. It was just as well. She doubted love was possible after only a few dates. This show was simply for entertainment. People wanted a fairy tale, so she'd give them one. But that didn't mean she couldn't hope for more. Falling in love with any of these men was about as unlikely as kisses waking maidens from the effects of poisoned apples. The most she expected was to make a few friends, she told herself. Friends. And the grand $1 billion prize, or the $500 million prize each, however you wanted to look at it. Love wasn't even a factor anywhere in this televised equation. She wished it was, though. She wanted her Prince Charming. With the light on, the sight of a small envelope on the floor gave her pause. "What's this?" Snow asked the empty room, wondering where the note had come from. From the envelope's positioning, it looked as though someone had slipped it beneath the door. Her mind went to the few people who could have snuck in something for her. Her best friend Lily lived across the ocean. Her parents were back in Vermont. Although there was a possibility they could have surprised her by flying out for the premiere, they did things like that to support her. Her other friend Juliet could send her a good luck note. Or was it possible one of the men knew where her room was and had sent this to try and get an edge on the competition? She bent for the envelope and slipped her finger beneath the seal. The paper released a satisfying ripping noise, but she couldn't see a card or anything like it peering from the small opening. Strange. Snow opened the envelope and removed a marginally small piece of paper from within. Fingers itching with curiosity, she opened it single fold and frowned. "Leave now while you still can." The words were formed with letters that had been cut from what looked like magazines and glued together into place. Unease coiled along her ribcage. Not what I was expecting. She considered only for a moment before crossing to the garbage can and letting the little paper drift down to join the empty soda cup and tissues that had been discarded earlier. Leave? It wasn't surprising to receive a little backlash. She knew as much from anything anyone tried from an artistic standpoint. Bad reviews and harsh critique were part of show business. She just never expected to receive them before the show even began. Snow wasn't going to let a harmless, anonymous threat sway her in the slightest. For dinner, she ordered room service from the Allure Resort's front desk and opened her phone to daydream a little longer about the gorgeous guys she was about to meet. Chapter 2. The cosmetician, a woman named May, dusted Snow's cheeks, readied her lashes, and curled her silver hair. She was presented several outfits to choose from for Heartthrob's Most Wanted's debut episode, so she opted for a classy, casual blouse in power color red that offset the silver of her hair, jeans, and leopard print heels. By the time Snow was waiting in the set's wings, she felt like she was about to walk down the red carpet. "Ready to meet your bachelors tonight?" Eloise said, clipboard in hand. Though she was a producer, she looked as though she owned her personal makeup team, who'd readied her for the night as well. Eyes lined, skin glowing and bronzed. "If I'm not, it's too late now," Snow said with a laugh. But she was ready, utterly and completely. She was competitive by nature and thrived on the energy that came from a challenge. Voices and male laughter could be heard from the set. Waiting in the wings as she was, she could only see glimpses of Oswald and Amira, the show's hosts, and the bachelors as they entered from the other side of the stage. Security members skulked around the perimeter wearing black and looking contemplative and serious. A screen on a wheeled stand showed the footage as it was being taken. Though the sound was turned off, she watched the handsome men strolling onto the set one by one. One of the cameramen approached and offered her a small black contraption with a few cords. He explained that it was her mic and instructed her on how to position it to her blouse and thread it behind to secure it beneath her shirt at the top of her pants. Snow did so. "Want to hear what's going on?" Eloise's heels were silent. She approached with a smile and offered Snow a headset. "Oswald is introducing your bachelors," Eloise continued, catching her up as Snow held the headset to her ear. All at once, sound coupled with the image on the screen. "Tell me, Preston," Oswald said to one of the 7 handsome men. "You're an actor, so you're used to being on stage. What are you most nervous about tonight?" Snow recognized Preston from the headshot she'd been given, and she knew from his profile that he liked mangoes and pizza. He was lanky, taller than she'd pictured him to be. "Meeting someone as incredible as Snow," Preston said, running a hand through his curly brown hair. The gelled curls settled back into place. "I mean, she's got an incredible profile, degree in health and wellness. She seems like she's got this enthusiasm for life, and I can't wait to meet her." "She really does," Oswald said, moving down the line toward the Hispanic man standing beside Preston. "Marcos, you've come a long way to be on the show. You're here from the Dominican Republic, is that correct?" Yes, I come here to the United States for to go to the school. When I see the advertisement to be dating with Snow, I took a chance. And here I am." He flashed an adorable grin. Snow liked his winsome, approachable personality. "Conversation starter potential," she muttered to herself, grateful that though she could hear through the headset, no one could hear her. Marcos had mentioned school. She had more than a few questions she could ask him about that if the occasion called for it. 2 minutes, Eloise said in a low voice, and those 2 words set off a drum line in Snow's bloodstream. 2 minutes, and she would be on. 2 minutes, and she would meet the men she'd been reading about. She would have to date them on live TV. She so couldn't wait. Oswald spoke with Tiz, the video gamer, and finished with Eric, the construction worker, but Snow missed the last of their conversation before Eloise took the headset from her, smiled, and signaled her on. At Eloise's nod, Snow fixed her smile into place and stepped past the set's backdrop and into the blinding lights. Applause bombarded her, making her smile all the wider. The crowd was relatively small, talk show-sized, filling the entire arena of seats facing the stage. Cameras pointed in her direction. Snow paused to give them a wave, lifting 2 hands to maximize the effort. This was incredible. This was a supercharge, a dream coming true right before her eyes. She could hardly believe this was finally happening. "Come on over here, Snow," Oswald said before the applause quieted down. "I've got several young men here who'd like to meet you." The audience laughed and their applause died down. Snow lifted her chin and beamed at the older host with his graying hair and glasses and his magenta shirt and tie. Amira was around here somewhere too, she knew, though Snow wasn't sure where the accompanying host was. "They think that now, but they might regret it later," she teased. Several of the men laughed while a few others fidgeted. The 7 bachelors were situated in tall chairs beside several potted plants, and in front of an elevated screen were images of Snow, images she'd submitted for consideration when she'd first auditioned, continued on a slideshow. The moment she stepped onto the podium, the slideshow faded in place of the show's logo instead. Snow strode straight to Oswald. She took his outstretched hand and was careful not to turn her back to the cameras. Though she had acting experience on stage, being in front of cameras was a different experience entirely.
Snow Hendricks, the belle of our show.
A whistle, maybe, Snow joked again. I wouldn't know about bells. More laughter came from the audience. Oswald gestured for her to situate herself on the tall vacant chair at the end of the lineup of men. She did so, grinning and buzzing with the excitement of finally being here and casting a smile at the men. Several of them smiled back at her, making her stomach flop.
We watched your audition video before you came on set,
Oswald said.
It was a first for many of these contestants who weren't privy to your many accomplishments.
Snow waved at the compliment, though if she were being honest, it was true. She'd had to talk herself up big time to be considered. Lily had helped her record a passable video showcasing her musical abilities, her feats in gymnastics and ballet, and an impressive spread of her accomplishments in culinary and acting schools. I've been able to stalk them too, she said, earning more laughter. Oswald boomed before settling down again.
Ho ho, might as well call it what it is, right?
He said, his chuckles dying away. He gripped his microphone and positioned himself in the space between Snow and the bachelors. As he had no chair, he remained standing, which put him face to face with Snow, thanks to her chair's height.
In that case, I'm sure you'd like to meet the men you've been getting to know, so I'll get out of your way. From this point on, we'll leave you all to chat. The men have an assignment before the end of the night, however, which is in about 20 minutes.
Another chuckle. This was news to Snow. She'd been briefed on the goings-on so far. She hadn't known there would be anything else. Oh, what assignment? Again, this was part of the agreement. The producers wanted as much reality and impulsivity as possible on HMW, and not having every detail laid out was a way to facilitate that. Oswald swept his arm toward the men, who rose to their feet.
You'll have the opportunity to speak with each one of them, and they must each earn an apple from you in order to continue on in the show. No apple, no moving on to round 2, gents.
The audience released a sympathetic mutter. Snow already knew this was the case, but she also knew specific details were left off so she could react as naturally as possible. She hadn't realized she could vote someone off after the first night. No pressure. And how can they earn this apple? She asked.
They must give you 3 things. 1 secret, 1 truth, and 1 wish. If you feel like, based on their responses, there's someone you're interested in getting to know better, you grant them a coveted apple. He sniggered and snarled the phrase coveted apple, earning another reaction from the audience before offering Snow the handle of a basket filled with ruby red apples that gleamed under the stage lights as though they'd each been individually shined. She wouldn't be surprised if they were. Sounds like a challenge of my own, she said. It is,
he said, his expression turning solemn.
Much as we hate to think of the eventuality, only 1 man can continue on with you once the show is done. The elimination is an unfortunate part of the situation. However, each of the men here is prepared to handle it if it comes down to that.
His smile shifted as quickly as if he were a masked prop whose frown had been turned upside down.
But we're not here to dwell on such unpleasantness tonight. Go on, mingle, chat. Just know it's okay if you still have more than 1 apple left in your basket by the night's end.
The basket was lighter than she anticipated. As she suspected, they weren't real apples, but plastic spit-shined imposters. Snow took in the expressions on each of the men's faces. This was going to be more daunting than she thought, and she wasn't sure who to single out first. She liked the look of Carter's smile, and so approached him. "Hello, Carter," she said, feeling the cameraman inching forward to zero in on the 2 of them. "Preston, Ties," she said, greeting the 2 men who'd remained at Carter's side. The other 4 contestants shuffled to the side and clustered to speak together and under their breaths.
Snow.
Carter adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and straightened his shoulders. He had brown hair and wore a soft gray t-shirt and jeans with tennis shoes. Snow could practically wade through the nervousness radiating off of him. She was glad she'd picked him first, if only so she could put him at ease. "So nice to meet you," she said, gripping the handle of the basket, which grew heavier the longer she held it. "I was impressed by your interest in software design."
Yeah,
he said, dipping his head as if to hide the color climbing the sides of his neck.
I mean, thanks. I was impressed by your profile, too. You had some credentials, that's for sure.
"Don't bore her," Preston said, clapping Carter on the back hard enough to make him stagger.
"She knows what her video contained. She wants to know about you. Or maybe me."
Preston offered his hand. Snow was immediately turned off by his arrogance. It was entirely possible he was also nervous and trying to play off the emotion, but putting Carter down wasn't the most impressive way to do that. She hadn't thought she'd deny anyone an apple tonight, but with Preston's act, that might be the case after all. Chapter 3. Snow slipped her hand into Preston's. "Very well, then," she said, gripping hard before releasing her hold. "Why don't you show Carter how it's done?"
"Excuse me?"
"Impress me," Snow said, planting her heels. "These apples are getting heavy." Several of the other guys laughed. A small smile tweaked the corner of Carter's mouth. He shrugged and stepped back as if making way for Preston to take over.
"All right, then,"
Preston said.
"I'm not just going to tell you my 3 things. Secret, then truth, then wish. I've prepared something special for you."
"Oh?" He dropped to one knee in front of her and took her hands in his. Snow was taken aback, uncertain what he meant by this. He wasn't attempting to propose to her here, now, during the first episode, was he? Because he'd find himself thoroughly rejected, probably not something he wanted. She was tempted to withdraw her hand when Preston shook curls from his eyes and began to sing. His voice was deep and soulful and impressed her despite her increasing dislike of him.
"My secret is in the depths of me, hidden away in a rush. That secret begs its way to you, letting you know of this crush."
He pounded a fist to his heart at the word crush. Snow's lips cracked, and she glanced at the other 6 men scowling or looking incredulously at Preston's dramatics. Preston went on, rising to his feet, but keeping Snow's hand in his.
"Truth is a harder thing to confess,"
he sang, taking a few exuberant dance steps.
"But I can't keep this to myself. If there's anything I want to eat right now, it's mangoes on my shelf."
Snow couldn't help the chuckle that escaped at this vocal melodic admission. Laughter ricocheted from the audience behind her as well. The other contestants gathered around Preston now. Several had their arms folded, though Marcos clapped at the confession of mangoes being Preston's favorite food, and the cowboy Judd tipped his hat in Preston's direction.
"Last of all, I owe you one wish, if it could share what's in my heart. I want nothing more than to be with you and to give our life together a start."
Preston ended his chorus with a soulful warble and a dashing smile. Coined with his curly hair and puppy dog brown eyes, Snow had to admit, her previous frustration with him quickly vanished. In fact, she'd turned slightly gooey inside. He stood across from her, a little breathless, hope glinting in his expression. She wasn't quite sure what to say. "That was kind of adorable," she began. He grinned, all white teeth and winsome looks.
"Thank you."
Snow went on. "I have to say, that took some guts to do on live TV, not to mention some practice. You were right on pitch."
"I only practiced it 1,000 times."
He ran a hand through his curls again. He was even taller than she'd realized, and leggy as though he'd been stretched. He had a confident posture, though, and that was appealing. Anticipation brewed, and Snow considered. How could she reject him after that? Chances were every male in this room was nervous about meeting her tonight, and having to bare his soul in secret and truth to a live audience from the get-go. She'd give Preston a chance to redeem himself. Lifting her chin, Snow reached into her basket and handed him the first apple she came into contact with. Cheers broke out in the audience, but the thing that really got her was the handsome definition of Preston's smile and the way it lit his eyes beneath his curls. Snow didn't want to dwell on him too much, not when so many others still had their offerings to give. She smiled and turned back to Carter, who had shrunk back to the sidelines. "Did you have something you wanted to tell me?" His shoulders slightly hunched, Carter angled his head and adjusted his glasses again. "Yeah, though I don't see how I can top that." "Give it a try," Judd said in his cowboy hat from behind, giving Carter a shove in Snow's direction. Carter's cheeks turned pink, and in spite of herself, Snow wanted to help him. "Why don't you start with your truth?" she said kindly. "That might be easiest. What's your truth?" "Family is everything," Carter said without hesitation. "That's my truth. I wouldn't be where I am if it wasn't for the support of my family." "I love that," Snow said, and several of the other men bobbed their heads in agreement. "It's a truth for me, too. Since I don't much care for mangoes, that's something you and I can see eye to eye on." She winked at him, and then through the recurring laughter, gave Preston a smile. He needed a small dose of humility after all. And that was one of her truths. Mangoes were not her favorite. "What about your secret?" she prodded. He hesitated, his eyes shifted to the other men and then back to her. "Aren't secrets made to be kept?" Snow chewed her lip. She inched in and lowered her voice. "You can whisper it to me if you want." Marco's grin spread. Preston lifted his chin and Eric tapped the back of his hand against Ty's chest. Carter's cheeks pinked. He dipped his head for a moment before nodding. She approached him, surprised at the butterflies flurrying in her stomach. She could sense the audience tilt forward in their seats, too. Carter was only a few inches taller than she was. She inhaled his clean smell of soap and aftershave and noticed the hazel in his eyes and the tousle in his nut-brown hair. His eyes held hers for a moment, gauging her as if checking for her permission to move closer. Snow gave him a little nod. The anticipation effervescing between them was somewhat ridiculous. It was just a whisper, just a close proximity between essential strangers. But he was handsome. Every man in this room was good-looking, and she got the sense that she was treading toward the deep end before she'd learned how to swim. "If you're sure," Carter said. "I am." He placed a hand on her elbow and the touch fizzled through her bones. Snow's lashes fluttered and she inhaled his scent again as he inched closer. His warm breath struck her ear and his voice became a melody all on its own. "My secret is that I want to be extraordinarily wealthy." The words weren't romantic in the slightest, yet the sound of them somehow melded with parts and pieces of her, breaking her into shambles before allowing her to collect herself again. Snow swallowed. "I think that's a wonderful dream," she said. "And your wish? Or was that your wish as well?" "My wish and my secret are kind of the same," Carter said with a sheepish smile. "That's all right," she said, reaching into her basket. Her hand trembled as she passed the apple in his direction. "Thank you for sharing them both with me," she said. Carter's eyes lit brighter than the spotlights overhead, and he took the apple. "Thank you," he said, sounding completely sincere. Snow beamed at him before turning to the others. "Who's next?" she asked. "What about you, Eric?" She scanned through the details she could remember from his profile. The handsome man with dark hair and eyes straightened his shoulders, faced her, and then reared back again as a sneeze escaped.
Achoo! Excuse me, he said. Allergies.
I'm sorry to hear that. I have some allergies too. What are you allergic to?
Everything but horses and feathers,
he said. The audience laughed and Eric only shrugged. Snow continued. You work in construction. Do your allergies make being outside difficult?
I make it through,
Eric said.
I guess that could count as my truth, that I have allergies to many things.
It's a good thing food labels can help with that.
Yeah,
he said.
My secret is that I hide in my closet while I record podcasts. It looks like an office, but it's really just my closet.
He released a little chuckle with that and sniffed. I didn't know you ran a podcast, Snow said. Had that been in his profile? She couldn't recall. You'll have to tell me about it. Eric's smile grew.
I hope to, and my wish is like Preston's. I'd really like to get to know you, to see if we can be anything more than friends.
Snow found she liked his openness. She spoke with Judd next, who shared his love of horses and the fact that he had won over 200 belt buckles from his days in the rodeo. His wish was to own a ranch. Clayton was a dietitian whose truth was that he not only adored food, but he was avid about learning of its properties and uses for healthful lifestyles.
More than just mangoes,
he said, giving Preston a playful smirk. Preston gave him a surly scowl in return. Something told Snow he'd never live down his cheesy admission about loving the exotic fruit through the duration of the show, not only on the premiere. Clayton's secret was that he was working with several struggling teens. This fact was shared with Snow only, as he wanted to protect the kids he worked with. Snow gave him props for that, and his wish was touching.
I wish to travel the world, and if things go well, I wish to take you anywhere you want to go. You'll have to tell me where that is sometime.
I will, Snow said, feeling her cheeks heat. She ordinarily didn't go for men with beards, but she had to admit, Clayton's well-trimmed beard hugging his jawline gave him definition and a sense of intelligence and maturity that added to his appearance. I love to travel. Tice was waiting behind Clayton, arms folded and chin tilted down while his eyes continued to inspect Snow from beneath a frame of dark lashes. You've been patient, she said. What about you, Tice?
Just waiting here like a waiter waiting tables.
Snow frowned at this. Okay, were you a waiter? I thought you were a gamer. Maybe waiting tables was how he made money while he played video games on the side.
Just saying, I'm waiting for my tip.
He added a little smile to this. She blinked. Was he trying to be funny? That almost sounded like an innuendo. Maybe he was referring to the apples in her increasingly lighter basket. So far, she'd handed an apple to each man she'd spoken with. If his dim-witted jokes didn't lighten up. She changed that thought. He deserved a chance. Maybe telling bad jokes was his way of coping with his nerves. I think you're supposed to earn it, she said. Which one do you want to start with? Truth? Tice smirked and his gaze flickered down her body before returning to her face.
How about a dare?
Snow couldn't tell if he was willfully trying to divert her or just being obnoxious. He may be one of the most handsome bachelors here, but she quickly became disgusted and irritated with him. Wrong game. Secret then. What's your secret? Which one are you starting with?
Truth. Winter is the best season, which makes your name perfect because I love snow.
Snow wasn't as flattered as she might have been if he hadn't had such a weird and kind of awful start to the conversation. Thank you. I love summer myself. That's when I like to get out and run. He didn't respond.
Secret, except it's not really a secret. I love snowboarding.
I need a secret in order to give you an apple, Snow reminded him. For the first time, she was tempted not to.
I think you're extremely attractive,
Tice said. How's that? There was nothing heartfelt in this admission whatsoever. He stated it like she was a piece of meat. Her stomach had fluttered with a few of the others. They had been genuine. Tice, on the other hand, was acting like he just walked on the set from the street and had no idea what he was doing here. "Are you saying that for my benefit?" she asked. "It sounds like you're just making it up on the spot."
Nah, it's the truth. Maybe that should be my truth, except it's no secret that I like winter.
She was growing more exasperated by him by the minute. The man was frankly an idiot. "I'm not sure I want to ask what your wish is."
Yeah, might not be worth sharing either, at least not on TV in front of all these people. Maybe when we're alone.
Which would never happen. This man was giving her all kinds of wrong vibes. Several of his answers now had teetered on the edge of crassness, which was completely inappropriate under the circumstances. A total turnoff. Snow cleared her throat. "I feel everyone should be given a chance to try, but I have to tell you, you're not impressing me."
No?
"No." Ty cleared his throat.
Oh, okay. No apple then?
"I'm afraid not," Snow said, her decision fixed. From his inappropriate comments, she couldn't see any reason to give him a chance to make more offhand remarks, which he was sure to do. "I wish you the best, Ty."
You just said you'd give me a chance.
He said. "I said everyone should get one, but..." How could she say he was being a creep? She hoped he wasn't going to cause more of a scene. What would she do if he insisted she give him the apple?
Ho, ho, Oswald said jovially, stepping in and smiling at the audience while somehow managing to give Ty's a sympathetic glance. But she's made her decision, son. That's the way these things go.
Ty's eyes blazed. Snow held her breath, praying he would follow the rules and leave the stage. She didn't blame him for being put out. He was after $1 billion prize after all, but if that was the reason he was upset, she would have thought he'd have put a little more effort into acting like a decent person. Finally, Ty's turned away. Several of the guys patted him on the back, mentioning their condolences, but he shook them off with fisted hands before he made his way toward a waving Eloise on the side of the set. Marcos remained, beaming at Snow with the widest grin she'd ever seen a man wield. He was adorable, with bronze skin, dark hair, and an infectious likability that she couldn't help but reciprocate. "I love America," he said before she managed to ask for his 3 offerings. He kept his hands at his sides as if reciting verses. Snow smiled and quickly allowed the lingering ickiness from her conversation with Ty's to melt away. "That's my truth. America is a beautiful country." "I love it here too," Snow said. "Thanks for making this easy on me."
Yes, he said, beaming and grinning. My secret is that I'm hoping to bring my family here too. I guess it's no secret to them, but it is to you.
He glowed at this. "That would be amazing," Snow said, matching his infectious smile with one of her own. "Is that why you're going to school?"
Yes, and my wish is for time with you, Snow. Time to talk, and time to sit together and get to know one another."
Snow reached into her basket. The 2 remaining apples rolled, but she grasped one of them and handed it to him. Marco's smile displayed even more of his teeth as he accepted the apple.
Thank you, he said. Muchas gracias.
"De nada," she said with a laugh.
Oh, you habla español?
"Only phrases," Snow said, then offered one of the few things she could remember from her Spanish class in college. "Necesito los pantalones azul." Marcos laughed and wagged his finger at her.
Good. Your accent is muy bueno.
"Ho ho," Oswald said, closing in from where he'd been sitting on the sidelines. He strutted to the center of the stage, holding the microphone to his chin.
All apples but 1 were given. That is impressive, very impressive, men. Snow is obviously a woman who knows her own mind. We wish Ty's Ulrich the best of luck in his future endeavors.
The audience gave sympathetic applause. Snow wished she could agree quite as readily. She hadn't liked how confusing Ty's had been or how cheap he'd made her feel in only minutes. The other men had been completely charming, but Tice had instantly rubbed her the wrong way.
"Now then,"
Amira said, stepping forward. She was shorter than Oswald and wore a silk navy blue blouse and pencil skirt.
"That's the conclusion for tonight. Before we go, Snow will tell us which of our lucky 6 she'd like to take on a date first."
Snow placed the basket on the table behind Oswald and smiled at Amira and Oswald. Her cheeks were starting to hurt. "It's a hard choice since they're all amazing. I would like to start with Preston," she said, and the audience shattered into applause.
"Impressed by that performance, eh?"
Oswald asked. "I was," Snow said. "I was impressed with all of them. But thanks to his rudeness, Preston seemed like the next one on her elimination list. It might be best to eradicate the most obvious no's as quickly as she could, so that she could better enjoy her time with the ones who had actual potential." Preston strutted forward, and from the smugness on his face, Snow hoped she hadn't just made a mistake. Chapter 4. Hunter paced the back room where video surveillance equipment was held. The screens displayed security areas he had to keep tabs on: the station's entrance, halls, stage doors, and wings, and of course the various views of the stage itself. Snow smiled and waved as she strolled off the wing, and though she was no longer there within view, her energy lingered. She was vibrant. With her infectious personality, she'd been an instant hit, and from the response this first episode was getting on social media, others thought so too. As head of security, Hunter had had nothing to do with the selection process, but he did know Snow Hendricks had gotten a unanimous vote from the crew. Except for one person. Eloise sniffed and lowered her clipboard. She stared through the plastic pane, barring the recording room from the rest of the set so they could see out, but no one could see in. "What's wrong?" Hunter asked. "I told you she wasn't a good fit." "Why not? She did an amazing job." "Voting someone off the first night?" Eloise scoffed and rolled her eyes. "This is why a seasoned bachelorette would be the thing to do. A mature woman would never do something so impulsive." He'd heard her pit this argument before. Eloise had insisted changing things up and doing a season with an older woman as the bachelorette, and having handsome, established men, rather than the young bucks, would cause a stir and give people something to gush over. Hunter disagreed. "I told you that's not something I'm interested in doing. Besides, why shouldn't she vote off someone like Tice?" Hunter hadn't much liked Tice's behavior either. It was refreshing to have a woman set boundaries the way she had. Snow was the kind of role model he wanted for his daughter, Cassie. "He passed all the screening tests. He was told not to get explicit on the screen." "He hadn't gotten explicit," Eloise argued. Hunter gestured to the screen showing the bachelors all talking together. "His behavior was bad enough, and Snow sensed it. He should never have been allowed on." Having a range of bachelors keeps things interesting. Hunter couldn't believe this. "Don't tell me you wanted Tice to stay, not after the way the creep acted toward her on live TV. Besides, look at the approval rating Snow is getting for telling him where to go. Look at this comment." Hunter read the woman's statement aloud. "Glad to have a strong woman setting a good example from the get-go." "That's great," Eloise said, though her tone implied she didn't believe her own words. "I need you to be on her side," Hunter said. Eloise sniffed. "There's something I don't like about her." "What is it?" "You know, that doesn't matter at this point. She's already the princess of the show, and she knocked her introduction out of the park." "She's too pretty," Eloise said again. "This isn't about her looks," Hunter said for what felt like the 100th time, though he had to admit, Snow was a knockout. Her face was lovely, her skin could rival anything they airbrushed for the magazine, and she had the figure to top it all off. Not only that, Hunter couldn't shake off the way being near her had made his insides flicker. He'd done his best to keep the reaction to himself when they'd met last night. If she wasn't completely off limits to him, he might have considered doing something about it. But that was out of the question. Not only would his standing as the show's owner make any kind of relationship completely inappropriate, but he'd been burned. No woman was ever worth burns he'd endured in his last relationship, so he let the issue slide. "She's fine," he said. "Tell me you can handle working with her." The last thing Hunter needed was conflict between his executive producer and the star of the show. Or what? Did she really forget the threats they'd received so easily? "We've never faced a threat to our security like this before. If it were up to me, we would have canceled before this began. You insisted we continue, so that means I need you. I need someone who can see us through the season until I can discover who's sending the letters." Hopefully nothing would come of the threats, but they would be stupid to ignore them completely. They were scanning everyone who entered the building. They'd done background checks on all the contestants. He and the other security guards kept a sharp eye on the feed and stayed in touch with the police. That meant he needed Eloise to play her part, too. "I need you to play nice. Got it? You breathe a word about your dislike to her." Eloise lifted her chin, staggered her feet, and stared him down. "I don't like threats." "I don't like sabotage." "I'm not sabotaging anything." "Good," Hunter said. "I'm paying you a lot to maintain rapport with her, Eloise. Don't forget that. First, this letter that came as a threat to the show. I need Snow to feel secure until we see who's behind it. I'd suspect ties if he'd been kicked off the show a little sooner." He retrieved the threatening letters from his breast pocket and showed it to her for an additional reminder. Cancel or be canceled. "Then you don't know who sent the one-liner notes you've been getting?" she asked. "I don't yet, but as long as they remain idle threats, we won't have to worry about it." He hoped that was all it was. No specifics were mentioned. The police could trace no fingerprints or saliva on the envelopes. That meant whoever this was, they covered their tracks well. He may be overreacting, but the last thing anyone wanted was a gun or bomb smuggled into the studio. The threats had been pieced together with letters cut from magazine articles, and Hunter suspected the articles had come from Heartthrob magazine itself. Heartthrob had started as a magazine, something he'd inherited from his grandparents. The show, featuring bachelorettes, had only taken place for a few years now as an attempt to bring more readers to purchase a subscription. The threats could possibly be from an insider. Hunter had a crew looking into the messages for hidden meanings, but so far no one had discovered anything other than the words that were pieced together with different sizes and shapes of font. "I still think it's not too late to cancel," he said, rubbing his chin. "After a debut episode like that?" Eloise said. "I thought you didn't like Snow." Eloise sniffed. "I'm just saying, Snow is just getting started." Not to mention the other reasons the board had brought to his attention when he'd mentioned wanting to cancel the show when the notes first started coming. It wouldn't be fair to her or the men, not to mention the money they would lose out on from sponsors and the expenses that had been paid to get the contestants here, and to keep them lodged at the Allure Resort across the street. "The studio needs this publicity," Eloise said. "Subscriptions have gone down. The crew has been doing all they can to recoup costs and connection with customers." Hunter had processed all of these details 1,000 times. He still wasn't sure this was the best course of action, but the decision wasn't his alone. There was a reason he'd placed himself as head of security, however. Inheriting the magazine had been completely out of his expertise. Physical well-being, however, was another thing, and he'd jumped at the chance to oversee security because he'd needed something he could relate with. "We'll monitor the threats," he said. "We'll do what we can to track them and keep anyone from getting hurt." Eloise frowned. "Do you think someone will be hurt?" "No," Hunter said with determination. He would see to it that no one was. Chapter 5. The letter arrived at Snow's door that night. Her heart seized for only a moment until she recognized the show's seal and realized it wasn't a threat. She tore the letter open. Your date with Preston Bywater begins first thing tomorrow morning. A crew will accompany the two of you to a Broadway show of Obsessed. After the end of the show, you two will venture to the Heartwood Pier restaurant, where you will enjoy a delicious lunch over the ocean. A videographer will accompany you through every aspect of the date. This is the first of your 7 dates on Heartthrob's Most Wanted. You will be given a candied apple to keep on your person during the date. If you feel things have gone well and would like a second date with Preston, be sure to hand him the apple. But remember, if Preston wins a second date, that means one of the other men on the show will lose their chance. If Preston doesn't receive the apple, he will take it as a sign that this is his only date with you and he will be accompanied away from the show. Candied apple, Snow said, peering through the basket the note had come in and finding a mouth-watering, downturned apple on a stick and covered in caramel and chopped pieces of chocolate. Cute. From previous shows, the fruit of choice changed every time. Strawberries had been used during the last season, where the beautiful African-American woman, whose name Snow couldn't remember, had ended up selecting a handsome, goofy genius with a ridiculously high IQ and a dashing smile that was still plastered on the occasional issue of Heartthrob. Before that, it had been oranges. Snow wondered who had selected apples for this season. She sank into the seat and exhaled, but that didn't appease the nerves racing through her. Had she made a wrong choice in picking Preston first? He'd been cocky and rude, but captivating too. Tomorrow would show which side fit him better. What if he tried to hold her hand or kiss her? Would she let him? She was gratified to know they wouldn't be alone. Every move they made would be captured on screen. The idea thrilled her and made sleeping more of a challenge than it should have been. The next morning, Snow dressed quickly, answering the door for her makeup technician and the accompanying cameraman who was, no doubt, capturing footage to be spliced in the final edit of her date with Preston. Were they getting footage of Preston ready for the date as well? Perfection, said May, dusting softly at her cheeks. So many women would pay buku bucks for skin like yours. Snow peered past her for a quick once-over and her smile spread. She had always found herself beautiful, but with all this individual attention, with May's ability to emphasize her eyes in ways she'd never been able to before, or accentuate her mouth with the color her lips were meant to be, she couldn't feel prettier than if she'd recorded herself under a filter effect on her phone. Snow lifted the device and recorded a quick message video in seconds, tapping out an "about to meet up with Preston and feeling pretty" tagline, and posted it just as a knock sounded on the door. Preston had curls that would make Snow's friend and neighbor, Lily's husky doodle Pooski, jealous. They were still wet and freshly gelled, and the scent of body wash emanated from him as he granted her a debonair smile. A videographer stood behind him, but Snow concentrated on Preston. His eyes trailed from her simple peasant top, jeans, to her striped wedges and back to her face again. "You are so smoking hot," he said. "You look great, too." And in a black shirt, forest green jacket, and jeans, he really did. Her pulse heated. "How did you sleep?" "Better, since my dreams were of you." "Oh?" The easygoing interest she'd had moments before faded. She couldn't tell if he was being sincere or flattering her. "How could I not?" "I didn't dream at all," she said, attempting to guide him back to earth. "Then I'll do my best to change that." He stole her hand for a kiss before she could blink. A little much, but she wouldn't fault him for that. Snow slipped her hand free and led the way toward the elevator located at the end of the hall. His words were flirty and fun, but something told her, based on his song the night before, that Preston had a flair for dramatics. Considering his background as an actor, it had to come easily to him. Snow couldn't help but wonder if he was putting on a show now. Did he mean what he'd said, or was he saying it because he knew it would make him look good? Snow didn't know. That meant getting to know one another was going to be that much more difficult. Palm trees speared through the bright sky, and Preston got her door to their awaiting vehicle, allowing her to enter before he slid in. They made small talk through a bout of congested traffic until they made it to the theater in downtown San Diego.
I'll be performing on stage like this someday,
Preston said as they passed through an impressive lobby and into the theater itself. The space was massive, gaping open wide and filled with seats facing a stage, and the sound of an orchestra warming their instruments out of sight. "You want to be on Broadway?" she asked.
"Yes,"
he said, leading her to their row.
"Ever since I went to my first play."
"How old were you?"
"When I was 8, my parents took me to see Wicked and I was hooked."
"That's a good one."
"Right?"
He stopped and sank into his designated seat. "My friend Lily and I went to it when the show came to Orlando a few years ago," she said, sitting beside him. The seat's velvet was soft under her fingertips. "It really was as amazing as everyone said. I love the music, you know." Preston either didn't hear her or was too caught up in humming. Eyes closed, he began to snap the beat with his fingers and sing lyrics to a song from Dear Evan Hansen. Snow sighed and settled into her seat. At least they had an excellent view of the stage from here. Minutes later, Preston was still singing. Others in the theater peered in their direction, and Snow had the impulse to duck her head. He was talented, that was true, but she didn't want any more attention on them than there already was. She wondered where Hector, her videographer, had positioned himself. Was he filming them even now? Preston peeked an eye at her and seemed to notice her discomfort.
"I get carried away sometimes,"
he said, grinning and lowering his head.
"I love it so much."
Glad he'd stopped, Snow straightened and gestured to the closed curtains and the playbill in her hand, previewing obsessed title in the actors' bios. "Have you seen this one?" she asked.
"Not yet. I heard it's good, though."
"I haven't seen it either.
Oh, there they go,"
he said, cutting her off and gesturing to the stage. The orchestra's warm-ups turned from discordant sounds to melodic, composed, and sonorous harmonies. Preston flashed her an excited smile and settled into his seat eagerly. Snow had more she wanted to tell him. How she loved being on stage, her favorite plays, the thrill of seeing Phantom of the Opera in New York when she'd been a teenager. But though there was time to continue talking, his attention was completely on the stage. And on himself.
"I can't get enough of this, you know."
He hummed and angled his head in time to the orchestra's melody. Snow didn't answer. She suspected he didn't want a response anyway. The play was powerful and well done. It was a moving story of a woman slighted by love and being stalked by a man who fixated on her so much he put her in danger so that no one else could have her. "Incredible," Preston kept saying once the show was over. Again, every time she tried to talk or add to the conversation, he overrode her with his commentary or acted as though he hadn't heard her. He prattled on about his acting career throughout dinner, which, delicious as her meal of crab and shrimp was, beautiful as the view at the end of the pier of the ocean was, made her more than ready to return to their hotel. Snow stared out at the ocean, thinking of the undulating water, of the gulls swooping overhead, of the hopeless pit creating a cavern in her chest. This was why she'd picked Preston, she reminded herself. She knew better than to hope he would be different than he'd been during the premiere. Silence descended between them. After several ticks, Snow realized Preston had been calling her name. She shook the cobwebs from her mind and pressed her lips. "I'm sorry, what?" Preston shook his head. "I've been talking too much, haven't I? I'm sorry, Snow. Nerves and all that." He placed his napkin on the side of his empty plate and looked directly at her. "You like to act too, don't you?" Snow blinked in surprise. Really? He was going to attempt a conversation with her now? "Yes, I do actually." "Do you sing?" "Sometimes." "We'd make a great duet." He winked. I'm not giving you a demonstration. She nudged his knuckles with hers. His eyes lit at the touch, and the reaction sent warmth into her, igniting her anew. This was good. This was what she'd been hoping for with him. Connection. Two-way conversation, and to have him act like he cared about more than himself. Maybe there was still hope for this date after all.
All right then, he said. I told you I want Broadway. What about you?
No Broadway for me, she began, keeping her response tentative. She didn't want to risk saying too much and have him tune her out as much as he had thus far. Then again, maybe he really was nervous. It was possible he wouldn't ignore her like this all the time, wasn't it? I don't want my name in big lights, she said. I wouldn't mind landing a role in a movie, but nothing large scale.
You'd eat it up, he said. You'd rock it.
You don't know that.
Doesn't matter what role it is, he said, gushing in his praise of her like always. Something tells me you're amazing at everything you do, Snow.
She dipped her head. With the profuse compliments, she suspected the previous ones he'd given her were genuine after all. She found her insides warming. Now you're making me blush. He leaned in.
What if I held your hand again? Would that help?
She laughed. How would it?
Might be worth a try.
Keeping his eyes on her, she felt his hand creep to her knee beneath the table. He gauged her the entire time, eyes smoldering until his fingers brushed hers. Snow's stomach fluttered as he threaded his fingers with hers.
I'm having an awesome time with you, Snow, he said.
She had to breathe consciously. I am too, she said with reluctance. Not earlier, she supposed, but he was doing better now.
Why does that surprise you?
In spite of herself, she laughed again. I expected a not awesome time.
I see.
He squeezed her hand.
I hope for more chances to prove you wrong then.
Her throat closed. She couldn't believe she was hoping for the same thing too. He was showing a better side of himself than he had earlier. Not to mention, Preston was extremely good-looking, with his laughing eyes, tangled curls, and flamboyant personality. She was starting to like him quite a lot. Snow simmered over that realization all the way back to their hotel. She didn't mind when Preston's hand claimed hers again in the elevator or when he offered to walk her to her room.
Have I told you what a great time I had?
His thumb grazed her skin. Snow gazed into his warm brown eyes. Only 1,000 times. This date went better than I thought it would.
I'm good at unexpected,
he said. His eyes flickered to her mouth. Snow was glad the elevator dinged. Her anticipation hiked the closer to her room they drew. Preston was going to kiss her, and she was going to let him. Chapter 6. A knock preceded them, along with the sound of crinkling cellophane. Snow and Preston rounded the corner to find Judd wearing his cowboy hat and knocking at her door with a bouquet of flowers in hand.
What are you doing here?
Preston snapped, his cheerful demeanor instantly kicking into a ferocious gear. What made him kindle this blazing anger? Snow withdrew her hand. Preston hadn't behaved badly the whole night. She'd thought he was just nervous. She'd thought she'd been wrong about him. But this? I wanted to let Snow know I've been thinking about her all day long, Judd said with his southern drawl. His handsome mouth crinkled at the corners, adding light and admiration to his green eyes. I wouldn't be a man if I didn't bring the lady some flowers. Begging your pardon, I didn't realize y'all were on your date.
She's my lady right now,
Preston said, tearing the bouquet of flowers from Judd's hand and slamming them to the ground. Hector, the videographer, trotted on quick feet to get a better angle of the confrontation. Snow placed herself between the two men. That's enough, she said, closing her hand around the apple in her purse. She removed it, holding it tightly. Simultaneously, she bent for the fallen bouquet of roses. Preston didn't miss the gesture. He lifted his head as if bracing himself. Judd's cheeks were pink. "My apologies for this rounder," Judd said. "This ain't no way to treat a woman." He was a few inches shorter than Preston and quite a bit stockier, with thick-set shoulders and rope-like arms. If the two had a fist fight, Snow could guess who would win. Preston couldn't sing and dance his way out of that. "As I said before, I didn't realize y'all were on your date," Judd said. Snow's heart pounded. She didn't know if the other men were informed of her activities or not, but based on the sincerity in Judd's eyes and from his gentlemanly nature, she doubted he would have done anything to intentionally thwart or interrupt another man's time with her. "The flowers were a beautiful gesture. I had a great time with Preston today and was going to give him this, but under the circumstances." She skirted past Preston's flaring nostrils and offered the apple to Judd instead. Preston swore. Judd raised his hands. "But I didn't take you out yet," he said. "That's okay. This is me saying I want you to." She offered the apple in his direction again. Judd analyzed her as if waiting for her to withdraw the offer. She didn't. "If you're sure, though I swear I didn't mean to intervene." "I'm sure," she said. Judd smiled crookedly again and closed his fingers around the apple with a courteous nod. Preston scoffed. Anger radiated from his tense shoulders. "I see how it is," he said. "This is bull." "It's your own fault," she said. "Our date had a rough start. I thought it was hopeless until you finally started paying attention to me at dinner. I thought maybe things were looking up for us, until now." Until he'd ruined it. Seriously, what had gotten him so instantly bent out of shape? If he were this extreme, she didn't want to see what he would be like with her as the one he chose to get upset with. Preston scowled. His nostrils flared. He noticed Hector pointing his camera right at him. In seconds, his shoulders sagged. He had the decency to lower his head. "I should have kept my cool. I'm sorry." "Thank you. Too bad it has to end like this." He bobbed his head a few times. His throat worked against a swallow, and he lifted his head enough to look through his lashes at her. He really was gorgeous. She might have been affected before, but now the look did nothing for her. The corners of his lips quirked upward. "I guess that means a goodbye kiss is out of the question, too?" "I can't believe you still think you'd get one." She'd been all for it a few minutes before. Then again, was that what had set him off at the sight of Judd? Had Preston been looking forward to a kiss at her door? Temper, temper. Snow held out her hand, and a muscle ticked in Preston's jaw before he grasped and shook. "Best of luck to you, Snow," he said. "Thank you. Best of luck to you as well." And just like that, another one of her contestants was walking away from her. Snow felt nothing but relief. It was too bad. There was so much to be liked about Preston. As soon as he'd realized he was leaving her out, he'd changed. The dynamic between them had also changed to something Snow could find possibility in. She had liked him, truly and genuinely. What an unfortunate turn of the evening. "I never meant to interfere with anything y'all had going on," Judd said, interrupting her thoughts and removing his hat with his free hand. He'd remained by her door, holding the cellophane-wrapped apple against his chest as though he were a quarterback gripping a football. Snow shook herself out of her momentary daze. "It's for the best, I think." She touched his arm in a comforting gesture. "Thank you for the flowers. They were really sweet. I love roses." Though the flowers were a tad tousled, they kept their shape and their smell. Snow drank in the sumptuous scent and attempted to regain her composure. She was still rattled from Preston's outburst. "I wasn't sure what your favorite was, but I figured roses were a safe bet."
You're right, most women like roses. My favorite flower is a freesia. Judd shifted. Can't say I know them off the top of my head, he said, but I'll see what the florist has to say. I love that you were thinking of me, Judd, Snow said, trying to soothe and slow the clatter that had set into her bloodstream. And you're the lucky man who's my next date. What'll it be? You ever rode a horse? He said without a pause. She tapped his hat, which was currently tucked at his side with 2 fingers. I should have known that would be what you would suggest. There's a ranch not far from here. I already talked to the producers about the possibility of taking you there. I've never ridden a horse, Snow said, again touched at his consideration. I grew up in a small town in Vermont, but I've always been what you'd call a city girl. Then, city girl, I'd be mighty pleased to introduce you to the country. Eyes gleaming, he lifted his chin with pride. Snow felt better already. Judd had managed to remedy an uncomfortable situation without breaking a sweat. She liked that about him. A lot. She liked that he'd taken steps to make her feel special without needing a camera to watch him doing so. He was about her same height. She'd prefer someone a little taller, but what did that matter in the course of a lifetime compared to other more important matters, like treating others with kindness and respect? I'd love a little more country in my life, she said, as long as we get to run. You won't be doing much running. That's a horse's job. What if I want to? Her tone took on a playful, teasing lilt. Judd inched a little closer. You play your cards right, and I'd betcha you could have just about anything you want when you're with me. With his southern twang and the low, appealing tone of his voice, a match lit in her insides. I'll hold you to it, she said. When are we going? Judd rotated simultaneously as Snow made her way to her door. He placed his hat onto his head. I'll speak with the producers about it and be in touch. Sounds good. He tipped a finger to the brim of his hat and inclined his head. You have a good rest of your evening now. Snow gripped the door handle, but she couldn't take her eyes from the handsome cowboy. The freckles dusting across his nose, or the infectious way his smile unraveled her every time she caught his gaze. You too, she said, holding the rumpled bouquet of flowers to her nose and inhaling. Judd's grin was crooked, and he kept his attention on her for several more moments before he rotated on his cowboy-booted heel and strutted toward the elevator. Snow simmered inside as she stepped back into her room. What a day! At first, she'd anticipated things going downhill with Preston. His behavior during their date had made her think twice about that. But then he'd reared his surly head again the instant someone else had come into the picture. She was better off being rid of someone so volatile and hot-tempered. Ending the afternoon with Judd's surprise was icing on the cake. Snow flopped onto her bed and checked her messages. She'd all but ignored her phone the entire day. One was from Mom back in Westville, Vermont, asking how things were going, and surprisingly, she had one from Lily. Snow hadn't talked to Lily much since she'd married the Prince of Envar and become a real-life princess. Of all her friends from home, Lily had been the closest, though Juliet did keep in touch on social media. Lily asked how Snow was faring during the show. She happily tapped out a reply. You need to sign a non-disclosure agreement before I can tell you anything, Snow texted. Send it, I'll sign it, Lily replied. Lily caught her up on how palace and married life was going. She wished she could give more details about the crazy turn her date with Preston had taken and about how much she loved being the center of these men's attention, or the potential center of it, once she went on more dates with them, but she couldn't. So, too soon the conversation ended. Snow was too riled up to rest. She hadn't gotten her daily run in yet. Maybe it was time to find the gym before winding down for bed. Per HMW's rules for the show, Snow is to remain at the Alir Resort as much as possible through the duration of the show. For her safety, yes, but also for privacy reasons. She'd agreed to as much, signing all the waivers, contracts, and non-disclosure agreements before being carted out here to California. And she didn't mind, really. She didn't. She did miss her runs, though.
Adrenaline gave her oxygen just as much as her bloodstream did, and running was like a recharge of that energy. She needed it. She thrived on it. A treadmill wasn't the same as fresh Florida air, but she'd take what she could get. After changing into her favorite workout clothes, neon pink tank top and matching shorts, she alerted Lewis, the new cameraman who had settled himself in the hallway. Snow meandered down the elevator, past the lobby, into the gym near the back of the San Diego Allure Resort. Earbuds in place, she scanned her card for entrance into the gym and stopped short halfway to the treadmill. 2 of the other contestants were in here. Clayton displayed impressive biceps in a fitted tank top and workout shorts as he busied himself at the line of weights near the wall. In contrast, Eric, not quite as obviously muscular, but still looking fit in a t-shirt and running shorts, jogged on one of the 2 treadmills facing a large-screen TV. While extending the weight to his torso and showcasing a superhuman brawn in his bicep, Clayton paused and smiled. "Hey there," he said, lowering the weight. Arms pumping at his sides as he ran, Eric peered in their direction and lost his footing on the treadmill, all but ejecting himself from its track. He caught himself just before he hit the wall behind it. "Are you okay?" Snow asked, hurrying to his side, and in all honesty, she laughed. She couldn't help it.
That wasn't embarrassing at all,
Eric said, cheeks flushed red. Snow giggled and placed her hand on the treadmill's side rail. "It was a gallant fall," she said, taking the liberty to tap the speed on his treadmill and slow the machine to a stop. He steadied himself on his feet and rubbed a hand behind his neck.
Not exactly what I was going for.
"I don't mind if you fall in front of me."
I'd rather stun you with my incredible stability or my agile prowess,
Eric said. His voice was still tinged with traces of embarrassment.
"What are you waiting for?" Clayton said. "Get back on that thing and show her."
Snow laughed again, and Clayton came to where she and Eric stood. Then she noticed the trail of blood seeping from Eric's arm. Had he cut himself during his tumble? "Here," Snow said, thinking fast and reaching for one of the towels on the stand beneath the TV. She hurried toward Eric and pressed it to his arm.
"Thanks, Achoo!"
An abrupt sneeze escaped. Another followed, and a third decided to join the first 2 as well. Snow retracted her hand. "Bless you," she said.
"Sorry, it's achoo!"
Eric sneezed a 4th time. His eyes began to water. He attempted to keep her gaze but turned away.
"I think it's your perfume."
"My perfume?" Snow hadn't spritzed any on since this morning. She couldn't even smell it herself. How could he?
"It smells amazing, but unfortunately, achoo!"
Another sneeze.
"I don't do well with certain fragrances, and this happened at the worst time."
I'm so sorry." She hadn't thought to check to see if her perfume was hypoallergenic. That was probably something she should ensure in the future. I'll make sure not to wear it anymore.
Achoo!
Another sneeze.
"I have to go," he said. "Maybe I'll see you another time."
"Yes," she said, but he was already halfway through the door.
"Don't get too bent out of shape about it,"
Clayton said once the 2 of them were alone.
"It's hard to know what will irritate someone else's allergies on a regular basis until you've spent more time with them. Maybe you 2 can sort that out during your date with him."
Snow gazed at Clayton's handsome face, well-trimmed beard, and soul-deep chocolate brown eyes. She was completely taken aback by his considerate remarks. If Preston had been in the room, he would have criticized Eric and condemned his condition behind his back. "That's kind of you to say, especially since he's your competition." Clayton wiped his hands on a towel and shrugged off her praise.
"We all know what we're getting into when we sign up for this. I'm happy to have some time with you now, unless you'd rather I leave you to your workout."
He gestured to the vacant machines. "This is normal," Snow said, "for me right now anyway." In any other situation, she would have never been okay with seeing more than one man at a time. But Clayton was right. They'd all agreed to this. He was kind, prudent, and down to earth. She could use being around someone easy to talk to right about now. Chapter 7. Both treadmills are free, she said. Why don't you run with me? His smile rendered him even more handsome. You got it. He waited for Snow to step onto her treadmill and then made for the one Eric had been ejected from. Lewis situated himself across from them for a moment, and Snow did her best to pretend he wasn't there. Had he gotten the footage of Eric's slip-up or sneezing fit? Poor Eric. I usually work out with a buddy of mine, Clayton began, the beeping sound from his treadmill resonating as the track picked up speed. He increased his pace to a jog. We spot one another when we're lifting. Snow tapped her speed dial as well. Sounds like a smart idea. I love to run in the mornings before I head to work, but I usually go alone. My favorite is running along the beach in Clearwater while the sun rises, but sometimes I don't get up early enough. I get that. I'm an early riser myself on good days. Running on the beach sounds amazing. We should do that for our date. That would be great, Snow said, not minding his presumption. After his politeness, she'd give him that much, and she found she looked forward to it, to getting to know him better. What do you do for work? He asked. Did he not get her briefing? Then again, maybe he was just making conversation. Snow pumped her arms, letting her body settle into a slow jog. I work for a theater company in Clearwater. My dream was to always be on stage, and while I'm kind of in the background supporting local productions, I get a role here and there. Sounds amazing. I'd love to see you on stage. Thanks. What about you? You're a dietitian, right? Right. I work one-on-one with clients who want a better lifestyle, and I base their diet on their medical needs and the nutrition that would best suit what they're hoping to achieve. Wow, can I get a consultation? The question was a joke, mostly. It was only in recent years that Snow had become as health-conscious as she was. After coming scarily close to having diabetes, she worked hard to change her diet and had forced herself to get out and run every day until it had become an addiction. You bet. He grinned, his arms pumping as he jogged a steady pace. Are you backed by a facility? She asked. Do you work in hospitals or anything like that? Hospitals sometimes. I often meet with elderly clients or even take on personal cases to help diagnose their diet-related issues. He smirked. I'm beginning to wonder if our friend Eric might benefit from some dietary changes to help his struggle with allergies. How so? She asked. The energizing buzz that usually came at this point in her runs began to zip through her, and she increased the pace. It's just nice to stop the spread of misinformation. No diet can cure allergies, especially if they're seasonal, but taking in a variety of simple, unprocessed foods can positively impact anyone. I can vouch for that, she said. What do you do for fun, besides running with handsome men? You happen to be the first handsome man I've run with. Clayton cringed. That came out wrong, didn't it? Color flushed his neck. Snow laughed and placed a hand on his arm. You're okay. That's not the worst thing that's happened today. Oh? Do you mean one of the other guys? Other guys. Snow's smile froze. This was all kinds of awkward, but the agreement clearly stated that the men all understood none of them had her exclusively to themselves. Not unless Snow chose to. In high school, she and her boyfriend had gotten so jealous over the smallest interactions they heard taking place. There wasn't any room for jealousy in a show like this. Preston was proof of that. Even so, the moment felt as though it had been severed. Thanks for running with me, Clay. I think I'll turn in. She tapped on her treadmill to slow its pace. Don't go. I'm sorry. I never meant to make it sound like you spend your time running with guys. It was a poorly worded attempt at praising myself and came out completely wrong. Snow was suddenly exhausted, emotionally more than physically. It's okay, she said, stepping off and resting a hand on her waist. I know you didn't mean it to come across that way. It's just been an interesting day, and previous events are getting to me. He looked at her with concern. You okay? Touched by his concern, she smiled. Fine, I'm just tired. Get some rest and take care of yourself. Want me to walk you to your room? Snow retreated. Once was enough for one day. No thanks. Clayton nodded before lowering his head. Snow wanted to remedy this. She didn't want to leave their time together on such a downward note. Don't sweat it, okay? She said. I like you, Clayton. I had fun talking to you. I really am just tired. His spirits seemed to lift. He lowered his shoulders again. I like you too, Snow. You have a good night. He reached for her hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, and stepped out of the gym. The minute she was alone, Snow exhaled. She meandered to the door before resting her shoulders against it. The videographer, Lewis, approached. His camera was down, a fact she was grateful for.
4 interactions with your bachelors in one day,
he said, smiling kindly at her.
A bit much, yeah?
Yeah, she said, exhaling again. She was amazed at the unexpected emotional drain taking place within her. I think I'll request the morning to myself. It's okay if you need a day here and there, Louise said. Lisa would need a day to herself after one date, and you've technically had 3 in a row now. Lisa? The last Heartthrob. That's right. Now that Louise mentioned it, Snow remembered the previous woman's name. You were her videographer too? Si, he said. Just signal me and we can clear the room if you need a break. You can scratch your nose or something. Snow chuckled a little at that. I thought you had to record all my interactions. We have got enough for one day. He winked. The tension loosened from her shoulders. Gracias, Luis, she said. De nada. I will walk you to your room, for safety in case you get cornered by any other well-wishers. Again, thank you. While she was relieved that the videographer and the crew weren't bloodthirsty vultures out to get juicy content no matter the toll it took on her, Snow was shaken by the time she arrived in her suite. When Lewis had offered to accompany her for safety, was that a general concern for her well-being, or a requirement because the studio felt she was in actual danger? She hadn't received another threatening note since the one her first night here, and she hadn't thought much of it since. But did the show know the threat had been sent to her? She hadn't mentioned anything about it. She hadn't put much stock into the threat, to be honest, but now she wondered if she should. Snow was unused to a horse's rocking lilt beneath her as she rode, but she supposed it made sense that their movement would sway her. Judd held his horse's reins in one hand and turned in his saddle, waiting for her horse to make its way toward his. And really, it was the horse leading the way, not her. She had indeed requested a day to recuperate after the fallout with Preston, and the studio had granted her 3 before arranging her date with Judd. She'd spent the time soaking in room service and some time at the beach, though admittedly avoiding the water thanks to her fear of it and inability to swim. They'd driven more inland to a beautiful vineyard in Spring Valley. Greenery surrounded the hacienda architecture at the ranch, which resembled something more like an oasis. The lush landscape was replete with smaller squat palm trees and oak trees with expanding branches. I've never been anywhere so beautiful, Snow said. Me either, Judd said. This isn't like the kind of ranch I'm used to, that's for sure. He gazed with admiration at the scenic surroundings. They'd started with a tour of the vineyard and a wine tasting. Snow had only sipped the delicious fruity vintage that had seemed to shine through her as it passed along her tongue. The wine had left her with a cozy, relaxed hum that undoubtedly made enjoying the surroundings that much easier. Then they'd exited the facility to find a pair of horses. 3, actually, one to accommodate their videographer. Saddled and ready for a ride beneath the shade of exquisite oaks and flowering bushes that added purple hues to the trail. People on TV make this look so easy, she said. Nothing about riding a horse is easy, Judd said. Once her horse made it to his, the two creatures took a casual stroll beneath the trees. Hector had dismounted and walked along their slow pace, filming. "How long have you been riding?" she asked, letting her body flow and lilt along with the horse's movements. "Since I was a colt myself," he said. "My mama's got pictures of me riding before I could even walk." "Is that what got you into the rodeo?" "My daddy was a pickup rider. Soon as I could, I was out there roping steers with the best of 'em." "Tell me about your buckles," Snow said. That was what cowboys earned when they won rodeos, wasn't it? Judd waved her off. "Nah." "No, why not?" she asked. He held the reins with one hand and rested the other on his thigh, as comfortable in the saddle as he could be. "I just don't want to dominate this conversation and get to bragging." "You're not bragging. But once I start talking buckles, I will be. When a person's won as many as I have, it sounds mighty prideful." He flashed a grin at her from beneath his wide-brimmed hat. She laughed. "I give you full boasting rights. This is a world I know nothing about. Go ahead and brag." He tilted his head, the brim of his hat scooping toward her. Snow was glad she'd gotten a hat of her own for this ride. She could understand the appeal, though she didn't need it now under the cover of the branches. They were great for keeping the sun out of her eyes. "All right, then. I've won over 200 buckles in events, and the money that comes along with it ain't too shabby." 200? Snow cast her gaze at his rope-like arms and sturdy build. Having never been to a rodeo before, she wasn't sure exactly how it played out, but she'd seen rodeos in movies. She could imagine how good he looked roping a steer or barrel racing or whichever event he excelled in. "Sounds like you need to show me some of your moves." "These aren't rodeo horses. These are trail riding horses." "There's a difference?" Judd's lips quirked. "There sure is. You try steering one of these nags to catch a stray bull, and they just might give out." He cast an arm to an open spread of grass in the protective umbrella of more trees. "I think this is a great place for our picnic, don't you?" Snow admired the well-manicured lawn and flower beds. Some of the flowers were foreign to her, but nonetheless breathtaking for it. "Looks lovely," she said. "How do I stop this thing?" Judd laughed, stopping his horse beside hers. "Pull up on your reins." "And say whoa?" "If you want to. I'm not familiar with these animals. Ain't too sure how they've been trained, but whoa usually works." "Whoa," Snow said. The prospect of removing herself from the animal was more daunting than she'd expected, but she managed to do an ungraceful flop back to solid ground. To his credit, Judd didn't say anything about her clumsy descent, but busily began laying out the blankets and distributing sandwiches from his saddlebags. Their time together passed in pleasant conversation about Judd's desire to own a ranch of his own one day, and Snow's ambitions of performing on the stage. By the time they cleared up their picnic and made their way to the facility, she felt as though she'd made a good friend. He helped her dismount this time, his firm hands on her waist, and then he offered her a hand. Snow slid her palm against his, but the touch held no effect over her other than a desire to take her hand back. This wasn't fair. Honestly, she wished she felt more for him than she did. He was handsome and kind, but as far as attraction went, there was nothing there. She couldn't see herself with him. Riding horses was a fun once-in-a-while activity, but for this man it sounded like it was his sole reason for living. After thanking their hosts, they made their way to the parking lot. Judd's steps slowed enough that Snow allowed hers to do the same until they paused together feet away from the car. "I sure had a nice time today," he said. "I did too." He removed his hat. "Mind if I steal a kiss, Miss Snow?" She couldn't help her smile. The question had been so timid, so hopeful, so completely adorable, even if a slip of regret sank into Snow's bones. "I don't think it's stealing if you ask first." "What would you call it then?" "Polite," she suggested. He let out a whistle. Saying it that way makes me feel like a boy saddling up for a put-down. Not at all, she said. I like your Southern hospitality. He'd been a perfect gentleman, and she'd felt completely safe with him. But one thing had been severely lacking. Though he was easy to talk to, there hadn't been any spark between them. She knew it was a long shot, but maybe a kiss was a good way to see if one might ignite. Go ahead and kiss me, cowboy. Judd grinned. He tilted his head, slipped his hands around her waist, and plunged his mouth onto hers more fervently than she expected. Snow gripped his shoulders, soaking in his sudden passion, allowing his lips to roam and enjoy the sensation of their mouths together until the otherwise unremarkable kiss broke. Judd broke away just as rapidly as he'd sprang and flashed her a triumphant grin. You sure are charming, Miss Snow Hendricks. Why, thank you, she said, slightly stunned. Snow knew this was the time to offer him the apple in her bag. But did she want another date with him? She only had a limited amount of apples to distribute to the men. Giving this one away now meant she wouldn't have one to give to someone else. She still hadn't had a date with Eric, Clayton, or Marcos, or Carter either, though he was so timid and quiet she wasn't sure they would make a good match together as it was. Hopefully, Judd wouldn't mention any kind of expectation for apples, at least not until they'd returned to the hotel. Something told her he was too much of a gentleman to do so. Judd opened her door only to reveal an unexpected sight. On the back seat of the car, a white envelope sat. Snow's heart fisted in her chest. She hurried to retrieve it and opened it to find another note, again pieced together with clipped letters from the magazine. You're running out of time. Leave now while you still can. What you got there? Judd asked, peering for a closer look. Nothing. Snow quickly folded the note with shaking hands. She peered around the parking lot looking for any sign of someone watching her. For some reason, she didn't want to show it to Judd, though she intended to pull Hector and the driver aside and ask each of them if they'd seen anything. The car hadn't sat unattended during the date, had it? Perhaps the driver had gone into the clubhouse while she and Judd were gone. Someone could have slipped this into the car then. Her blood pulsed through her body with noticeable throbs, extending the trembling from her hands to her entire frame. Who was sending these? Had whoever it was followed her and Judd out to the vineyard? Why? What was so bad about her being on the show? What did this person mean by intimidating her with these notes? Chapter 8. Hunter drummed his fingers on the steering wheel and took in the trickling line outside Rambler Elementary. Cassie was standing in a cluster of students beside her teacher. She bounced on her toes and waved to him when his car came into view. He loved his daughter's bracing, untamed excitement for life and prayed she wouldn't lose it as she got older. Ordinarily, his parents handled after-school pickup, but his mom had an appointment she couldn't miss. With Snow out on another date, things had been relatively quiet at the studio, so Hunter had gladly come. He could tell Cassie was excited at the surprise of him being there. "Hi, Daddy," she said, climbing into the back seat. "I didn't expect to see you here right now." "How was your day, baby?" He checked his mirrors and took the next opening into the main stream of cars exiting the school pickup area and headed for the street. "So great. Vivi brought a package of sour candies into the playground at recess, and she was charging people 25 cents a piece if we wanted some."
Sounds like Vivi is an entrepreneur,
he said, turning onto the street saturated with cars and school buses. "A what?"
It means she's a business owner. She thought of a way to make money.
"Oh, I get it. I bought 2 pieces."
Hunter chuckled. That's good of you to support your friend.
His phone pinged and the car deck read out the text. "You have a message from Eloise Sanchez." He tapped the play option and the computerized voice read, "We need to talk with Snow. Can you come to the studio?" "The studio?" Cassie exclaimed. "Can I come, Daddy?" He didn't want to go back to the studio yet. Hunter had been hoping to make an afternoon of it with his daughter.
I thought we'd go get some ice cream. It's not every day I get to pick up my baby girl from school.
His ex-wife, Cassie's mom, had taken off when Cassie was a baby. She'd left with another man while Hunter had been on active duty in the army and stationed in Iraq, saying she wasn't cut out to be a mother. He'd raised Cassie on his own with the help of his parents. "Ice cream is fun, but I want to go see the studio. Your new heartthrob could be there."
"You'd like Snow," he said.
"I like her name. Not very many people are named Snow," Cassie said with sweet innocence. "I wish we could see Snow."
"It doesn't really snow around here, does it?" Hunter said, concentrating and rerouting for the studio instead of downtown as he'd planned. "The studio it is. Maybe we can get ice cream after I see what Eloise wants."
He took the necessary exit. "What's the meeting about, Daddy?" Cassie asked. "Do you have to arrest someone?"
"I'm not a police officer," he said, smiling. "I'm a security guard."
"So you go with the contestants and keep them safe?"
"Not personally," he said, merging in with the rest of the afternoon's traffic. "I used to be a bodyguard, but now I monitor people's safety while they're on the set."
"That's why you're so good at karate."
"Krav, baby," he said. He'd been trained in hand-to-hand combat in the army and kept training in various forms of martial arts after. He'd also had experience being a bodyguard before he'd inherited Heartthrob magazine, but that wasn't necessary now. The police had been notified of the threats to the studio, which had arrived by mail, so of course there was no security footage of anything being delivered. The cheap missives hadn't gone beyond pieced-together notes like something Cassie might put together for one of her craft projects at school. They wrote a bit longer while Cassie asked questions about his job and he talked to her about her day. Finally, they pulled into the studio parking lot.
"We're here,"
Cassie said, unbuckling. "You know to wait for me before you get your door right."
"Yes, Daddy."
They'd had the talk multiple times when she'd been in the habit of bounding from the vehicle without him before he'd managed to cut the ignition. Together, the two of them went inside, taking the employee entrance. Though Cassie had been here many times, she still acted amazed at seeing the large pictures of celebrities and magazine issues that had performed well blasted on the walls. "I've got to go talk to Eloise for a minute," he said, guiding Cassie to the waiting area where they usually led people who came for guest appearances. It was a room where they could sit and watch the show, drink some water, check their hair and clothing before their time to come on. Cassie strode in and made for the brightly colored Lego table. Hunter knelt by her side. "You good here?"
"You bet."
She'd already started digging Legos out from beneath the table. "Remember to stay."
"Got it. Stay right here and don't leave until you come back. I've got my phone watch, remember, Daddy?"
She flashed her wristband at him. He kissed her cheek. You could never be too careful these days. "Good girl. I'll be right back." He left her and made for Eloise's office across the hall. Snow was in there. Her silver hair was braided down one shoulder, and she was a knockout in a button-up shirt with tight jeans and cowgirl boots. Attraction flared in his chest, catching Hunter completely off guard. She was riveting, as usual, and he'd had a similar reaction to her the last time they'd been in the same room together. But this was different. Snow was distressed. Her forehead was crinkled with worry. "Snow?" Hunter said. "What's wrong?" Eloise cleared her throat and stepped out from behind her desk. Chagrin washed over him. Hunter hadn't even realized the other woman had been in the room. He'd been too fixated on Snow. While returning from her date with Judd today, Snow found a letter on the back seat of the car. She offered a piece of paper to Hunter. He frowned and scanned over the threatening words warning Snow to leave the show. It was too similar to the ones they'd received at the studio to be mistaken for anything else. "Do you think it's one of the rejected bachelors doing this?" Eloise asked. Hunter rubbed his chin.
It's hard to say. The notes were happening before ties or Preston got voted off, Snow said. That startled him. Notes? Plural? You've had more like this? Only one other, Snow said. It was in my suite the night before the show started. Eloise muttered under her breath and raised a hand to her forehead, turning away to pace before coming back. Maybe you were right. We can't continue, she said. We should cancel the season. I think we should let Snow have a say in that decision, Hunter said, turning to Snow. How are you feeling? Threatened? A little frazzled, she said, her eyes fixated on a single spot on the wall before meeting his. Maybe you could check with the driver to see if he saw who placed this there. I did. He was napping in the front seat during your date, Eloise said. Hunter couldn't say he blamed the driver for taking a break, but was there some other way to keep tabs on the vehicle while he rested? Install a camera? Was the driver the only other person with you? Hunter asked. Yes, and the videographer. Today it was Hector, but I can't see him doing anything like this. Besides, he was with Jed and me the whole time. Hunter had worked with Hector for several years. He was trustworthy. Eloise rifled through something on her desk and then offered Hunter the other notes they'd received. He sifted through them, categorizing details in his head. 2 for the studio and 2 directed personally at Snow. These could be nothing more than idle threats, Hunter mused, but the last thing I want is for you, or anyone else, to get hurt. We can cancel the show and call out the threats on national news. That might put a stop to this. You can't cancel, Snow said, gesturing to him. You've already put so much into this. Hunter knew that as well as anyone. The countless dollars spent on plane tickets and wardrobe. Alir's weren't cheap hotels, so footing the bill to put her and the other bachelors up while they stayed through the duration of the show wasn't cheap either. And then there were the costs of the dates, the salary of the cameramen and crew. So many people relied on this show for their livelihoods. That's nothing compared to people's safety, Hunter said. From the look of these, whoever sent these is targeting you. He would not stand for that. The show needed to be canceled. Hunter would talk to production. They would take all the necessary steps. No amount of magazine subscriptions was worth this. I've had a great time getting to know the men on the show, Snow argued, and I haven't found my Prince Charming yet. Hunter was startled at her pronouncement. Prince Charming at the cost of what? Your life? Their lives? Nothing has happened yet, Eloise interjected. Forget what I said before. I say we keep going. See if we can track things a little better. See if we can track who's leaving the threatening notes. The decision ultimately was Snow's. Hunter stared her down. She stared right back, and her eyes were incredible. Who had violet eyes and silver hair? Awareness trickled through him once more. She was gorgeous. His body responded to her in a way it hadn't in a long time. The hair was probably dyed for all he knew, and she could be wearing contacts, but still, she was striking. Even if she wasn't the loveliest woman he'd seen in a long time, he wasn't sure how they could continue. Unless Snow had someone with her at all times. Someone to scope the perimeter, to keep tabs on the outskirts of her date's locations. Someone trained to notice suspicious activity, and better still, someone trained to handle it. The idea struck Hunter with a desire to move, to act. Cassie may have had a point in her question earlier. Being a bodyguard wasn't in the job description, but Snow safety was, and Hunter had the necessary skills and training should these threats come to physical force. He made the decision in an instant. Okay then, if we proceed, I will accompany you on your date starting now. Consider me your bodyguard as well as head of security. Snow's lips parted, her hands going limp at her sides. You? Why? I'd like the answer to that myself. Eloise said. She sniffed and lifted her chin. Hunter stared them down. He could explain his thought process and prove his qualifications, but that was unnecessary. When it came down to it, he was the perfect man for the job for one reason. Because I'm the only one I trust right now, he said. Chapter 9. Snow was growing tired of her hotel room, but she opted to stay there the following day, needing a safe space to process the discussion she'd had with Mr. Bradley and Eloise. She didn't want to worry her parents by calling them, but she needed someone to talk to. She couldn't help but replay Mr. Bradley's final statement in her mind before she'd been escorted to her suite. What had he meant? Did that mean he didn't trust Eloise? Or perhaps he suspected the threatener was one of the bachelors. Perhaps her. Did he suspect that she would stoop low enough to leave herself threatening notes just to add a little kink in the works? She'd meant it when she'd said she wanted to find her Prince Charming. She wanted to fall in love, desperately and wholly. Her parents were blissfully happy together. Snow didn't think it was too much to expect the same future bliss, too. The monetary prize at the end would also be nice. It would allow her the freedom to live as she wished while searching for acting jobs. But she wasn't doing this for money. She was in it for love. If she said the word, they would cancel the show, that much she knew. But would the threats stop even if they did? What if this person continued to antagonize her? At least this way she had Mr. Bradley, Hector, and the others with her, along with the benefit of the video feed for proof. They could have the chance to catch whoever the culprit was while he or she was at it. Snow considered calling Juliet, but she couldn't disclose anything to her. Juliet didn't have clearance. After her last conversation with Lily, however, Lily had gone through the effort of signing everything that she needed. Snow tapped the call icon, and soon her screen filled with the familiar sight of her childhood friend's face. Lily's vibrant red hair was still in its pixie cut, not the typical look you'd expect from a princess, but then Lily wasn't your typical princess. She and Henrik had clicked from the start. Lily had told Snow that had been one reason Henrik had chosen her for his bride, because they had an unmistakable connection. Snow longed for something like that to happen to her as well. She craved to be adored, to have a man she could talk to, someone she could laugh with, someone who got her jokes and didn't mind her stringent diet or penchant for exercise. Someone who she could find solace in, someone who would let her be the same for him. She wanted a friend, a lover, a husband, a forever, a perfect fit, or as perfect as she could get. While the men on the show were nice so far, while there had been a few tingling moments, like when Carter had whispered in her ear or Judd had shown up at her door with flowers, none of them struck her as a genuine connection yet. That didn't mean it wouldn't happen, though. She was determined that it would. This show was more than merely a playful endeavor to entertain an audience. It was her life right now, and she was in it for love. She couldn't let go of that for some suspicious notes. "Hey, Lily," Snow said. "Snow, how are you? How are things going on the show? I got my clearance. It looks like you're at the San Diego Allure, aren't you?" Snow peered out the window at the incredible paradise in view, the hotel's opulent gardens and a glimpse of the sea beyond. This destination could be anyone's dream. Yeah, and it's amazing. It's located right across from the studio, which makes it perfect. I can walk within close distance to a lot of amazing things here, just not by herself. Then why don't you sound more excited about it? Lily's tone was a little too cautious. Snow sighed, turned, and sank onto the couch, tucking her foot beneath her. She met her friend's concerned face on the video chat. "Things are a little crazy right now, and I'm not quite sure what to do about it." "Believe me, I know crazy. What kind of crazy?" Lily's ex had gone nuthouse and held up the Von Frosk family in their home in Envar at gunpoint. She definitely understood crazy. Someone is making threats to the show, to me.
You? Why?
I don't know. I found a note warning me to leave the night before the show premiered. Then another one showed up on my seat in the car after one of my dates. When I showed the producers, it turned out they'd been getting threatening notes at the studio too.
Do you think the threats are serious?
Nothing has happened so far,
Snow said, remembering the way Mr. Bradley had said the same thing earlier.
but that doesn't mean it won't.
You should back out, Lily said. Trust me, nothing is worth risking your life over. Go to the police. Make it as public as you can. Hiding things like this away will do you no favors, and you can't mess around when you're dealing with psychos with hidden agendas.
You would know.
Yes, I'm serious. I wish I'd taken action sooner than I did. I kept everything Damon was doing, the threats, the demand for money, to myself out of fear. But really, I should have been straight up about it all. People could have helped me. I'm telling you, you need to walk away. Talk about the threats. Tell people what's been going on. The more light that's shed on this situation, the less likely the nutcase doing this will actually follow through.
Her tone was insistent and vehement.
Snow appreciated her friend's opinion, but she still didn't see how she could leave now. Honestly, what can I do? Go home? Always wonder what might have happened? What if it turns out to be nothing? What are the producers saying they'll do about it? Lily said. The owner, Mr. Bradley, and Eloise, the producer, are discussing it. At first, Eloise suggested we cancel the show, but the owner is inclined to let it continue, if only to show whoever this is that he can't be bullied. He's already gone to the police with this. He's going to have an officer on set, and there's already security in the building, but he wants to make sure police are with me on my dates, and Mr. Bradley is going to come too. Lily paused on the other end for so long, Snow thought the call had dropped. Then she said, "Why does it sound like something is going on between you two? Is he one of your contestants?" What had made Lily think that? Mr. Bradley he's going to be my bodyguard. Your bodyguard? He's head of security like Ethan, that's all. But Ethan wouldn't offer to be someone's bodyguard. It sounds like this Mr. Bradley is into you. Heat smashed into Snow's cheeks. Mr. Bradley was good-looking, but so were each of her bachelors. He wasn't doing this because he was into her. He is not. Except, was he? It's just because he's made of iron, Snow said. Lily's tone was incredulous. Made of iron? I mean, he's thick, muscular. Hot, you mean? More heat in the face. Stop. Hunter looks intimidating, not like someone you'd want to mess with, that's all. Lily's mouth gaped open with bemused skepticism before she closed it as if to say, "Sure, that's all it is." Thankfully, she changed the subject. Is intimidation going to be enough? Maybe he can find out what this person wants. Maybe you could do an episode about it, about encouraging whoever is making the threats to create a list of their demands, so you have a better idea of who you're dealing with. That wasn't a bad idea, and it might be something the studio or the police can track. Exactly. Although this person has been pretty discreet so far, we haven't been able to track anything. No fingerprints, no saliva on the envelopes. Eloise had verified as much in a text she'd sent after Snow had left the studio. Snow had asked for more details, and Eloise had answered her questions with succinct replies. "What do you want to do?" Lily asked. "We can send Ethan out there if you want." "No thanks," Snow said. Lily's brother Ethan had been protective of them when she and Lily had been growing up in Vermont. He'd done brotherly kind of things, joined the military, and then it was no surprise when Ethan had come home from active duty and taken up a job as a security guard. But one security guard turned bodyguard was enough. "It's fine, really," Snow said, "and I'm not quitting, I'm staying." Lily's expression turned steely. "As long as you think you'll be safe." "I will be.
I think we need to show this bully they can't win. You're right about publicizing everything. That will make a big difference and probably help the show's ratings too, which I know Mr. Bradley is going for. You keep talking about him like you know him personally, Lily said. Calling him Mr. Bradley sounds like a cover-up. Snow grew exasperated. Nothing is going on with him. Lily remained unconvinced. Yet he seems pretty personally invested in you. How old is he? What's his first name? Snow's cheeks scorched. Where was all this heat coming from? His name is Hunter Bradley. He's in his early 30s, maybe. Not bad. What does he look like? He's handsome, Snow said. The startling, locking, ensnaring, can't-look-away quicksand kind of handsome. She thought again of the way he'd watched her during their conversation. He had been keen on her. He'd fixated his warm brown eyes on her, and his attention only intensified as the conversation continued. It'd only been because he was concerned for her safety. She hadn't thought anything more of it. Until now. Thanks a lot, Lily. Lily's grin grew. I get it. Get what? You and Hunter Bradley, she taunted. Will you stop? He's not one of the contestants. He's a security guard. He owns the show, that's all. How many times did Snow need to say it? Lily's smirk didn't leave her face. Just because he's not a contestant doesn't mean he's not up for grabs. Snow shook her head, wishing she could shake away the storm coalescing in her midsection as easily. I don't know anything about him. I'm focusing on Carter, on Eric and Clayton and Marcos. They're my potential Prince Charmings. Whatever you say, but if Hunter Bradley is gorgeous and wants to protect you, sounds like the kind of man I'd want by my side. Did I ever tell you about the time Henrik confronted my ex? He was brutal and so confident. He radiated masculinity and made me feel more valued than I ever had before. You want a guy like that, Snow? I'll find him, she said, even if it didn't happen here on the show. Then again, that was the agreement, wasn't it? That she would find her true love here? Preston and Jed hadn't panned out, but there was still time to get to know the others. How is wedded life? Snow asked. Lily gushed on and on about how gallant Prince Henrik was, how they were turning the wishing well behind his castle home into a national monument, and how she was struggling to keep up with everything it took to oversee the castle's staff. It's a good thing Henrik's mom is around to help me, Lily said. I still have so much to learn. Sounds like you're getting there, though. Snow's phone pinged with another message from Eloise. She glanced briefly at it before turning her attention to her friend. Hey, it looks like Eloise and Mr. Bradley want to meet with me, and I'm assuming it's about the threats. I'll be in touch, okay? Oh, Hunter Bradley wants to meet with you. Shut up, Lily laughed. Okay, good to chat with you. You stay safe, got it? I will. Thanks, Lily. Snow ended the call and placed her phone on her knee, staring at the black TV screen at the other end of her suite's seating area. Lily's taunts rampaged through her mind. Hunter Bradley couldn't possibly be into her. Could he? He was only looking out for her well-being, yet the idea that he could be secretly admiring her made her stomach somersault. It doesn't matter, she told herself. It's just her speculation, that's all. From Eloise's message, it sounded like they were preparing to shoot an interview that would be shared intermittently throughout the week about the show's progress. Snow got dolled up, dressed in an ice blue blouse, fitted jeans, and silver heels. It seemed the studio wanted to play up the silver in her hair and her proclivity for cool colors, which Snow didn't mind in the least. Hector stopped in her room for the last few minutes she spent preparing. Just before going out into the hall, she gave him a thumbs up, opening the door, and stopped. Snow's heart lurched. Mr. Bradley leaned against the wall across from her door, arms cut across his chest and long legs crossed at the ankles. He was dressed to kill, in a blue button-up dress shirt, dark slacks, and a dark tie, and he cast her a look that would either devour her or was meant to warn away anyone who dared to come too close. It's only because of Lily, she told herself. She hadn't thought twice about him before, but Lily's remarks about him being hot, about something going on between the two of them, wouldn't leave Snow's mind. She also found herself looking at him differently than before. She'd noticed he was nicely built and that his face was nothing to frown at, but now she couldn't help but take in the sight of his attractive features in a more proper, noticeable way. "Don't even go there, Snow Hendricks," she chastised. "He's not there for you to gawk at." "Mr. Bradley?" She wouldn't call him by his name, not after what Lily had said. This was purely professional, that was all. He straightened to his full height, a good several inches taller than her 5'6". The magnitude of his proximity ignited awareness all through her body, and she cursed herself for the fact. "Eloise messaged me too," he said. "She said you needed to head back. I thought I'd accompany you to the studio." "Are you sure that's necessary?" "After our previous discussion, yes. I told you, I'm not letting you out of my sight if I can help it. Which is why, under the circumstances, I think you should call me Hunter." There went her resolve. "Hunter," she said. Speaking his name sent flurries through her. It was too strange, too intimate. She suspected it had something to do with his request. He wanted to be more than acquaintances. "It's nothing, purely professional." "Thank you, but please don't put yourself out." "I would be putting myself out if I ignored this threat, Snow," he said. "I would never forgive myself if anything happened to you while you were under my care." Was she under his care? She supposed that was the case, but she'd signed agreements and contracts. He didn't owe her anything extra. But the thought still sent a shudder through her. "Thank you," she said. "Are you staying at this hotel?" She'd thought he was local, seeing as how he owned Heartthrob's Most Wanted. "I am now. Just checked in a few doors down from yours, actually. So if you have any problems, you'll find me in room 9012. Here is my personal number as well." He slipped her a business card, "in case you have an emergency reason to contact me." Snow took his proffered business card with tentative slowness. Bad idea. Bad idea. It wasn't only the awareness flaring up between them. He'd moved into the hotel to be close to her. Did that mean he really thought something was going to happen to her? "I don't know what to say," she said. "You don't have to say anything." Snow's entire body hummed. This was new territory. She'd never considered herself in enough danger to warrant a bodyguard or for drastic measures like this to be taken. Suddenly, she was glad Lily had given her the advice that she had. "Mr. Bradley, Hunter, I talked with my friend a few minutes ago. She suggested we take everything public." "Which friend?" "Lily Von Frosk. She signed the non-disclosure agreement so we can trust her." "Are you sure?" He was taking this a little overboard in Snow's opinion. Still, she humored him and answered instead of dishing out the snarky thoughts flooding her brain. He was taking her safety seriously. She needed to do the same. "She lives in Envar. She's married to the prince and has been my friend since we were kids back in Vermont. I highly doubt she has any reason to attack me or the show. You can trust her." He visibly relaxed. "Okay then, what were you saying? She thinks we should take this public?" "Yes," Snow said. She led the way to the elevator. The cramped cage compressed the two of them to its center, while Hector stood to the side. Heat radiated from Hunter, and Snow was only too glad when they made it to the lobby and headed toward the exit doors. Chapter 10. The warm May sunshine kissed her skin. She needed some warmth that had nothing to do with her new bodyguard, especially not only after the air-conditioned hotel, but the chill of possible danger. The sunshine, the palm trees, the press of cars and flowers fed life to her soul in ways she hadn't realized she needed. He hadn't responded to her desire to go public, so she mentioned the subject again. "Wouldn't going public with the threats make sense?" she said. "The more attention we draw to this, the more security and eyes you'll have watching over the situation. It'll bring publicity, and that might be the last thing this threatener wants."
Or it could be exactly what the threatener wants,
Hunter said pensively, walking with her and Hector across the street to the studio. Chained fences surrounded the building, and a large satellite was situated on top. Hector wasn't recording right now, and for that Snow was grateful. Hunter was already confusing enough as it was without having footage of him with her on TV, too. What if they want whatever they plan to be as public as possible? It still couldn't hurt to draw attention to everything that's been happening, Snow said.
And if it turns out to be nothing,
Hunter said,
we'll look like the boy who cried wolf.
"So what?" Snow said. "Didn't he say he would do everything he could to protect her?" "Is there anything in my contracts that says I can't disclose threats if they come to me?"
"Not exactly."
"Then I'm going to shine some light on what's happening." Hunter's steps were the only sound on the sidewalk. He opened the studio's front door and held it for her.
"All right, then,"
he said. Snow stared him down. "I wasn't asking permission."
"I wasn't giving it, I was just—"
He paused to think before continuing.
"If you were someone I cared about, if you were my sister, or if something like this ever happened to my daughter, I would want the same thing. I would want to draw as much attention to the situation as I possibly could."
This was news to her. The strain in her shoulders seeped out. "You have a daughter?" She entered the studio. Hunter held the door for Hector before joining her.
"I do. She's 8. And she's a firecracker. Her name is Cassie."
"That's sweet," Snow said. She could picture this handsome, stoic, stern man as a father. The idea made her think of her own father. Daddy was the opposite of Hunter. No steel, but softness. Between him and Mom, Daddy was the pushover. Snow could always go to him for sympathy or as an attempt to get Mom to bend on an issue. Something told Snow Hunter was firmer and more resolute. "I haven't told my parents about any of this," she said.
"What will they want you to do?"
Snow considered this for a moment. Her parents had been fiercely encouraging of her throughout her entire life. They provided music lessons, opportunities for performing in plays, and even karate lessons. "I think my dad will tell me to put my few karate lessons to good use."
Hunter laughed. "I pity the poor fool who dares to mess with you."
He greeted Heidi at the reception desk, and Hunter asked if anything had come in the mail. "Nothing, sir," she said, "but Eloise is waiting for you in the waiting area." She pushed a button to beep them in.
"Thank you, Heidi."
Hunter held the door again for Snow and Hector, and they made their way to the waiting room she'd come to her first day in San Diego. A TV screen was situated around a comfortable couch set up. Several mirrors were available for visitors to check their look before appearing on the TV. There was a play area for children and a shelf offering several children's book titles as well. Eloise stood from the couch. One finger pointed to her ear to indicate she was on the phone with someone. She ended her call and then turned to Snow.
"Good, you're here. And you?"
"I accompanied Snow from the hotel. Wouldn't want you to trip on your way across the street." Eloise slid Hunter a derisive glance. Snow's brows leapt up. She hadn't sensed animosity between the two before, but was there some kind of conflict between them? From Eloise's exasperated tone and mannerisms, something told Snow she was uptight and on edge. Considering the circumstances, that was understandable, but why be mad at Hunter for wanting to help her? Hunter brushed it off. He either hadn't noticed Eloise's frustration or wasn't putting any stock in it.
"Snow and I were talking on the way over here. We'd like to take the threat situation public."
Eloise's eyes widened.
public? Why? Snow feels it would be best to have as much publicity in her favor as possible. Redness blotched Eloise's cheeks. We're 5 days in. Ratings are skyrocketing right now, sir. You don't want to do anything to interfere with that. Why would publicity interfere with ratings? Snow said. If anything, this will help the show. I'm just saying. I hope you're prepared for the backlash that will come. Snow suspected that backlash would be something Eloise would have to deal with. Just how much pressure was Eloise under? Just more PR, right? Snow said. I'll be available to answer questions and that kind of thing if it helps. And with Hunter accompanying me on the dates with the bachelors, everything will probably work out just fine. Eloise planted a hand on her hip. Then why do we need to bring it up? Because this is part of my reassurance that everything will be fine, Snow said. She'd never gotten agitated with Eloise before, but why was she so against this? Eloise huffed. She pivoted, lifted her hands as if to say whatever, and turned to face Snow again. Are you ready to proceed with the interview? Eloise said, still slightly aggravated but trying to mask how much. Amira is ready for you. Viewers will want an insider update about your feelings that they don't get from just watching you with the contestants. I'm ready if you are, Snow said. Eloise lifted her chin. Why wouldn't I be ready? She gave a fake smile and a simpering laugh. She tossed a hand in Hunter's direction as though expecting him to join in on the joke. You look a little flushed, Snow smiled. She wasn't going to hold anything back, not when it came to so many people's safety. This wasn't just about her. Yes, she'd gotten threats personally, but so had Hunter in the station. This threatener needed to know they wouldn't go quietly, no matter how much that upset the producer. Eloise flashed her a look. I'll meet you in the H room. We both need to get mic'd. Snow waited until the door closed behind her before turning to Hunter. Do you think Eloise is in on it? She seems so put off by the idea of talking about the threats on the show. Eloise is extremely good at her job, Hunter said. His scowl was back in place. Was he bothered by Snow's accusation or just gruff as a rule? She's well paid to be put off about sudden changes. She is extremely thorough and organized, and I like that about her. Snow wasn't sure she could agree with him. Then again, she didn't know Eloise quite as well as he did. What about the other contestants? Have you contacted Ty's and Preston to see if either of them know anything about the threats? We have. So far, neither of them have given off any kind of helpful direction. Snow nodded. Okay then, guess I'd better head to the stage. She didn't wait for his reply, but made her way through the door, across the main area, and to the smaller recording studio known as Room H. Eloise had her clipboard in hand and was currently talking to the cameraman and laughing about something. The previous contention that had been in her expression vanished. She acted as though the conversation had never taken place, even going so far as to smile at Snow. Okay then, maybe Eloise had come to terms with what Snow intended to do. Hector approached Snow. Hey there, he said in his usual way. Hi, Hector. Ready to get your voice on? Mic me up. She lifted her arms while he situated the little mic onto her person and secured it to the back of her pants. You're all set. Several others were in the room, including a man sitting at a soundboard, talking into his headset, and Amira, who would be conducting the interview. Snow wondered what her dates were doing right now. Had they also had interviews? She'd seen Carter and Eric in the hallway and suspected as much. They'd waved in a friendly manner to her, and Carter had kept peering back at her as he'd walked toward the exit. Amira took her place on the longer couch, facing the center camera. She signaled for Snow to take the armchair beside her and fluffed her hair. She looked poised and refined in a pair of cut-off pants and a striped cream blouse, her mic visible on her collar and her brown hair swirling at her shoulders. We're talking about the dates you've had so far, Amira said as the cameraman slid their equipment into position.
One camera was facing Amira, one focused on Snow. Snow sank into the chair. Sounds good. Amira tapped a hand to her ear and spoke with the person on the other end, and the cameraman counted down from 5, neglecting to finish. Snow's heart caught and then pounded a little faster as it always did before a performance. She counted the remaining pulses in her head, and then Amira put on her hostess face. Pretty smile, genuine magnetic personality. Check, check. Hello, America. We're here with Snow Hendricks, belle of this season's Heartthrob's Most Wanted. Snow is about to give us all an insider update on how things have been going so far. Hi, Snow. Hi, Amira, Snow said, keeping her attention on the other woman even though she sensed the camera zeroing in on her. You've been on Heartthrob's Most Wanted for how long now? It's been almost a week. Amira beamed. And this marks your 3rd date with the handsome Seven. It sure does. You've voted off Preston and Ties. That leaves you with Marcos, the massage therapist, Clayton, the dietitian, and our construction manager, Eric, the bronc-riding cowboy Judd, and Carter, the software technician. Do you have any of these men in your sights? Any man you're starting to lean toward? Her expression shifted to coyness, to secretiveness, and she leaned toward Snow as if wanting the succulent news. Snow hated this question. Undoubtedly, each bachelor was watching or would be watching, and no doubt was waiting with bated breath to hear what she'd say about them. You went on a date recently with Judd, right? Amira prodded when Snow didn't respond. Yes, Judd took me horseback riding. And any sparks? I had a nice time with Judd, but I'm not sure if he and I are a good fit, Snow said. In all reality, she didn't want to talk about the guys. This dangerous situation was ruining everything. This was what the show should have been about for her, selecting her Prince Charming. Instead, she was dealing with threats. But I don't want to talk about the men right now. Oh, you don't? Amira's face fell. You've been on 2 dates. You only get 7 in order to find your Prince Charming. That means you must be considering a life with at least one of the handsome guys vying for your attention. Of course I am, Snow said, but it would be easier to concentrate if I wasn't dealing with threats. Amira's smile slipped before she hitched it back into place. What kind of threats? Eloise was going to throttle her after this, but Snow didn't care. She wasn't going to stay silent. I've received several notes threatening me to leave the show. I also recently found out whoever is sending these notes is intimidating the studio itself. Oh my goodness, Amira said, sinking back. Nothing has happened, yet, and we want to keep it that way. So I'm here with you because I want the world to know. We aren't going to keep this quiet. Amira gaped at her. Nor should you. I don't blame you for having a hard time focusing on your dates. And they're extremely good-looking men, so you know that's saying something, Snow said with a smile. It wasn't that she wasn't interested in any of the men, far from it. But how could she concentrate on dating until the threats were addressed? Yes, they are. I wouldn't mind some time with a few of them myself. Oh, goodness, am I allowed to say that? She laughed. Snow could tell Amira was trying to keep things light, but levity wasn't going to get the message across. She turned to face the camera directly. As there were 2 of them, she wasn't sure which one to focus on, so she picked the camera closest to her. I'm telling you all this now. I won't go down without a fight. I'm here to find true love. And I don't appreciate coming to my room to find notes there. America isn't going to stand for you attacking this show and these innocent people, because it's not only me you're targeting. So back off. We're telling the police, we're going public, and if you try anything, you're going down. The tension in the studio was thick enough to slice. Amira gaped at Snow, open-mouthed. Behind the camera, Lewis gave her a thumbs up. Snow settled herself back onto her chair. Amira's brows popped and she shook herself. That's a strong message, because I want to get my point across. Amira cleared her throat and found her smile again, but it was too forced to be legit. Really, Eloise should have prepped the poor woman. She'd known what Snow was about to say. Why hadn't she mentioned anything to Amira? You are extremely admirable, and getting back to the show, she said, adding a little wobbly laugh with it. This woman hadn't been briefed at all for how to handle this situation. Snow would have to apologize later. You will have to decide who your third date will be. Any idea of who's next? It's going to be a hard decision for sure, Snow said. I feel like a date with each man just isn't enough time. I wish I could have more time getting to know a few of them better. Amira's lips pressed. And who are we talking about now? Well, the only time I've spent talking to Clayton was during our time in the gym, and I haven't spoken with Marcos much at all, but he's always so smiley. He seems like a bright light to anyone's dismal day. Carter is so kind and soft-spoken, and I like that about him, too. You will have to narrow it down eventually, Amira amended. That's true. Snow stared at her hands. So tell us. Amira tapped her leg playfully, as if the whole awkward exchange hadn't taken place. Who is your next date going to be with? Though Snow couldn't see each individual face of the audience members who were watching this, she sensed the anticipation of the moment nonetheless. She imagined people viewing aptly, her bachelors especially eager to hear who she might say. If she said Judd, that meant she'd had a good enough time with him that she wanted more and was narrowing him down. But she'd meant what she'd said earlier. They hadn't hit it off. In all likelihood, she would need to vote him off soon. She would have already done so had the threatening note not appeared right after their date. What a tough decision. She'd liked how Judd had done something spontaneous in bringing the roses to her door, however, and that gave her another idea. I'd love to have the men surprise me. Whoever comes up with the most inspiring or striking surprise will get to take me out next. She brandished her most convincing smile since the interview had begun. And you're letting one or more of them go in the next ceremony, correct? I am, Snow said. Sad to say I am. That would have to be when she broke the news to Judd. After the kiss they'd shared, she suspected he thought Snow was more interested in him than she actually was. Can't keep them all to yourself, Amira said with a laugh. No, Snow agreed. They're all so amazing, they deserve to find someone too. Amira beamed at the camera, removing her attention from Snow entirely. You heard it, gentlemen. Snow wants to be swept off her feet, so make sure your next gesture is romantic, heartfelt, and unforgettable. No pressure. She laughed to punctuate the statement and then gave a few parting words before the cameraman signaled that the interview was over. Amira stepped off the podium without a parting word. Snow wanted to follow, but Lewis, the cameraman who'd given her a thumbs up, approached her before she had the chance and removed her mic. You've got guts, he said. I love what you just did. You just showed America's daughters how to stand up for themselves. Wow, I was only thinking of everyone's safety here. Have you been told of the threats? I've heard rumors, Lewis said, but not like that. To Snow's relief, Amira returned, looking slightly frazzled but not upset. Me neither, Amira said, smoothing a hand over her stomach. I'm glad you said something. I'm sorry I caught you off guard like that, Snow told her, gripping her hands. I should have given you some kind of warning. I told Eloise what I planned to say. I thought she would have mentioned it to you. Amira nodded, tapping a finger to her ear, and Snow waited. She knew these crew members had to keep a tight ship to make sure things ran smoothly around here. It's okay. I'll see you the next time, Amira said. I can't wait to see what the guys come up with for you. Snow smiled. I can't either. And she couldn't. Nothing like putting the guys on the spot like that. But really, that was what the show was about, wasn't it? Chapter 11. Snow hadn't given the men a timeline for surprising her. But the next day, she was pleased to find a bouquet of flowers on her doorstep with a card signed by Judd. Flowers must be his thing. Marcos delivered her a stunning necklace and offered to take her to lunch. Carter wrote her a poem, which he hand-delivered, and they walked around the hotel's garden for about 30 minutes before he walked her back to her suite. She was trying to decide which of them to ask out next, because both gestures were completely sweet, when another knock sounded on her door. Snow couldn't tamp down her smile. She fluffed her hair and opened the door to find a trail of flower petals in every shade of pink flurrying away. They settled again, only to continue trailing down the entire hallway. A little giggle leaked out. What did the other guests staying at this hotel think? She'd assumed they were apprised that Snow and her dates were here. Then again, maybe they hadn't been. Hector was ever at the ready while she bent to retrieve the note. Her misgivings momentarily flared into place. She thought of the threats and feared this might be another one, but this said, "Petals leave a trail to me, follow them to find me." Not exactly the most poetic, but she wouldn't hold it against whichever of the guys this was. She secured her door and traipsed toward the stairs. So far, though he told her not to go anywhere without him, Hunter didn't hover over her like she thought he would, and she wanted to keep it that way. He was too distracting if she were being honest. Besides, this wouldn't take long. She turned her attention to the camera, which fixated right on her. Someone took the time to leave a trail of petals down the stairs. I don't envy the custodial staff, she said with a laugh to the camera and then began to follow the trail down, watching as the petals reacted to her steps and floated upward before resettling again. The petals led on from the lobby level and out the side door. Snow wandered, wondering if this was from Clayton. Their sole interaction had been in the gym. Was he heading there now? But the petals didn't lead to the gym. They led to the pool? Warning nodded within her. She'd never announced her fear on live TV, but Snow had put her phobia of water in the qualifying application. She'd requested that no dates take place near any kind of depths. The restaurant over the ocean with Preston had been fine, but a swimming pool? Did Clayton want to swim with her? The contestants probably hadn't been informed about her water phobia. That was unfortunate. Now she had to ruin what would have been a thoughtful surprise. She exchanged a glance with Hector. "You going to follow it?" he asked. Might as well find out which one of them it is. She ignored the doubts in her stomach and scanned her card to open the door. The tiled floor around the pool was wet, as if a guest had recently gotten out. It made the petals stick, and she had to admit the surprise was losing its appeal. "Hello?" Snow called, hearing her voice echo through the large room that smelled of mugginess and chlorine. One of the hotel staff was there situating towels in the rack by the door. He gave her a little wave and then made for the door. "Another note," Hector said. A small, circular table was situated near the pool's edge. Sure enough, an envelope sat on its surface. The water was still and clear enough to see the pool's bottom. No one else seemed to be around. It wouldn't hurt to reach for the envelope. Still, she hesitated. Why would this person lead me to the pool? Hector shook his head and lifted his camera. She supposed that was her cue. Throat clogged, she approached the table, retrieved the envelope, and opened it. Within, the words were pieced together with letters cut from magazine articles. Snow's heart seized. "Bold move bearing your soul on TV. Be careful when push comes to shove." She barely peered up when two dark, masked figures appeared. One of them rammed hard into the cameraman. "Hector!" Snow shrieked, but she didn't finish the word. The other man barreled toward her, pushing her hard in the direction of the water. Snow didn't have time to think. The ground beneath her vanished. She plunged into the lukewarm water, panic gripping her lungs. Memories of failed swimming lessons and an episode of nearly drowning as a child created a cacophony in her brain. She flailed and kicked. She pushed against the water engulfing her. She pressed and grasped, her vision turning white with panic, with fear, with defeat. She couldn't die like this. But no matter how hard she tried, there was nothing to hold on to. She was sinking, fast. This was it. She was going to die. Chapter 12. Hector texted Hunter that he and Snow were heading down to the lobby. Hunter glanced away from his computer and saw some analytics that the research team sent over. He perused Hector's message only moments before snatching the key off his counter and heading out into the hall. He'd slipped out the first time Hector had messaged and found her walking with Carter. Not wanting to alarm her or upset anything, Hunter had hung back and watched Snow from a distance until she'd returned to her room. This time, he'd trailed behind Snow as she'd followed the flower petals. And thank goodness he had. He bolted to the pool as two men garbed in black shoved Hector in one direction and Snow in the other. He'd gone through her audition materials along with Eloise when they'd been deliberating, and a detail from Snow's papers thundered into him. She couldn't swim. According to the numbers in the tiles, this pool's deep end was 11 feet deep. Panic abounded. Hunter had a choice: chase the culprits or save Snow. He was torn for only a moment. She struggled beneath the water. He kicked off his shoes and went for her. She flailed and fought against him, but he hooked his arm around her waist and guided her to the surface. Snow was unresponsive as he returned her to the tiles. He hadn't had his CPR training in years, but he had been certified. He racked his brains, trying to remember the steps. "Call 911, he ordered to the desperate videographer, "and get footage of this now." Hector lifted his camera. A staff member entered carrying fresh towels, but at the sight of Snow in the urgency of Hunter's command, she dropped the towels and pulled out her phone, talking with the 911 operator. Hunter lifted Snow's chin. He turned her onto her side. If she'd taken in water, then it needed to get out. Luckily, that was enough. Snow's windpipe gurgled, and then water gushed from her mouth with gasps and coughs. She rasped several times, and Hunter smoothed her damp hair away from her face. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Hunter," she said with a weak breath. Her reaction, her voice calling his name, the thought of what would have happened if he hadn't been there, gripped him. "What happened?" he asked in desperation. She coughed a few more times. "I thought it was one of the contestants." "You thought who was? What happened?" "Pushed me. I followed a trail of flower petals and someone pushed me in." "Knowing you can't swim?" he said with striking realization. What was going on? Who was this person, and why were they trying to hurt Snow? She attempted to sit up, but her body sagged. Hunter hurried to catch her and hold her against him rather than let her collide with the tiles. They were both equally saturated. Water dripped down his chin and made his shirt cling to his chest. He smoothed her hair away from her face again, struck by her trembling form. One thing he knew: this had happened as a response to Snow's vehemence during her interview. "We never should have said anything. You issued them a challenge and they took it." She began to cry. He placed a hand on her shoulder and she gave in to the gesture, throwing her arms around him. He held her as tenderly as he could, keeping her close, wanting her to feel safe. I'm... Shh, he soothed, stroking her spine and cradling her. The center of his heart cracked open.
overflowing with pity, tenderness, and determination to protect her. Snow was no fragile creature, but she was human, and he couldn't stop thanking God that he'd been able to find her when he had. He would have to step it up from here on out. He would have to keep tabs on her as much as possible. That meant Cassie needed to stay at his parents' longer. Hunter made a mental note to contact his parents and let them know watching after Snow might be more extensive than he'd initially planned. Before long, medics burst through the door and gave Snow a good looking over. The police showed up as well, and Hunter explained what he knew of the situation. Eloise appeared, asking what was going on. Rather than showing any kind of sympathy for Snow's plight, Eloise acted haughty and, if anything, offended by it all. "This is what she gets for being so confrontational about it," Eloise said, folding her arms, her mouth pinching in distaste. Really? That was Eloise's initial reaction to attempted murder? Snow clung tighter to him, and Hunter's defenses flared. "Don't you dare imply that Snow did this to herself," he said. Eloise sniffed but didn't change her stance. She did. She should have kept her mouth shut. "You might need to take your own advice," Hunter said with purpose. It was good that he was holding Snow. After the medics were done and Snow gave her testimony to the police, she'd gone right back into his arms, and he hadn't minded one bit. Eloise glowered at him. Her penciled brows hung low over her eyes. "Snow never asked to be attacked," Hunter said. "We need to cancel the show." "Don't cancel anything," Snow said weakly, speaking for the first time since Eloise had entered the scene. She pushed herself away from Hunter and attempted to sit on her own. Reluctantly, he let her. The sight of her injected steel into his resolve all over again. Sopping wet, she was still beautiful, and he could never allow anything like this to happen again. "I think we're done listening to your opinions," Eloise said with confrontation in both her gaze and her tone. Hunter pushed himself to his feet. He needed more than his wits about him for this conversation. He needed a leg to stand on, so to speak, and sitting on the wet tiles near the swimming pool wasn't doing it. Snow copied him, climbing to her feet as well and moving as far from the pool as she could. She hugged her arms around her and meandered to the door. Hunter followed her out into the sedate lobby. She then traipsed to the stairwell, hugging her body, and stared at the show's producer and her savior as he joined her in the space. "Canceling now will be giving them what they want," Snow said, her voice sounding different in the stairwell now that they no longer spoke in the echoing swimming pool area. "You can't give in." Hunter couldn't believe this was Snow's stance. Someone had just tried to kill her, possibly because she was on HMW. Why else would this person have sent threatening notes to both Snow and the station? "You could have been killed," Hunter said. Her violet eyes met his, and something strung between them in the middle of that glance. It was as though Snow could see within him. She saw him as more than the outward appearance, his features and clothes and short-cropped hair. In that moment, he sensed that she saw him, Hunter Bradley, a father, a business owner, and a man who cared about her well-being more than he could explain. His insides shifted and rearranged themselves in a way he hadn't expected. Places he'd felt were strong previously went suddenly weak. "I wasn't," she said, her voice quiet but steady. "Thanks to you." He kept his gaze on hers. He felt a sudden pull to lift his hand and stroke her cheek, or worse, to hold her tightly to him once more. It wasn't only the fact that Eloise was around, witnessing their every move, but he had to keep himself in check. He cared about Snow, that was true. He'd cared about many people he came into contact with, and her safety was important because she was a person, not because she began to mean anything more to him. He couldn't allow that to happen.
He was happy as a bachelor and didn't want to get his heart broken again. Hunter attempted to keep his thoughts along those lines rather than treading toward more off-limits, dangerous territory, like the notion that his concern for Snow meant more than it should. She was his client, that was all, and he was obligated to keep her safe while she was featured on his show. He reeled himself in and considered his next steps, actions they could take to prevent anything like this from happening again. From the sound of things, Snow was avidly against canceling. The police had advised the same thing as well. They'd suggested the same thing Snow had insisted, that it would be easier to find the culprit if they kept the show going as usual. Be that as it may, Hunter didn't want Snow to be on her own. Not ever. As soon as Eloise left, Snow found herself back in Hunter's arms. She knew she should move away. She shouldn't let Hunter hold her as he did, but she couldn't seem to allow him to let her go. The truth was, she was shaken, completely and entirely frazzled. Of all the things she thought might happen at the end of the flower petal trail, she never thought an attempt on her life would be one of the results. But he'd saved her. Hunter had dived in and rescued her. She wasn't embarrassed to admit she was falling apart right now and would probably break into pieces if she moved away from him. So she held on to him all through the elevator ride up to their floor. She cradled into his side through the entire walk down the hall to her door, and she laid her head on his shoulder as they stood outside it. He was only her bodyguard. It was only because he'd just rescued her, nothing more. Even still, Snow got the feeling she wasn't the only one who wanted his arms around her. "Do you have a friend who can come stay with you?" Hunter said. "You can't ever be alone." His cheek rested against her hair. His clothes were as wet as hers, but he didn't seem to care. Snow's first thought was of Lily, but she was married and halfway across the world. That wouldn't work. She considered having her mom come here, but that wouldn't work either. Mom worked at a dentist office back in Vermont. Juliet could do it, though. She worked as a customer service rep for an internet search engine and could work from anywhere. "Juliet is one of my best friends. She would probably do it." "Excellent," he said, lowering his arms and moving away from her. Snow felt suddenly unhinged out of his embrace, but she did her best to hold herself together. "Give me her information," Hunter went on. "I'll see to it that she gets a flight here. From now on, she sticks to you like glue, because I obviously can't." He handed her her room key. "You must have dropped it," he said. "I'm assuming it's yours." She wouldn't have been surprised if she had. "Thanks," Snow said, returning to their previous topic. "Juliet won't be able to come until tomorrow at least," she said, and though she tried taking the key from him, he didn't release his hold on it. His forehead bent in thought, and he stared at their hands. Slowly, his brown eyes lifted to meet hers. "Considering our discussion earlier, this might seem like the most indecent of indecent proposals, but I meant it when I said I didn't want you to be alone. I'll stay in your room with you tonight." Stay with her? Her insides flipped. Snow managed to find her voice. "What about your daughter?" His face remained stern. "She's already at my mother's." Though Snow was ridiculously eager to have him as close to her as possible, she suspected this was the kind of situation that warranted an argument. There were so many reasons that having him stay in her suite was a terrible idea. "Are you sure? I don't want to jeopardize anything for you." "I'm the last person who can suffer from this situation," he said, releasing his hold on her room key. Snow folded the card in her fingers as her lip quirked enough to break his stoic expression. "My reputation is just fine. I own the company, remember? You are the one I'm worried about." "Why?" she asked. Snow couldn't believe how badly she wanted his answer. There was no explanation, yet she found she needed to know his reasoning.
Why what?
Why do you care so much? I refuse to believe it's because I'm your responsibility. Hunter pulled at his neck.
I don't know,
he said, sounding as though the reality of that answer troubled him more than he liked.
But I can't stand the thought of you getting hurt. You're a vibrant personality, Snow, and not just for TV. You radiate. You've got a glow and an inclination for positivity in life I haven't seen many others have. It would be a shame to let that light go out.
Snow could only stare at him. Was he this attentive no matter who his client was? She got the feeling that, thoughtful as he'd been, the emotion she'd felt behind his admission wasn't something he experienced with everyone. Chapter 13. Thank you, she finally said, gripping her room key. So, do you need to get anything before you come over? All at once, she was fidgety about this handsome, heroic man staying in her room for the night. It's no big deal, she told herself. He's only coming to keep me safe. The fact that he's steady and attractive and that I'm more aware of him now than I was before is completely irrelevant. Yes. His lips cracked out a little smile. He inclined his head in the direction of the room behind him. Come with me. I'll get my things and we'll come back to your room. Her steps moved seemingly of their own accord as she followed him in. Snow waited in his outer suite while he slipped into the bedroom and changed. She couldn't wait to do the same. Her wet clothes stuck to her like sap. He emerged several minutes later wearing a pair of jeans, a fitted t-shirt that did him all kinds of favors, and carrying a small black duffel bag. Good thing I haven't really unpacked any of this yet, he said, holding up his bag. She supposed, since he'd only just moved into the room a few days ago, that was to be expected. Snow admired the pictures situated around the TV. A framed portrait of an adorable girl with her dark hair bunched into 2 curly balls on top of her head. Is this Cassie? She asked. She's cute. Thanks, he said. His eyes burned with the word. He loved his little girl, that much was evident, which made the situation that much worse. In helping Snow, he had to step away from his responsibilities as a father. That wasn't fair to Cassie. You sure she'll be okay? Snow said, giving voice to her remorse about the situation. Without you, I mean? Hunter inclined his chin and offered that smile of his again. She's fine, probably having a fun time being spoiled by my parents. He gripped his bag and opened the door leading into the hall. Snow made her way toward him, but stilled at the sight of something new. A gun was holstered at his waist. A shaky exhale escaped her lips. Is that necessary? Hunter closed the door once more and placed a hand on the gun in its holster at his belt. I hope it won't be, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. In my experience, I prefer to be over-prepared than to be caught off guard. In your experience as head of security? She asked. It made sense that he would walk around armed and ready while scoping the station's grounds for potential threats. I've been a bodyguard for others before, and I started out in the police academy before that. This information helped her breathe easier. It was a relief to know she had someone caring for her and looking after her. The police force didn't appeal to you? At first it did. I inherited HMW from my grandparents and decided to take it on as head of security while letting Eloise and the others oversee the magazine and the show itself. So you're the owner, but you leave the management to others. Exactly. He gestured for her to precede him out the door. Shall we? Snow stepped out first, but after a few steps, she halted again. Hunter hooked a hand around her elbow and guided her to stand behind him, as he put his hand on his hip at the ready. A group of men filled the hall. Her gaze tripped from one to the next, taking in the bundles of pillows and blankets in their arms and the steady, assuring faces. She met their expressions one by one. Carter's sweet features, Clayton's chiseled jawline, beard, and steely eyes, Marco's pleasant face set with determination, and his typical smile. Eric's muscular arms folded across his chest. She pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth as chills skated over her entire torso. "What are you all doing here?" she asked. "We came to see if you were okay," Carter said, grasping the pillow to his chest. "No one hurts our girl," Clayton added. Eric, Marcos, and Judd nodded their agreement. Eric stepped forward and lifted his chin in a show of defiance. "If they try to get to you, they will have to get through us first." Tears stung Snow's eyes. She had no words to offer them. I don't know what to say." "Snow will be under my protection," Hunter assured them. The bachelors' gazes flicked toward him. They didn't back down. If anything, they seemed only more confident. "Can't hurt to have ours too," Eric said. Chills cascaded down her arms all over again. She worked to speak through the emotion in her throat. "This means everything to me. You all mean so much." One at a time, Snow made her way to each man, and wet though she was, she threw her arms around them. But she only made it to Eric first, before finding herself cushioned by the others who'd opted for a group hug instead. Eric held her firmly against him. She was thoroughly cocooned and had never felt safer than in this bizarre embrace. Eventually, they backed away, leaving her to exchange a meaningful glance with Eric, who hadn't sneezed once, before she stepped back. Snow eyed their pillows and blankets again. They weren't planning on camping out in her hall, were they? She wouldn't put it past them, these gallant, kind-hearted men. "Sleepover?" she suggested. The guys all whooped, and she grinned at them as they moved in to hug her again. She wasn't sure which of them wrapped her in their arms this time, but he lifted her to his chest while the others convened around her too. Snow couldn't help the floating sensation taking over her chest. She hoped the cameras were around to catch this touching moment, if only to show the world that she was okay, and she had a handful of handsome guards to keep watch over her that night. Snow opened her door to allow them all in. Clayton and Marcos entered first. Snow waited until they were all in before approaching Hunter, who had remained in the hall. He was frowning in disapproval and scowling at the men in her room as if they were monkeys. Did he disapprove of this so badly? He'd told her she shouldn't be alone. This should make him happy. Unless he was jealous. That couldn't be possible. "I guess this threw a wrench in your plans," she said. Hunter inhaled and pulled himself from his reverie. "How so?" Her brows elevated. They're all going to be with me, so you won't have to now." Hunter folded his arms across his chest. She couldn't help but notice his muscles swell as he did so. Those strong arms had saved her. This man had dived in for her, and she found that even with all the other men in her room, she didn't want Hunter to leave. "I'm not going anywhere, Snow." A little smile struck her lips. "You should join us too. I'm sure there will be cameras. We'll have plenty of witnesses if anyone tries anything again, but..." How could she admit that she wanted him there just to have him close? She couldn't frame the words. Snow wanted Hunter there as much, if not more, than any of the others. It could have been the gun at his belt and the additional protection having him near offered. It could have been Snow's gratefulness that he'd put himself at risk to save her. But she suspected it was something else. Something warm and fledgling. She couldn't turn him away now. Even if she did, she wasn't sure he would listen. "I told you, I'm the only one I trust," he said. "I'm not leaving your protection to anyone else." Did that mean he suspected one of her bachelors was the culprit behind the attack? Snow couldn't go there. None of the men in her room would hurt her. She was sure of it. Hunter had an iron set to his jaw. Snow shuddered. She desperately wanted to lighten the situation. She punched his arm. Or you just don't want to miss out on the fun. He startled, as if he hadn't expected her to make a lighthearted comment during a time like this. His left brow twitched. He was so solemn. Fun, huh? You bet. Sounds like we're having a party in there. She angled her head toward the door and tamped down the quiver in her jaw and limbs. Hunter's brows bent deeper, creating a crease in his forehead. He didn't move but continued watching her. What is it? She asked. How can you be this easygoing about everything, about what just happened? I'd think you'd be more rattled or something. I'm shaken up, she said, puffing out a breath. If he only knew how much. But I can't dwell on the fact that someone just tried to kill me, Hunter. I can't. Snow trembled and worked to keep herself from fracturing any further, or it's going to consume me. I've got to see this through, and even though you don't trust these guys, I do. She placed a hand on his arm. Hunter gazed at the touch before lifting his eyes to hers. They're good men. They don't deserve any of this either. Scowl in place, Hunter nodded. Without waiting to see if he'd follow, she entered her suite. The guys had brought her hotel room to life. Eric was perched on one side of the couch with Marcos on the other. Carter had taken the armchair. Clayton was scouring the place as if looking for bugs, and Judd had set his cowboy hat on the counter and rested on the stool. They chatted amicably, lightening the mood. Snow soaked it in. She needed this. She went into her room ready to change into some dry leggings and a baggy t-shirt and tie her hair back, only to find Hunter was there first, on his hands and knees, peering beneath the bed and the dresser, currently housing the large TV screen. What are you doing? She asked. Checking to make sure there's nothing sus in here. Snow shuddered. Would this person go that far? She supposed they didn't know what lengths they'd go to. Thanks. The guy's chatter filtered through the wall, and Clayton peered in through the door. Hey, Snow, he said. She pivoted in time to see him momentarily frowning at Hunter crawling along her floor. Yes, she said, as though this were completely normal. Clayton shook himself. We're going to order in. Anything sound good to you? Pizza? Pizza sounds amazing, she said. I know you have a particular diet. Veggie for you? Yes, please. Again, she was touched by his thoughtfulness. Really, Clayton would be a great fit for her. He was health-conscious and passionate about the way food affects a person's body. That was important to Snow. She needed to get her thoughts off Hunter. So what if she'd experienced the flicker of attraction with him? Never mind that she'd found herself craving his company or his arms around her. She had to keep her attention on her bachelors. Clayton would be the next one she asked on a date, she decided. Everything looks normal, Hunter said, pushing himself to his feet. He ran a hand over his short black hair. I think you should be good here. Thank you. The words didn't seem to be enough. This man had saved her. Sure, she was letting go of her fixation on him, but she couldn't let him walk out without saying something. Hunter inclined his chin and made as if to leave, but Snow reached for his arm. Her grip slid along his skin, finally clasping his fingers. The touch shot fire into her, a charge like she touched metal with static. The reaction was stark. Hunter didn't pull away. He peered at their joined hands and then deliberately closed his fingers over hers. Her heart was a racehorse as he brought his dark eyes to hers. I mean that, she said. answering the question in his gaze. I mean, thank you. Not only for inspecting my room for suspicious wiring or misplaced items, but... Her throat closed. She unexpectedly wished the other men weren't here, and she was grateful they were in the sitting room portion of the suite rather than witnessing this exchange. Hunter faced her and gave her his full attention. The air between them rippled with friction, with anticipation, like the touch of silk on fingertips and delicate feather-like cream on the tip of her tongue. You saved my life, she said. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Hunter cast his gaze across Snow's features, taking in her hairline, her brows, the line of her nose, before gazing at her mouth. Her awareness of him intensified. Snow was enwrapped in his glance as he met her eyes again, in the assurance of his hand holding hers, of the intense devour of his dark eyes. I'd do it all over again, he said, if it meant keeping you safe. Snow's mouth went dry. He gave her hand a squeeze before releasing it and treading out, leaving her alone in her room. Snow closed her bedroom door and leaned her forehead against it, her entire body quaking. She drew in a long inhale, attempting to convince her body to get it together and stop stirring itself into a muddle. Chapter 14. Snow hadn't expected Hunter's touch to affect her like it had, but the connection that had speared between them still sent shocks through her. She shook off its effects and closed her door. She needed to change, needed to think. She showered and cried under the water at the overwhelm of emotions coursing through her. Once she was done, she found her most comfortable clothes and slipped out to join the guys. Anyone have a game of Twister? Eric suggested, pushing the coffee table aside and laying his pillow on the ground to take up the space. Yeah, I keep board games in my pocket, Carter said. He'd opened up quite a bit and talked around the guys more than Snow had ever heard him. He'd been open during their stroll in the gardens, but not outspoken like this. We could check with the front desk, Snow said, tiptoeing through where Eric laid and where Marco settled himself with his back against the couch. He was staring at his phone, but lowered it as she passed. Judd moved to stand, but Snow waved him down. Sit, please, I'm just settling myself in here. Settle away, Judd said, swiping one of the decorative pillows before she sat on it. He slammed the pillow playfully against her. I'll fight back, you know, she said, taking a pillow of her own and bopping it across Judd's face. That's it. Eric lifted his pillow and dove toward Snow for a hit. She shrieked and retaliated, and soon an all-out pillow fight transpired. Everyone but Hunter joined in. He lingered near the door, sat on a stool by the bar, paced to answer when pizza was delivered, and then hovered on the outskirts as they all lunged for a slice. Hector hung to the sidelines as well, capturing footage and stopping for a bite of his own. Snow wondered about the videographer's family. Were they missing him? He didn't usually stay this late, but she supposed he couldn't pass up footage like this or he'd lose his job. Snow didn't fail to notice the intensity of Hunter's attention on her every time their eyes met across the room. And each time their eyes connected, she felt it all the way in her gut. Carter, who'd finished his pizza surprisingly fast, camped in his spot in the armchair. The others gathered too. The party turned solemn, the mood pensive. Snow roosted on the couch, cocooned between Marcos and Judd again. How are you, darlin'? Judd asked. We haven't really talked about the attack, but if you need to, we're here. Snow pressed her lips together and rested her hands on her knees. I'm not really sure. I'm okay, it's just, I never expected anything like that, you know. If I'd been there, I would have knocked those masked men to the tile, Eric said. I'm inclined to do that now. They will find who did this, Marcos added in an assuring kind of way. Don't worry. Thank you, She cast her gaze to each of them in turn. I can't tell you how much it means to me that you're all here, that you all care. Course we do, Judd said. Can't help caring about a woman like you, Miss Snow. She looked into Judd's green eyes, remembering his kindness during their date and the kiss they'd shared. She'd been ready to let him go before, but for some reason, tonight was different. Perhaps she was misfiring connection and gratitude that they were taking care of her, but still, how could she do this? I wish I didn't have to choose, she said, blushing under their stares and feeling Hunter's more than anyone else's. I know that sounds completely messed up because there's no way it would be fair to any of you for me to dangle you along. But you're all amazing. You've come to mean so much to me, and picking only one of you just might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Silence followed. Snow stared at her hands, feeling the weight of her predicament. Then Eric turned on some music. The music filled their thoughtful, pensive mood for only moments. Tears threatened at Snow's eyes again. She'd come to care for each of them so much. Saying goodbye was going to be more painful than she'd anticipated. A pair of socked feet approached hers, and a hand appeared in her periphery. Time to lighten this load, Eric said. Snow, would you like to dance? She smoothed the hand across her cheek and smiled at him. I'd love to. She took his hand and stood, moving into the space Carter cleared as he pushed the coffee table aside. The other slid the couch and chair farther back, making room. I just wanted an excuse to put my arms around you, Eric said, giving her a devastating grin. She laughed and placed her head against his chest. I'm glad. I need it. Eric led her in a small circle, and then Marcos cleared his throat. My turn? Snow met Eric's gaze as the song ended. Eric dipped his chin in her direction. Guess that's my time to bow out. For now. Snow turned to take Marco's offered hand. A faster song picked up, and rather than settling both of his hands on her waist as Eric had done, Marco slid a practiced hand to the small of her back, secured her free hand in his other, and guided her with knowing steps in a rapid salsa. You dance? Si, Marco said, leading her. Snow had no idea what she was doing, but Marco's steps were rhythmic and guiding, and she found she was able to at least feel like she was as talented as he was because he was so good at leading. She laughed, and several of the guys whooped as Marcos dipped her before whipping her to his chest. She stayed there, wrapping her arms around him. That was the most fun I've ever had dancing, she said in his ear. I can teach you more sometime. Marcos kissed her cheek. I saw that, Carter called out before pushing to his feet. My turn. Snow laughed and took Carter's offered hands. He slipped his arms around her waist and guided her in a steady circle. I don't have any moves, he said. I don't need them. Snow settled herself against Carter's chest. There was something comforting about his quiet presence, something she needed. Solace escaped from him and right into her bones as he held her, as the two of them swayed to the soothing rhythmic beat. It was so everything she needed that when the song ended she didn't want to pull away. What about you, Clayton? She said, smoothing her hair and offering him a hand. I admit I almost enjoyed just watching you more than wanting my turn. He rose and slipped his hands around her waist, pulling her abruptly close to his chest so a little squeak leaked from her lips. Almost. He dipped in to add in her ear. Snow fizzled under the soothing rumble of that word. She smiled at him and moved in time with Clayton. You're a stunning woman, Snow. Clayton rubbed his hand along her back. She admired the line of his well-trimmed beard and the softness in his eyes. Thank you, she said, noticing from her periphery that several of the others nodded their agreement. She should return the compliment. But how could she flatter one of them in front of the others when she felt roughly the same for each of them? Judd was last. He asked Eric to turn on a country song, and soon the 6 of them were lined up in the space in Snow's suite, thumbs hitched to their waists while they stomped and pivoted and yee-hawed in a line dance. Laughing, Snow hugged Judd once it was over. That single hug turned into another group hug, though she didn't miss how warm Judd's embrace was or how good he smelled. He yawned when the hug broke. Snow tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and searched for the clock. After midnight? We'd better get some sleep.
I could pull an all-nighter,
Eric said.
You go right ahead,
Carter said, slugging Eric's arm and fighting a yawn of his own.
In the meantime, I'll just settle myself on the couch. Oh, no you don't,
Marcos said playfully. A wrestling match resulted as the men fought over who would claim the one and only couch. Snow laughed, dodging legs and arms, and finally reverted to stand in the kitchen beside Hunter. One of the guys turned on the TV. It turned out Eric won the couch after all. Clayton, Judd, and Marcos positioned their pillows at the couch's base while Carter pointed in Hunter's direction.
Hunter didn't get a dance,
he said. Hunter lifted his hands and leaned his elbows on the bar behind him.
Oh, no, I'm good,
His eyes flicked to Snow's.
I don't get one.
Why not? She said, standing and offering him her hand.
You deserve a dance as much as any of us after your heroics earlier,
Clayton said, straightforward as ever. Several of the guys agreed, though Snow didn't miss Eric's scowl.
Go on,
Carter encouraged. Snow loved these men all the more for their inclusion and acknowledgement of Hunter. She offered a hand to her bodyguard once more. Hunter analyzed her hand.
I'm not one of your choices.
Please, dance with me. He hesitated only a moment before sliding his hand over hers and standing. A thrill coursed through her at the touch of his skin. It didn't matter that he was so different from her. She felt more energized being near him than she did with any of the others. Sounds from the TV blared, and Snow took Hunter's hand and led him to the space near the kitchen and the door, so Eric could continue sliding the furniture back into place.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Hunter's voice was uncharacteristically timid. She faced him, guided his hands to her waist so that she tingled beneath his touch. The slightest trace of uncertainty lingered in his expression, but he planted his gaze on hers. No, she said truthfully, but it's only fair, don't you think? You saved my life. Though he had to know that wasn't why she wanted this. Hunter lowered his hands.
I don't deserve any special treatment. Your attention should be on those guys.
It is, she said, but you deserve a dance, and I need this too. Hunter swallowed. A battle was taking place inside of him, evident in his own conflicted expression. He stood long enough before her. She thought he might deny her request, but then his hands returned to her waist. His acceptance and the feel of his hands around her sent a thrill through her.
It's nice to see you smile,
Hunter said, keeping his voice low.
You've been through more than many people ever face, what with these threats and the attack earlier, in 1 week's time no less, and yet you're here, smiling. What made you this way?
Snow inhaled. She wasn't entirely sure how to answer. I've always been an optimist, she said. My parents have been my bedrock. I had a lot of health challenges in recent years, but that has just made me appreciate life more, I guess.
That explains why you're so health conscious.
I've only got one life, she said. I want to make it the best I possibly can. This coward who attacked me today will only be satisfied when I crumble and wither and break down. I refuse to give them that satisfaction. I've got cameras on me everywhere I go, and if bouncing back and staying strong is my best defense right now, so be it. His hands tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. That's an incredible outlook. I want my daughter to have your strength. Heck, I want to have your strength. I'm not always strong, she said, shaking her head. When have you ever not been? Right now? In his arms? She was growing weaker by the second. It would take strength to resist the pull of Hunter's proximity, the outright magnetism flaring between them. The contrast wasn't lost on her. This was something she'd hoped to feel with every one of these guys sleeping in her suite, but she hadn't. She was sure they would be friends for life, but as far as romance went, "This is throwing me off," she said. "What is?" Snow wasn't sure she should confess her feelings, but she was vulnerable. She meant when she'd said life was short, and she wasn't going to waste any of it. She stroked the back of Hunter's smooth neck and kept her voice quiet. "I've been waiting to feel this on every date I've gone on with those amazing men over there." "To feel what?" His voice was timid and unsure. "This." Hunter's hands fisted at her hips, but thankfully he didn't move away from her. "I can't explain it, but something happens when you look at me," she went on. "When you touch me." "Snow," he said with frailty. "You act like you don't want me, yet I get a completely different vibe when we're together." "I can't want you," he said. "It doesn't matter how I'm feeling about you, Snow, I can't act on it." The agony in his tone was penetrating. Even as he spoke about being unable to have her, he pulled her closer. They'd all but stopped moving. He held her captive, his gaze devouring her, his body firm, his arms keeping her against him. "What if you could?" she said. He stilled. His hands stroked her waist. She knew exactly what he meant. She was supposed to be having romantic moments with the other men in her suite. And if she had more time with a few of them, those feelings might develop, but she didn't have to force them for Hunter. The feels were all there, hooking and reeling her closer to him. "I think that's something we can never know," he said. Eric cleared his throat. Snow blinked, startling and stepping away from Hunter. She hadn't realized how close she'd gotten to him. In an instant, chagrin welled over her. She'd kept her voice low, but had the others heard her foolhardy confession? Hunter released her and retreated. The absence of his touch was as noticeable as the heat in her cheeks. This was not good. What was she going to do? She couldn't fall for her bodyguard. Eric made an impressive leap over the others and landed. He peered back at the others clustered in front of the TV, then at Hunter, and then he steered her toward the door where she'd been dancing with Hunter only moments before and lowered his voice. "You and I haven't had our date yet," he said. She inhaled and rubbed her arms. Though she couldn't fault him for it, she didn't like the possession and accusation in his tone. "With all the chaos lately, we haven't." "I know it's up to you," Eric said, running a hand through his hair. "I'm not trying to pressure you or anything like that, especially not after what happened. But that's one reason I kept having this thought. I think every woman should have a basic self-defense training. Under the circumstances, something like that might help you. You've got that bodyguard, but he wasn't around when you were attacked, you know." He flicked a glare in Hunter's direction. Fortunately, Hunter was rifling through his bag and didn't notice. Snow grimaced. She didn't like Eric's condemnation, but he had a point. Hunter couldn't possibly be with her every second of the day. What would happen when the show ended? Would whoever this threatener was come after her once she'd gone home? Lily's psychotic ex-boyfriend had followed her all the way from Vermont to Florida, just so he could continue to hound her for money after they'd broken up. "We could take a class," Eric said. "Practice on each other." He waggled his eyebrows. That is an amazing idea, Snow said, letting Eric's behavior and comment about Hunter's slide. She had taken self-defense before, but it had been a few years ago, long enough that when her attacker hit, any thoughts of techniques or strategies had fled her mind. I could use a brush-up.
That's great.
She had intended to invite Clayton on her next date, but a date with Eric would work just as well. I'll text Eloise and have her make the arrangements. Eric beamed, and before Snow knew what was happening, he darted in to kiss her cheek. Oh! Snow brought a hand to where his kiss had landed. I saw that, one of the others called out. Carter punched Eric's shoulder as he landed back into his made-up bed, still beaming. You better watch it tomorrow, Snow said, keeping her attention on Eric. I'll be more prepared for unexpected attacks.
Looking forward to it.
Eric flashed her another grin and received outspoken chastisement from the others. Chapter 15. Footage from the attack and the resulting sleepover aired days later. Snow loved seeing replays of the amazing night, but she couldn't relive the recordings of the assault. Seeing it made her that much more eager for her date with Eric. Self-defense would help, and the thought reassured not only her but her parents when they called about what had aired. We heard what happened, Mom had said over the phone. We're taking the first flight there. Snow had planted her face in her palm. You don't have to do that. We are anyway. You shouldn't be alone right now. I won't be, Snow assured them. You've got someone staying with you until we get there? Snow's high school friend Juliet Gaines had flown in the day after the sleepover. Juliet came. She'll be with me every second she can. She'd looked at Juliet, who'd been sitting on Snow's couch and swiping through social media on her phone. Juliet's long brown curls had been piled on her head in a messy bun. She'd flicked a glance toward Snow at the mention of her name and had given her a thumbs up. And I've got a bodyguard, Mom. Snow had eyed Hunter as he maneuvered around the room. Even though Juliet was there, Hunter had insisted on being with her too. They hadn't spoken much by the way of serious topics since their dance, but that didn't mean she wasn't aware of practically every move he made. He was always watching her every time she looked in his direction, a fact that made the butterflies in her stomach flurry.
Can you trust this person?
Daddy had asked. Apparently they'd been on speaker. He saved my life. I'd be an idiot not to. Hunter had paused then, narrowing his eyes in her direction. He'd lowered his chin and had leveled her with a look so penetrating, she'd nearly forgotten she was on the phone until Mom had asked another question. And the show? Mom had demanded. What are they doing about this? They're looking into the threats, Snow had assured them. The police were just here, and they're going to have people on hand too. Whoever is doing this is clumsy, Snow had added. They made the mistake of attacking me when I'm under such a microscope. They won't get away with what they're doing. The resulting silence had lasted a beat longer. And you have no idea who it could be? Mom had asked. I don't, Snow had said. She'd thought this over, and she hadn't been able to pinpoint a single person who might hate her enough to want to do her harm. She'd always been a nice person. Even in grade school, the only reason people wanted to get back at her was for being so annoyingly happy and upbeat. But her happiness had always been to her advantage, and she would make sure it was now. Eric was waiting for Snow near the fountain in the resort's lobby. He wore workout clothes and a handsome smile, but the expression fell as he saw Hunter approaching with her.
You look amazing,
he said, referring to her fitted workout clothes in shades of teal and silver. Then his gaze trailed to Hunter standing where they'd been at the fountain.
You look unnecessary.
Hunter quirked a brow and folded his impressive arms. Challenge flickered in his brown eyes. He's my bodyguard, Snow said. He goes where I go, remember?
I'm capable enough to keep you safe. I thought maybe we could make an exception today.
No one doubts your capabilities, she said.
I'll take down anyone who dares to come near you,"
Eric said with bravado and straight shoulders. He rested a hand on his hip.
"It's part of the agreement."
Hunter edged closer.
"I go where Snow goes until we learn who's threatening her."
Eric's nostrils flared. He looked as though he might argue. Several moments pounded by until he gave a little nod and slid a hand to Snow's waist. He shot a scowl at Hunter in a show of possession. Whoa, where did that come from? Snow stiffened and shifted out of his grasp. Without looking at either man, she headed for the door to get some distance from Eric more than anything else. Why was he acting like such a caveman? The air smelled like sunshine and sea spray and surfboard wax. A familiar car was parked in the circular lane beneath the awning out front. Before she reached the vehicle, Eric dashed forward and opened the car's back door. Eric gestured for Snow to slide in first when Hunter poked his head inside.
"Hey,"
Eric said, affronted. Snow's brows lifted. Ego battles much?
"It's protocol,"
Hunter said, climbing in. He's just making sure there's nothing suspicious, Snow explained. Hunter had told her as much earlier. And he gets in first, so the driver doesn't take off with me before anyone else has time to get in. Eric had the decency to act ashamed. He lowered his head.
"Right," he said. "Sorry."
Snow climbed in after Hunter, and then Eric followed, sliding into the seat and wedging herself in between the two men. The driver called back to ask if they were situated and ready. "We are," Snow said, and the driver started to creep through the parking lot and out to the street. She wasn't sure where to put her hands. Eric had one clenched on his knee, the other fisted to prop up his head as he faced the window. She snuck a glance at Hunter, who was watching her with bemused eyes. Snow attempted to think of something to say. "I slept surprisingly well last night."
"That's great."
Eric's fist loosened. He shifted to glance at her and granted her a smile. She chewed her lip and nodded.
"You didn't need to be there the other night, either,"
Eric said, talking across her.
"You know, with our sleepover, not with the rest of us looking after Snow."
"Snow's safety is my main concern," Hunter said, unfazed. "I wasn't there to impose. I'm not here to impose now. I'm not a contestant."
"You might as well be. You've spent more time with Snow than any of the rest of us."
His petulant tone made Snow suspect he'd already discussed his dislike of Hunter with one or more of the other bachelors. Did they all feel this way? The others hadn't said anything when they'd heard Hunter would be coming along on their dates. In fact, they'd encouraged her to dance with him. She supposed she could understand Eric's jealousy. On those other dates, Hunter had ridden up with the driver rather than in the back seat beside her. Then again, she hadn't been attacked at the time. Was he jealous of Hunter's dance with her? He'd been the only one who hadn't seemed in favor of it. "He's just trying to help," Snow said. "It's his job." She did her best not to glance at Hunter, though she wanted to. Eric was being so domineering, as though he owned her for the evening. It's no different from Hector and the camera crew. Granted, they were in a different vehicle. Sometimes the camera was with them in the car, sometimes it wasn't. She was glad it wasn't this time. This petty argument would have made an exciting addition to the episode. The conversation turned limp, like noodles boiling in water. The three of them sat in silence while Snow's legs brushed against Hunter's on one side and Eric's on the other. She tapped her fingers together, trying to think of something else they could talk about. "Do you do a lot of martial arts?" she asked, attempting to bring the conversation around to their date. Eric glared at Hunter before answering, and the message was clear. He didn't want to talk about this, not when the wagon had a third wheel. "What about you?" Snow veered to Hunter. Her exasperation was brewing, and they hadn't even made it to their destination yet.
"All of my combat training came during BIT,"
Hunter said. BIT?
Basic training.
Eric answered, sending Hunter another glare. Did he expect her to ignore Hunter completely? What was he so upset for? He hadn't answered her question in the first place. The driver pulled into the parking lot of a building featuring a red swish and the name Axis Martial Arts. Eric exited and held out a hand for Snow, which she didn't take. She didn't need help getting out, and it seemed like a gesture to prove his ownership of her rather than a courtesy. She waited for her eyes to adjust to the evening sunlight, and Eric started across the sparsely filled lot before turning to her.
Sorry,
he said, rubbing a hand behind his neck.
You probably think I'm being petty right now.
A little, she said. I'm not dating Hunter, Eric. Her stomach twisted at this. Maybe he'd gotten a vibe about them the night of the sleepover, but even if that was the case, it wasn't her fault. He's not a contestant, okay? Buck up. Let's go in there and learn some self-defense. She knuckled him on the shoulder. Eric lowered his head with a grimace. Hector approached with his camera in hand.
Hello, all.
Hi, Hector.
Ready to go on?
Hector asked. Snow looked at Eric, who bobbed his head and offered her a hand. Snow smiled, but again, she didn't take it. She suspected Eric had wanted to impress her on this date, but his bravado was threatened by having someone else like Hunter so close by. Snow wasn't kidding when she told Juliet that her bodyguard was made of iron, but that wasn't why she was ultimately impressed with him, as much as his thoughtfulness or his reliability and the way being near him made her sizzle like a live wire. Didn't Eric get that Snow didn't care about the size of a man's biceps or how much he could bench press? She did care about the size of a man's ego, though, and Eric wasn't doing himself any favors by showcasing his. Hunter lengthened his stride and reached the entrance first. He stepped inside as he told Snow he would, to get a lay of the land and make sure everything was as it should be. Snow moved forward with every intention of following him when Eric gripped her elbow and held her back, keeping her on the sidewalk with him. "Let's ditch him," he said soft and fast under his breath. "What?"
I promise I'm enough to keep you safe.
She couldn't believe this. And go where? Self-defense was your idea. She gestured to the dojo.
I know, but I thought it would just be you and me. There's a park back there. We can go and I'll show you some moves.
He jutted his chin and licked his lips while twisting his arm as if to showcase his physique. Sure he would. We came here to learn self-defense. Snow brushed free of him and reached for the door. Let's stick to the plan. Eric pushed the door closed again.
Come on, Snow. You can't seriously.
Her frustration simmered. Move your hand, she said.
It's not like we have to stay.
She couldn't believe this. Before she could decide if she wanted to argue or head for the car, the entrance of the dojo opened and Hunter peeked his head out.
You two coming in?
She could practically hear Eric's teeth grind.
Nothing like dating with a babysitter,
he grumbled. We're dating with an audience, Snow said incredulously. She gestured to the camera, which hadn't missed a beat of their exchange and had probably caught Eric's request to ditch Hunter. No doubt the audience would likely eat up Eric's petulant behavior. Come on, let's have a good time, all right? Eric frowned, acting surly. Other patrons eyed their party as they followed the instructor past a collection of mats to a sequestered back room. A group of kids gathered in one section, grunting and making sharp movements with each sound. The instructor approached. He was a tall man with a shaved head, and his appearance was made that much more formidable by the black garb he wore and the black belt tied at his waist.
Just the three of you?
The instructor asked.
2,
Eric said. Hunter didn't respond but situated himself near the door and by some mats attached to the wall. Eric and Snow took turns facing off with the instructor and with one another as he taught them kicks, chokehold strikes, and how to use their elbows and knees more than their fists when confronted by an unexpected attacker. When Snow mentioned the fact that she'd been attacked by not one but two attackers, the instructor gestured toward Hunter.
"We need another body," he called. "You by the wall, will you join us?"
Willingly, Hunter moved in. Snow barely heard Eric mumble under his breath before he swaggered in Hunter's direction, meeting the bodyguard several feet before he made it to where they'd been standing.
"I'll show you how,"
Eric said, shoving Hunter hard in the chest. Chapter 16. Eric couldn't seriously be doing this. Snow hurried toward them. "Stop it," she said adamantly as Hunter staggered back, regained his footing and glared at the other man. Hunter recovered quickly, pumping his fists at his sides. "He's full of hot air," he said, though she sensed the words were for her. His glare was pegged at Eric. Eric angled his head and snarled, lunging toward Hunter. "Stop!" Snow intervened, placing herself between the two men and holding out her hands as if blocking traffic. If she didn't know any better, she would have bet her blood was sparking out the tips of her fingers, she was so agitated. Eric's shoulders rose and fell, and malice smeared across his expression. Hunter stood, poised and at the ready, but didn't act as frantic as Eric did. The instructor folded his arms and splayed his feet as though deciding to let the two settle their differences rather than keep them from fighting. So not helpful. As if encouraged by this fact, Eric sniffed.
"I'll take you on any day,"
he said to Hunter, talking to him as if Snow wasn't standing right there. Hunter blinked lazily, lifting his chin and stealing a look at Snow before peering past her at his attacker.
"I'm sure you would,"
Hunter said. Again, Snow suspected this was said more for her benefit than Eric's. He wasn't complimenting Eric's abilities, but rather making a stab at his confrontational manner.
"Not going to fight?"
Eric said, lifting his fists. He did a little head flip before lowering his hands once more, though he stuck out his chest as though he were breathing hard.
"That's okay. Snow knows a real man when she sees one."
Snow lowered her hands. This was getting ridiculous. She was inclined to do as the instructor had, to leave Eric to Hunter's mercy and see how cocky he was by the end of his beating. Not only was Hunter thicker than Eric, he had nothing to prove. He wouldn't let pride muddle his thinking as it had done to Eric. As it was, she inhaled and retreated. Fortunately, neither of them moved toward the other again. "You're unbelievable," Snow said, giving Eric her most withering glare. She hoped he could read just how disgusted she was by him. Hunter rested a hand on his hip. Of all things, his lips trickled into the slightest hint of a smile, as if he found Eric's antics amusing. He jutted his chin in Snow's direction. "Do you see that? It's not working."
"What's not working?"
Eric said. "Whatever you're trying to do to distract me, intimidate me to make yourself look better." Hunter tossed a hand in Snow's direction. "She doesn't buy it." Eric charged then. Before he could so much as try anything, Hunter grappled his arms and threw him to the mat. He landed hard on his back with a cough and lay there as if stunned, staring upward at the ceiling. Snow hurried to kneel by his side. His head lolled as if waiting for the stars to stop spinning. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Eric, what are you doing?" She thought it was impossible that any of her bachelors could want to hurt her. But did Eric have some other motive for this behavior? Was he trying to get Hunter out of the way for another reason, so he could attack her? His conduct made it appear that way. First, with trying to convince her to run off with him and ditch their plans, and second, by acting so hostile toward Hunter.
"Nothing,"
Eric replied. He released another cough and then pushed to his feet, resting his hands on his hips.
"I won't let him down me a second time."
Snow had had enough. "There won't be a second time," she said. "I think we should head back." Eric gestured a hand toward the instructor. A few other onlookers had gathered to see what was happening, and Hector continued to film it all from the hard floor a step down from the red mat.
"We haven't gotten all of the maneuvers."
Snow scoffed. "I've seen enough," she said. In one tense moment, Eric glanced around at the cameras, the employees who'd come in to break up the fighting, and Hunter, who remained inches from Snow's side. And without another word, he stormed to the exit in a frustrated huff. Snow opted to sit in the front of the car by the driver on the way home and leave the men to themselves. The music kept her from hearing their muted conversation in the back seat. Still, Hunter could handle whatever Eric shot at him, and she'd had it with him. Before long, they arrived at the Allure. Snow passed through the front doors without waiting for either of them. Then she paused, knowing she should at least show Hunter the courtesy. While Eric had acted like an egotistical maniac, Hunter had only been doing his job and defending himself in the process.
"Snow, wait up,"
Eric called once she stepped into the lobby. She didn't want to. Her irritation with him grew by the minute, but Hector ambled in, camera perched and at the ready. She steeled herself. Might as well cap off the evening. It was time to let Eric down easy, easier than he deserved. She lingered by the elevator, inhaling the clean smell of the lobby. "Did you have some time to cool off?" she asked. He grimaced and rubbed the back of his neck.
"That wasn't how I wanted tonight to go,"
he said. "I know," she said. "I'm not giving you the apple tonight, Eric." He tilted his head, the side of his jaw working. It took several seconds before he replied.
"A second chance might be nice,"
he said.
"I promise I'm not an all-out possessive jerk all the time."
"I didn't think you were. You've shown me at other times how considerate you are. This isn't only because of tonight, Eric. I just don't think we'd make a good fit." He released another breath, though this one sounded a little more resigned.
"You will fit with someone else, though,"
he said, with more humility than he'd shown all evening. "I hope so," she said with a smile, relieved he wasn't going to turn this into a spat. People would eat that up. "I hope you do too."
"Thanks,"
he said, peering around the lobby and at Hector's camera that had caught up to catch their exchange.
"There you go. This will all be on TV."
"Nature of the beast," she said. What did he expect? He frowned in concentration as though solving a complex math problem. After a few short moments, his brow smoothed and he lifted his gaze to hers.
"It was really incredible meeting you,"
he said. "You too. Goodbye, Eric." He punched the button on the elevator.
"You coming up?"
"Not yet." She clutched her hands together, inhaling. The truth was, she was wistful. She felt slightly caged after their brawl and wasn't ready to turn in. The hotel's main doors rotated and Hunter strolled in, one hand in his pocket, looking suave and unaffected despite Eric's confrontational behavior earlier. Snow admired him for it. She liked that he could keep his cool while under pressure. It inspired confidence in his abilities, yes, but he was also just plain admirable. "I think I'll walk around the grounds for a little while."
"With your guard?"
This time Eric's voice was understanding, of all things. "He goes where I go," she said with a smile. Eric tipped his head toward her and stepped into the elevator's open jaws. She gave him a little wave as the doors closed. This would be their last meeting. He'd possibly make an appearance for an interview with Amira to share his thoughts on how things had gone, but Snow wouldn't be there for that. A wave of both sadness and relief swept over her at the thought. 4 bachelors down. Though Judd hadn't officially been dismissed, she wouldn't be selecting him. That meant there were 3 to go.
"Hey there. I kept my distance as much as I could. I thought that leatherneck might try to fight me again," Hunter said, falling into step beside her.
Completely understandable. I can't believe Eric acted like an all-out jerk like that.
"I wasn't expecting it either," Hunter said.
Are you okay with everything? She wasn't sure how to phrase the question. Clearly he wasn't hurt, but what about inside? Was he regretting his decision to have her on the show? Did he regret offering to come on her dates now?
"I'm just fine," he said.
She bobbed her head. I was going to walk outside. Want to come?
"Happy to."
She made her way toward the back of the allure and out the doors that led into an immaculate garden. The night was warm and purple tones garbed the twilight sky. Palm trees climbed along the path, towering above the colorful spread of flowers in their beds below. Snow had admired this garden during her walk with Carter, but there was something different about being here with Hunter. Something shareable. I still can't believe his behavior, Snow said. Fighting over a woman. Is this junior high or what?
"I don't know," Hunter said, clutching his hands behind his back. "I think territorialism isn't limited to pubescence."
History was proof of that, she supposed.
How many wars had been fought over territory and possessiveness?
Have you ever fought over a woman before? She asked with a laugh.
"Not with my fists," Hunter said. "But to get her to notice me, to get her attention, it's not all primeval. Stupid sometimes, yes, but people fight over a lot of nonsensical things that don't matter as much as we think they do in the moment. Love matters, though. When it comes to love, that is worth fighting for. You are worth fighting for."
Snow didn't know what to say. She stopped in the middle of the path and stared up at Hunter's handsome face. "Thank you," she said, "though I hope it never comes to that."
"Oh, but I think it already has."
His eyes twinkled and a rare smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The moment froze inside of her. Her body stilled, savoring the words, waiting as they became tangible, as they entered her bloodstream and inserted themselves into her very being. She'd felt the statement resonate with every step she took. Hunter's words became an additional plane in her mind, taking up all the space in her brain. The statement festered inside of Snow's chest throughout the rest of their walk, all the way up to the 7th floor as she readied for bed. What did that mean? She said, relaying the conversation with Juliet. Had Hunter been saying he was fighting for her? "He's not a contestant," Juliet said. She flopped on her stomach on Snow's bed and bunched one of Snow's pillows beneath her. Her dark hair pooled down her back. "Maybe he's considering fighting for you once you pick your bachelor and the show ends. Or maybe he's referring to the show itself. The nature of the show is a kind of quiet fight for you, you know. All these men are technically in a battle for your attention." "I wish he was one of my bachelors," Snow said, sinking against the door of her closet. Saying as much out loud felt both traitorous and liberating. Hunter? The show would probably be over right now if he was. Would it, though? Juliet's question was pensive. If Hunter was one of your bachelors, you wouldn't have had as much time to spend with him. Maybe I would have. Hunter and I have had this spark ever since we met. I've been waiting for something like that to happen with every other man, but it never has. But with Hunter, everything sizzles and glows every time he's around. I'm ridiculously aware of him watching me. Sometimes I feel like his attention is so fixated, like he's not just keeping a close eye on me because he's being paid to, but because he genuinely cares. She told him as much the night they danced. She'd all but admitted she was into him. It wasn't necessarily forbidden. Nothing in the rules said she couldn't fall for someone who wasn't one of her bachelors. It was just the courtesy of the thing, the fairness to Clayton, Carter, and Marcos, and Judd as well. He probably does. Juliet said. Maybe that's why Eric got so snooty tonight. He watches you too, they all do. And with your attention on Hunter, they're starting to notice. Snow had never been good at hiding her feelings. Another reason she should not have danced with Hunter the night of their sleepover. The more time she spent with Hunter, those feelings only deepened. She was buzzing with the elation from his words during their walk. Maybe I should talk to Eloise and have her get me a new bodyguard, Snow mused. The thought made her want to leave the show completely. Still, wouldn't it be the right thing to do? Then again, Hunter owned the show and had said he wouldn't entrust her safety to anyone else. Can you do that? Probably. If she was adamant about it, he would respect her wishes. Would you want to, though? Juliet sat up. If Hunter cares about you, you wouldn't want anyone else looking out for you. I doubt anyone else will be as invested as he is. Snow sagged against the door of her closet. That's just the problem, though. If they're noticing me noticing him, they probably also notice him noticing me back. Ugh, did that make any sense? Juliet laughed. No, but love rarely does. Love? Something curled in the pit of her stomach. Hunter had used the word earlier tonight, too. He'd said love was worth fighting for. Oh my gosh, Juliet, do you think he loves me? I don't know about that, Juliet said. Maybe he does. Maybe you need to find out. The suggestion ignited like a challenge in Snow's gut. Any other time she would accept that challenge. She would conquer whatever obstacles stood between her and a man who made her feel like Hunter did. Exceptional, capable, and yet fragile, too. Not this time, though. She needed to stop thinking about her guard and get her head in the game. How can I? And better still, why should I? Things are already complicated enough as it is. Then let it go, I guess, Juliet said. Wait it out and see what happens. After I pick my bachelor, you mean? Juliet gave a non-committal shrug. Snow wished she had that luxury, but there was nothing non-committal about this. She'd have to let Hunter go and work on giving the remaining bachelors the attention they deserved. Chapter 17. We're down to 3, Amira said during the midweek check-in. They were now 10 days into the competition. The host looked pretty and graceful in a coral-striped shirt and pencil skirt. Snow was situated on the comfortable chair across from her in the stage living room area, on a block that elevated it from ground level. Cameras were directed at them, and she crossed her ankles beneath her seat and kept her gaze on Amira. We are, Snow said. It's hard to believe. Tell me, Snow, and the rest of the world, because I'm sure they're as eager to know as I am. Any hints of who you'll pick? I wish I knew, Snow said truthfully, the admission pricking her heart. It hasn't been easy to get to know these amazing guys and have to slowly let all of them go. Amira's eyes twinkled. Thanks to their briefing, Snow had been appraised of the questions she would be asking, and she'd assured Amira she had no surprise bombshells to drop on her this time. Not all of your dates have been amazing, though. This last one with Eric seemed to get a little testy there. Yes, there were some issues between Eric and my bodyguard, Snow said. Care to tell us a little more about what's going on there? Is there something between you and your bodyguard? Snow froze. She didn't know what to say and couldn't figure out Amira's angle. She hadn't briefed Snow about this question beforehand. Why would she ask it? Unless she hadn't been planning to. But what good would it do to draw attention to Snow's feelings, even if she admitted as much? She supposed turnabout was fair play. Snow had thrust a pretty hefty, unexpected announcement at Amira. Would the host do this to get back at her, or was it an innocent question? Whatever the case, Snow wasn't one to hide the truth. Not on purpose, she said. It's just that spending so much time with someone does create a relationship. What was she saying? I care about him. That wasn't any better, especially not considering the way Amir's face opened with surprise. We've become friends, Snow hurried to add. Sure, Amira and everyone else watching could see right through her. And friendship, is that all there is between you? Heat filled Snow's cheeks. She wouldn't be surprised if she had apples of her own on either side of her face. Of all the times for her emotions to give her away, it wouldn't matter what she said from this point on. Her face had given her away. Yes, Snow said, hoping to cover whatever her cheeks were revealing. Friendship, though she and Hunter both wished it could be more. You have a few apples left, Amira said, and I know viewers are eagerly waiting for your decision. Several of them have their favorites. Which bachelor do you think Snow should choose? She asked the cameras. Be sure to let us know on social media, and don't forget the Heartthrob hashtag. They smiled at the cameras until Lewis said, That's a wrap. Snow caught Hunter looking at her. It was intense and shadowy, the kind of look that made her feel like she was the only other person in the room with him, and it made her entire body hum. Amira bade her goodbye and stepped off the set, and while Snow noticed the host, the camera crew, and others bustling through, she couldn't tear her gaze from Hunter. She'd all but admitted she was falling for him, on national TV. Hunter trapped her from across the room, his expression fixated, his presence consuming her thoughts so she didn't dare move. Eloise climbed onto the elevated platform she was still on and took Amira's place on the couch diagonal from her. She tapped Snow's leg and managed to steal her attention. Am I interrupting something? Eloise said with a chuckle, her gaze darting from Snow to where Hunter had stood. Flames filled Snow's cheeks, and she lifted her hands to her face. From the pink on your cheeks, I'm guessing it's not just friendship between you and Hunter, Eloise went on. Has something more happened? This is off the record. I'm asking you as a friend. Snow gaped for a moment. She hadn't considered Eloise as a friend. Even now, she wasn't sure she should say anything to her. But she supposed, for the sake of future interviews, a little honesty couldn't hurt. I like him a lot, Snow said, and I have had more time with him than any of the others. Then that makes this much more difficult for you, doesn't it? How so? Eloise gave Snow a sympathetic gaze, one Snow suspected was fabricated. The pity she attempted to cram into her tone wasn't quite believable either. You have to pick one of your bachelors, and you're contracted to be with him for at least a year once the show ends. At this point, Snow was tempted to break her contract, but that wouldn't be fair to Hunter and the others on the crew. So much had gone into the production and her dates, it wouldn't be right to walk away now. This show is different from any of the others, Snow said, elevating her chin. None of your other heartthrobs have been attacked or been secluded with their bodyguards like I have they? Eloise's lips parted. She considered this for a moment. No, she said with a pause. That is an extenuating circumstance. Gratified that Eloise had no other argument on hand, Snow pressed on. There's no way around the contract? Eloise's harsh, stenciled brows elevated. Not that I know of. She didn't bother trying to sound sympathetic this time. Hunter watched Snow during her interview with Amira. She had a knack for being on screen. Who was he kidding? She had a knack for everything she did. After fighting Eric for her attention, Hunter realized he wanted to continue fighting for her. Maybe not physically, though he was prepared should anyone else be stupid enough to attack her outright again. He didn't only want to defend her person. He wanted her heart. He wanted to run his hands through her silver hair and lose himself in her eyes. He wanted his hands joined with hers, to dance with her and not stop simply because the music did. The realization slammed into him with the force of a shove. Hunter felt it shock through his system and alter the fabric of what made him who he was. He was falling for Snow. How could he have let this happen? Once again, he wanted a girl he couldn't have. Against his will, his thoughts strayed to his ex-wife. Haven had been off limits because her parents disapproved of her being with someone in the military. They didn't like that he would be on active duty away from his family. Haven had insisted they marry anyways, and they had. Apparently, she'd turned out to feel the same way as her parents because she'd cheated on him during his last stint overseas and abandoned Cassie in the process. Fortunately, his parents had taken the baby until he could come home. It wasn't that Hunter worried Snow would cheat, and though he knew that if she chose him, she would be letting down one of her other contestants, it wasn't even for the other men either. In his experience doing the show, only one of the heartthrobs and her chosen winner had stayed together once their post-show year had ended and they'd gotten the money. If he were to bet on it, though the men seemed to care about Snow, most of them were here for the money. As the owner of the show, Hunter worried how it would look to the others if she chose him. The whole reason for pushing the show now was to increase magazine sales as well, and people would lose faith in the show's validity. In ordinary circumstances, he would have tried to keep his distance from her, but he had to keep her safe. It was fine, except that being with her only made him want her more, and he couldn't have her. Keep things professional, he told himself as her interview with Amira ended. Don't cross any lines. He considered asking Martin or Consuelo, the other men handling security at the station, to find another bodyguard for her. But who could they trust, really? She was too magnetic, that was the problem. This attacker, whoever they were, appeared to have a personal vendetta against Snow. Perhaps it was based on jealousy. Perhaps. Lewis cleared his throat. Any new developments with the threats? He asked under his voice. She was talking with Eloise now, and her cheeks were flaming pink. What were they speaking about? He hadn't heard the gist of her interview, he'd only watched her, something he was starting to enjoy more than he thought he would. He wanted to keep watching her now, but he pried his attention from Snow, from his fascination with her graceful movements and lightning bolt smile, and faced the cameraman. Lewis was much shorter than he was, his head tilted upward to meet Hunter's gaze. Not really, Hunter said, other than he was about to become a victim himself as soon as she picked her winner. The idea of her being with anyone but him was painful. Lewis rubbed a finger beneath his nose. In that case, I have something I think you might want to know. What is it? Lewis spared a glance right, and then left, and then leaned in. I heard some evidence. People claim they saw ties at the Allure. Hunter's brows gathered. Ties Ulrich? Yes. Allure security has footage showing ties hanging around the fire escape just before the attack. He'd have no reason to be at the hotel now that he's no longer on the show. What's he still doing here? Ties is local, Lewis said. Hunter sniffed. He lives in SoCal? He'd forgotten that little detail. Another nod. It's a lead, at least, Lewis said. I thought I'd tell you without Eloise around. I'm not sure the whole world needs to know yet, not until you have more to go on. His teeth clamped together and he worked to keep his temper from flaring. What good would growing angry do when he didn't have more details? Hunter inhaled and did what he could to calm himself before responding. You're right, he said. Thank you, Lewis. Hunter mulled over this information. He rubbed his chin and went to the security office to check the feed. He scanned through several cameras' footage around the time of Snow's attack. Nothing here. Perhaps he could speak with the security team at the Allure and see their feed for himself. He couldn't leave without Snow, though. He wouldn't. He'd have to fill her in and take her with him. Before he could, Eloise strolled past and pulled him aside. "I just had an interesting conversation with Snow," she began. "Did you see the feed?" Oh, he saw her all right. He hadn't been mic'd, but looking at her lovely face had been enough. "I wasn't hooked in. I couldn't hear what you were talking about." "She mentioned you during her interview." His ears heated. This was news. She did? Why would she? Unless she was speaking of her date with Eric. Hunter supposed he'd appeared on the show during that footage. "After that scuffle between you and Eric at the dojo, it's kind of obvious that you have a thing for your client. The whole world is watching it unfold. Anything you want to tell me?" He prepared himself for a scolding, though as owner of the show he didn't need to take it from anyone, let alone his producer. Hunter had never been in this position, and he felt completely unhinged. He'd guarded plenty of beautiful women before, but none of them had ever struck him the way Snow did. "She as good as admitted her feelings for you just now," Eloise added when he didn't immediately respond. His heart took over his chest. It beat so hard. "On TV?" "No, to me. I asked her about her confession once the interview with Amira ended. But you two are sparking so hard it's going to burn the studio down if you don't put a stop to it. You may own this show, but if I may be so bold..." She didn't wait for his approval or denial before going on. "Be professional, Hunter. Do your job and keep your distance from her." He couldn't wrap his mind around her scolding, not when the desire to smile tugged at his lips. Hunter tingled all the way to his fingertips. He was cascading down a series of rapids, heading straight for a waterfall, and no amount of paddling would take him any direction but down. He was falling for Snow. How had he let this happen? Eloise had a point. This wasn't professional in the slightest, especially not with the entire nation watching. Snow had hinted at her feelings for him during their dance. Every time their gazes caught, her words were only confirmed. The moment she entered the room, his breath caught, and his heart broke a little inside at the thought of another man holding her. This couldn't continue. Hunter had to put a stop to it before something more happened. Eric had every reason to feel threatened by Hunter after all. There was nothing for it. He would keep his distance from her, and he would, just as soon as he told her about this latest update from Lewis. Chapter 18. Snow lay in bed, her mind fuzzy, her eyes heavy and on the brink of sleep. Her body slowed and relaxed. She nestled in, swimming in thoughts of Hunter. Just as her breathing expanded, her phone pinged. Reluctantly, Snow rolled over to answer it, but the instant she saw who the message was from, her energy rekindled. "You still awake?" Hunter said. "Yeah, what's up?" "I might have a lead on who's been sending those notes to you. I'd like to investigate, but I don't want to leave you." Ah, she went a little squidgy inside at that. "What are you saying?" she asked. "I need you to come with me while I look into this. Is that something you're interested in doing?" Snow wasn't sure what to reply. She was still rattled by her conversation with Eloise and hung up on what she was going to do about her feelings for this man. She really shouldn't spend any personal time with him. But if he had new information about the threats, that wasn't personal, was it? She wouldn't be surprised to find him camped out in the hall in front of her suite's door. That was just something Hunter would do. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "It'll be dangerous, but only because you'll be in plain sight of everyone. But you'll be with me the whole time.
I'll do everything I can to keep you safe." She had so many questions. Keep her safe from whom? Or what? She couldn't help but wonder what this person would attempt to do to her next. And if Hunter was getting the same messages, would he be under threat of attack too? Perhaps he had an idea of these answers. She wondered what he was up to and where he was taking her. "I'll meet you in the hall. See you in a few," she said. Snow slid a soft sweater over her donut pajamas, made sure her key was in her pocket, and stepped out of her room to find Juliet sitting in bed, or the couch she'd been sleeping on since she came, reading. Juliet peered over the glasses she didn't usually wear, but must have taken out her contacts and lowered her book. "What's up?" "Hunter wants to meet me." Juliet's grin turned sly. "Oh, he does he?" "I wish it was going to be a romantic excursion," Snow said, slipping into her shoes, trying to keep her heart from tangoing right out of her chest. It was not going to be romantic. It wasn't. "He has an idea on how we can catch the threatener and wanted to see if I'd be up for some sleuthing." Juliet slid toward the edge of the pull-out bed. Snow stopped her with a hand in her direction. "I'm just stepping out into the hall to see what he's got in mind. I'll be right back." "Okay," Juliet said with hesitation. Snow found Hunter in the hall wearing a comfortable-looking plain t-shirt and sweatpants. He was attractive in the dress shirt and slacks he usually wore, but this casual look was something else. Her temperature climbed a few notches. His eyes grew expressive at the sight of her. "You look like you're ready for bed," he said. "I am," she said, sensing the seriousness in his demeanor. He was his typical stoic self, but the additional emotion in his eyes said enough. He was worried about her. "But I can change quickly if you want me to. What do you have in mind?" Taking her elbow, he guided her toward the window in the center of the hallway, halfway between his room and hers. He lowered his head as well as his voice. "Earlier today, one of our cameramen confided something in me that he hasn't told the police. He said they saw ties on the hotel grounds just before you were pushed." "Ties?" She couldn't wrap her head around this. Why would he attack her? She barely knew him. She had only spoken to him for a few minutes the first night. He had no plausible reason to want to hurt her. She crinkled her nose. It didn't make any sense. "Are you sure we can trust your informant?" "I've worked with Lewis since I started at Heartthrob. He's not someone inclined to make things up." "And you said he didn't tell the police? Why not?" "He was scared. A lot of people are, especially with things so up in the air. I've had 2 people quit on me in the last week, Snow. This threatener isn't telling the station what they'll do. So far, they seem like they're after you personally. But what if this person is out to take the station down and anyone involved with the show along with it? I can't be there to protect everyone." Snow pitied his plight. She could tell how much his employees meant to him, and she respected the heck out of him for it. "So he said he thinks it was ties." "Yes, I saw the footage too, but I couldn't quite tell it was him. I think if we go tonight and see what's going on at his residence, then we can have more than circumstantial evidence to report to the police, depending on what we find." Fair enough. But why was he inviting her to come with him? Unless it was just that he wanted to investigate and didn't want to leave her behind. "What's that look for?" Hunter asked. Snow stared at the patterns on the wallpaper. "I have a hard time believing it was Ties. The first letter I got was before the show even started. Ties was a contestant. Why would he threaten me before I even voted him off?" "The cameraman said he saw Ties on the premises and he had no business being around the hotel. I mean, there was no reason for him to be there, not after he was voted off." "He acted so strangely on that first show. Did you screen all of the bachelors?" "We did," Hunter said. We interviewed them, and he didn't act any differently than a normal person would. I'm not sure what came over him the night he met you. That's pretty sus. And having him back on the premises right before you got attacked, too, makes me want to see what's going on. You may not know this, but Ty's lives in this area.
So tonight you want to go to his house?
Yes, Hunter said.
And do what?
Watch him for a while, see what his patterns are, see if he leaves his home, see if he does anything else to call him into question. I'd like you to come with me.
What about Juliet? What do I tell her?
We'll get ice cream first.
Ice cream?
Snow raised a single brow. I got a craving, he said, his face remaining indifferent. She suspected he presented the idea so if anyone came by or got nosy, Juliet could give the story he wanted being passed around. Snow couldn't help sniggering. You got a craving for a late-night ice cream run. And I had to take you with me because I'm not letting you out of my sight. His lips twisted. It was as close to a smile as she supposed she'd get. Snow liked that about him. She liked how reserved he was. It made the rare smiles he offered that much more meaningful. There was another hang-up, however. He should know better than most the peculiarities of her diet. Snow had been borderline diabetic a few years before and had invested a lot of time and personal effort to curbing the amount of junk food she ate. After that, she dedicated herself to exercising and taking better care of her body. At least it had started that way. But the more she'd begun to cut those things from her diet, the better she started feeling, and soon it became more of a lifestyle choice than anything. As long as this place has a low-calorie option, I'm down. I think they do. He offered her his hand. She eyed him. Too much?
What are you worried about?
Was that why he'd offered his hand? To keep her close? You, he said. The show, the employees, everything. She inhaled. She'd give him that much then, though she couldn't deny the idea of her hand in his sent pinwheels flurrying inside of her. Let's do what we can, then. Hunter captured her eyes. She lost herself in the depths of his warm brown orbs, so much so that she jerked when his fingers slipped over hers. A brush of warmth accompanied the touch, intensifying as his hand closed around hers and held it. What we can, he repeated. Snow hurried to change, told Juliet where they were going, and joined Hunter as he made his way toward the elevator. Chapter 19. Snow was fairly certain most bodyguards didn't hold hands with their clients, but she didn't pull away as they entered the elevator. She didn't release his hold as they sauntered out into the cold San Diego night. A sleek, deep purple Bentley was parked out front. He let her go briefly to open her door, and then once he was in the car and had shifted into gear, his hand meandered over to reclaim hers again. You're driving us tonight? This is my personal vehicle, Hunter said. I thought it would draw less attention than if we'd taken one of Alir's drivers or something owned by the studio. And throwing anyone who might be following us off the scent by stopping for ice cream? Exactly, he said, his expression solemn and serious and burning. Late-night cravings, right. She certainly had one, but it suddenly wasn't for ice cream. She chewed her lip to ward off the smile that thought brought and continued watching his profile once his attention was back on the road. Hunter was so good-looking. His firm jawline and set expression were perfect for intimidation. He had intimidated her at first, but she warmed knowing this steely man was here to protect her. What kind of ice cream do you like? Snow asked. I'm partial to fruit, he said. Strawberry cheesecake happens to be my favorite, especially if it has little graham cracker chunks in it. That sounds delicious, Snow said. But you don't eat ice cream anymore, ever?
I had a bad experience several years ago, Snow said. My body reacted. I kept breaking out in hives across my throat and back, and it felt like needles were pricking my entire body. We couldn't figure out what was going on, so I saw a nutritionist who helped me test different things in my diet.
You had food allergies?
We thought so, but it turned out I was nearly diabetic. Once I changed what I ate, the awful bloating pain went away. It was hard at first. I was a major junk food junkie.
You?
Hunter's skepticism was blatant. He turned the corner and pulled into Whitland's ice cream. He glided his car into the first available stall, shifted it into park, and faced her. Hard to believe, right? If it had sugar in it, I was all over that. I can't eat that way anymore.
So when you did eat ice cream, what was your favorite?
Chocolate anything. The more chunks, the better.
Hunter chuckled. Let me guess. Chocolate is out of your diet, too.
I let myself indulge sometimes. I miss it, if we're being honest. But I love how good food makes me feel. I don't wallow in pain after I eat.
That's important, he said, getting out of the car.
Snow did the same, watching him as he perused the perimeter, one hand on his hip. Is the coast clear? She asked.
No suspicious activity yet. Come on.
He offered her a hand again, and once his warm brown hand held hers, they stepped into the frigid ice cream shop. Snow ordered a yogurt parfait popsicle, and Hunter got his strawberry cheesecake before heading back outside.
I thought we'd drive for a bit before heading to our destination, he said, settling his ice cream in the center console.
You going to be able to eat that and drive at the same time?
I'll manage.
He rested a hand behind the headrest of her seat and peered behind, not relying solely on the backup camera. Soon they were out onto the street and heading for the less populated area in Oceanside. Cars thinned, and so did the lights and establishments, exchanging instead for lines of dated but nice-looking homes. Snow took a bite of her popsicle. Have you always wanted to be a bodyguard? She asked, enjoying the tart blend of blueberries, pomegranates, and raspberries.
Not always, he said. I started out in the Army. I was stationed in Fort Irwin and served there while my wife and I lived on base.
Your wife? He was married? Embarrassment washed over her. She hadn't considered that he was in a relationship, let alone something as serious as marriage. Snow chastised herself for the things she'd said to Lily and for the thoughts she'd been having of him lately. She should have known he was married. She suddenly wanted to sink through her seat and melt. Hunter seemed to find her reaction amusing.
Ex-wife,
he said, the agony building within her expelled in a single breath. Snow stared straight ahead, refusing to look at him until she was certain the evidence of her embarrassment had washed from her cheeks. She cleared her throat. Where is your wife now? Did her voice sound normal? She hoped she sounded normal. Hunter pulled off to the side of a quiet road and took a few bites of his ice cream.
She and I separated when Cassie was a baby,
he said. But you have custody? Snow couldn't help her surprise.
I know. Usually the mother gets custody, but Haven didn't want it. She left Cassie with me so she could pursue a new life.
Snow was astounded. Cassie's mother hadn't wanted to be a mother? She pitied the poor little girl. Does she have any contact with her mother?
No,
Hunter said.
Trust me, it's better that way.
He finished his ice cream, set the cup in the center cup holder area, and pulled back onto the street. Snow continued eating her popsicle. So, because you got custody of your daughter, you couldn't be on active duty anymore.
I didn't want to be,
he said, slowing at a yield sign with trees lining the darkened street.
It was time, though. I'd been on active duty for 8 years and was ready for a change, too. I was special ops and had training with firearms and combat, so becoming a bodyguard seemed like a good fit. He pulled off again, this time on another less crowded residential street. Here it is. I think we've driven around enough to throw anyone off, and I've pulled over in several other places. If anyone is tailing us, they may just think I'm taking an ice cream pit stop. Except you finished all of yours. He held her gaze only moments before gripping the steering wheel and bending for a better look at the house. "Which one is it?" Snow asked, working to cast aside the stymieing effect he was having over her. "This one," he said, indicating the dual-level house with brown siding and an unkept lawn in need of mowing. The statue of a goose on the porch wore a straw hat. "That's Ty's house?" "Yes. So now She glanced toward him. Hunter's eyes glimmered in the darkness, latching onto her, hooking her somewhere behind the sternum, making the air thinner and harder to breathe. Now we wait and see if he comes in or out. We watch for any indication that he had anything to do with your attack. How can we see that from here? The police can't search his house unless they have a warrant. They can't get a warrant unless there is reasonable evidence that it was him. We're going to see if we can glean anything like that tonight." Snow licked her popsicle. Hunter shifted in his seat. "There's another reason I wanted you to come with me tonight," he said. His tone sounded more cautious and unsure. What could he possibly be unsure about? "What's that?" Snow asked. He stared straight ahead, and she sensed the struggle taking place inside of him. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel a few times. "Eloise told me about her conversation with you after your interview with Amira." "Oh," Snow said. She was glad the darkness concealed the pink in her cheeks because they caught fire. She'd gone out on a limb with guys before, confessing the reality of her budding feelings for them only to be shot down. Was Hunter about to do something like that now? "I'm guessing you saw the interview," Snow said. He faced her. "I can't believe you confessed as much as you did. You don't like that, do you?" He rubbed his jaw. "The only thing I don't like about this, Snow, is that we can't do anything about it." Her pulse strung tight. You're saying you want to?" "Why do you think I'm fighting myself so hard right now?" Was he fighting himself? I didn't know you were." "I made you a promise, Snow. I'm going to protect you however I can. Keeping you from me is probably the hardest thing I've ever done." Snow thrilled at the words. He was falling for her, too. There was something about finding out the person you were into reciprocated that fact. Her entire body whirled. "Maybe we should keep our feelings to ourselves," she said, growing more excited by the moment. "But I've never been good at that. If I like you, you'll know it." "And you like me?" "I do. I can't help it." Hunter sank in his seat. The action made his long leg nudge the side of the console. "I shouldn't be saying this. I know you're not under contract to only date your bachelors, but staying out of this is the right thing to do. In my mind, you've technically become a contestant," she said. It was true. He was there just as much, if not more, than any of the other bachelors. She'd said as much during her interview. I wonder if there's a way to bend the rules. "Eloise would flip her lid if you did anything else to shake things up right now. She wasn't too happy when you took matters into your own hands and announced the threats." "I know, but—" Movement caught Snow's eye. A car crawled its way down the street toward where they were parked. Instead of passing, it turned and pulled into the driveway of number 163. Snow hovered in a bubble of suspense as the back lights cut out. The driver's door opened,
And of all people, Eloise herself stepped out. Speak of the devil. What the heck? Snow said, peering low for a better look. She couldn't be sure. The moonlight glimmered across the woman's features. It was enough to highlight the pointed chin and narrow cheekbones, the slim petite figure in familiar navy pants and striped blouse. If none of those details existed, however, the clipboard hugged to her waist would have been a dead giveaway. She waited for Eloise to stop, to peer at the cars parked on the street and recognize Hunter's sleek Bentley. But she was too preoccupied with the house to pay much attention. What is she doing here? Hunter said, posing the question rampaging in Snow's mind. I take it this wasn't what you expected. During the last episode, each of your bachelors will return for a final farewell on the show, so she's keeping in contact with them. But even if she were checking in on ties, I don't see the need to stop by in person. Maybe he asked her to? Snow suggested. But why? Hunter let the question fade as Eloise stepped to the door and knocked, as though this were anyone else's house. She had to know where she was, though. It was too late for a casual visit. Snow tapped a few fingers to her lips. Did she get the same tip-off you did? She suggested, that Ties was the suspected attacker? Maybe, Hunter said. I thought I was the only one the cameraman told, but there's a chance Lewis could have said something to Eloise, too. Maybe she's here doing the same thing we are, in a less tactful way. Maybe Eloise's more direct approach would get the answers Hunter hoped to glean from this. In that case, should they go out as well? What would Eloise do if the two of them showed up on the doorstep? Hunter frowned. If you're all right with it, Snow, I'd like to stay here until she leaves. If you're sure we can handle it, she said, smirking at him and folding her arms over her chest. Her blood was still heated from their discussion. This was complete torment, knowing she and Hunter were into each other and being unable to do anything about it. Hunter chuckled and settled into his seat. I should have gotten more ice cream to cool things off in here. Want the rest of my popsicle? Snow offered him the remnants of her frozen yogurt on its stick. He eyed her hand only moments before flicking a bemused gaze to her. Thanks, but you finish it off. She did so. Snow ate and sat in silence beside Hunter, wondering what was going on inside Ty's house. What would happen if she approached? If she knocked on the door and pretended she hadn't known Eloise was there or something? Her thoughts had time to wander, to meander past I Want to Kiss Hunter Lane and What Was She Going to Do Avenue, before settling in on what Hunter had told her about his past. His marriage, Cassie's mom. He seemed to be okay with the way things had ended. Hunter had called her strong, but so was he, and not just physically. To take on the responsibility of raising a daughter all on his own? Putting his own life in danger in order to help others in need? Strong didn't seem like a powerful enough word. Other thoughts passed through her mind, and one became so prevalent she found she needed to voice it aloud. I wonder, she said, after they'd waited for another 30 minutes without any additional changes since Eloise had gone in. This was getting them nowhere. If we bring things with HMW to a close sooner than later, maybe we can force the threatener's hand. Hunter frowned. That's not a good idea. I think it is, Snow said. You mentioned the finale. We'll have all the bachelors on hand, the police too. You'll be there to help. We can find out who it is. He was already shaking his head. The last time you inadvertently forced the attacker's hand, you were nearly killed. How could she make him understand? I don't want to prolong things anymore, Hunter. Not when you're the one I want to be with. I wish I could choose you. You can't. he said, with so much sadness it ate at her. She wanted to protest. She wanted to pose an argument, to bring up something, anything, that might open a way for them. But nothing came to mind, and so she let the argument fade. Snow's eyes almost drifted closed when the sound of Hunter clearing his throat sliced through the silence. "Hey," he muttered in a gentle way, the way Snow suspected he might use to wake Cassie up for school. Talk about adorable. She left. Snow hadn't realized she'd fallen asleep completely until she blinked enough sleep from her eyes to read the clock on the dashboard. It's past midnight. Yeah. She stretched a little. And how long ago did Eloise leave? About 10 minutes ago. I waited to make sure she wasn't coming back, but I think it's time to call it. She stretched her legs and arched her back as much as she could in the confined space of his car. Yeah, she agreed. Let's head back. He hadn't said anything after she'd admitted she wanted to choose him. Snow was glad. If he had, she might have done something foolish like kiss him. He shifted into gear and began veering toward the end of the street. Was that the only time she came out? Yeah, he said, signaling before taking the opening onto the busier intersection back toward Oceanside. Snow calculated the time. She and Hunter had pulled up in front of Ty's house before 10. That meant Eloise had been there for a little over 2 hours. What was she doing there? I've run a few possible scenarios through my mind, he said, taking the ramp onto the freeway. She's too old to be his lover. Maybe he wanted to meet in person about the terms of his appearance in the final show. What if he doesn't want to come and had some demands to make of Eloise in order to agree? If that was the case, why would she hear anything like that? To appease him, maybe? I don't think she would give in to any demands he makes, Snow said. Why should she? Hunter didn't respond for several moments. I don't know. I'm going to ask her about this, though. You can't admit we were there spying on the house. I just might, he said. It might be in our favor and hers to tell her what Lewis told me. If Ty's is dangerous, Eloise shouldn't be anywhere near him. So you're going to talk to her? Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. He merged into the traffic, which hadn't lessened at all, even with the late hour. Cars and vehicles were still packed onto the freeway. I also think you're onto something. I had time to think it over after you fell asleep, and I think pushing things forward is a good idea. We can't keep prolonging the show, waiting to see what will happen. It will be better if we take action, if we take matters into our own hands. Okay, she said, steeling herself. A warm feeling settled directly in the center of her chest. That means I'll pick my bachelor. You'll have to dismiss the others. Explain to them why we're cutting things short. They'll understand. I'll talk to the financial board about coming up with compensation for the remaining contestants, since things haven't panned out as promised. It was too bad he couldn't do that so Snow could pick him. Selecting Hunter wasn't an option. She had to let it go. Okay then, I'll pick my winner. We'll force the attacker's hand. Hunter peered at her and lifted the corner of his lips sympathetically. And all of this will come to a swift and hopefully safe end, he said. Chapter 20. The next morning, Eloise stepped into the studio and Hunter's heart raced. He wasn't usually this jumpy when speaking to her about participants he was under contract to protect. But then, he'd never had a personal interest in any of the other participants before. Hunter, she said, how long have you been here? She lifted her chin and stared at him with an unreadable expression. He wasn't sure what he was hoping for. Evidence of some kind to verify her being at Ty's house? I only arrived a few minutes before you. I was hoping to speak with you in private. She tucked her clipboard to her side.
Oh, is something wrong? I'm not sure yet. I'd like your thoughts on something. She visibly relaxed and continued the way to her office. Okay then, we have a few more minutes before the studio starts to wake up. What's on your mind? Yesterday, Lewis talked to me. He found evidence that one of the previous bachelors had something to do with the attack on Snow. Eloise's hand stilled before reaching the knob to her door. Oh, which participant? He said he saw ties in the hotel feed. At least he thinks it was ties. Why would ties attack Snow? Eloise said. That's what I wondered, so I went to his house last night. You did? He waited to see if she would respond, if she would confess any of her reasons for being there as well. Beats pounded like drums, adding to the percussive cadence taking place in his chest. Then, what time were you there? It was after hours. Snow wanted some ice cream, so I took her for a drive and decided to stop by the address on Ty's file. I saw you there, Eloise. She sighed and lowered her head and shoulders in defeat. Her nostrils flared. He watched her for signs of... what? Guilt? Confession? Care to tell me what you were doing at one of the previous bachelors' homes so late? He's dating my daughter, Eloise finally said. Hunter's brows shot up. He didn't know Eloise well. He hadn't known she had a daughter. He's only been off the show for a few weeks. Did they just start dating? Did your daughter send you there or something? There was every chance she could deflect and choose not to answer him, but doing so would only make her appear more suspicious. Perhaps she knew as much because she went on. Yes, Hannah left something there and I went to get it. Ty's and I got to talking about how the show was going. I didn't mean to stay so long, but he's a personable guy, you know. Hunter wasn't sure if he believed her or not. And did he say whether he was there the day Snow was attacked? I didn't ask, she said with a laugh. Ty's is a little bit of a flake, but he wouldn't hurt anyone. Is that all? Hunter's teeth clamped together. He wanted to demand more, but what else could he do? There's something else, he said. You might want to sit down while we discuss it. Eloise sniffed. Hunter already knew she wouldn't take well to the idea of bringing the show to an early close, but it was time. They couldn't prolong things anymore. They needed to bring things to a close. Snow didn't want to do this on camera, but she knew that was part of the requirements. Still, she thought it would be fair to at least give the men she would be rejecting a fair warning, especially after all they'd done to comfort her the night she'd been attacked. Hunter was going to speak with Eloise about pushing up the date of the final show. Snow needed a date with Clayton to make her decision believable, which meant she had to let the others down easy, or hard, as this case was. It was such a shame. She liked Marcos and Carter and had wanted time with them, but there was nothing else for it. She found Carter first. He was in the lobby with a book, looking handsome and enticing. With Carter's shy, soft nature, Snow had liked him from the start. Why? Why couldn't this have worked the way she'd hoped? She approached him, regretting that she had to interrupt him with bad news. Hey, Carter. Carter lowered his book, and his expression shifted from pensive to delighted. Snow, you are looking gorgeous today. What's up? She had thought this through, but she suddenly didn't know what to say. Though they had gone for a walk together, they hadn't had their official date either. But she was out of time. She couldn't wait for another attack to take place. If the threatener was waiting for her to make her decision to show his hand again, then Snow had to act now. They had to finish this. I have something sad and difficult I need to discuss with you.
He rested the book on his leg. He analyzed her for several moments as realization dawned on his handsome face. His lips thinned into a sad smile. "You don't have an apple for me, do you?" "I wish I did," she said. "It's not fair, I know. We haven't had the chance to really get to know one another at all. I'm sorry. I'll be making my final decision on the show tonight." Carter set the book on the seat and rose to his feet. His eyes were intense and focused and held the slightest trace of confusion. "You haven't had all 7 dates yet." "You're right, I haven't." "Then why the rush?" She lowered her head. "I don't want to keep anything from you. I won't keep anything from you. You deserve to know, since your safety is also on the line." She hated that that was the case. They were in danger by association with her, with the show. "It has something to do with whoever is threatening you, doesn't it?" His kind voice was direct. "Yes," she said. "Hunter and I suspect that whoever it is will stay their hand until the show's final episode. We've decided not to prolong things. It's time to find out who it is." Carter's brows gathered. He placed a hand on his hip, scanned the lobby, and then lowered his voice. "This isn't fair to you. This was your fairy tale," he said. "And to each of you bachelors, too," she said, touching his arm. She considered offering to keep in touch, to contact him if things didn't work out with her choice, but why give him false hope? In reality, she didn't know what would happen. After thinking things through, she decided to choose Clayton. He seemed to fit her personality and interests the best. She didn't know if they would make it through the final episode without another attack, if she were being honest, but she hoped as much. HMW magazine had announced Snow would be picking her bachelor, and the anticipation of her decision cluttered the internet from what Juliet had told her. Hunter had assured her there would be increased security and police on hand at every corner. They were even going to commission the SWAT team to be on the ready just in case. Whoever the threatener was, if they truly planned on making their final play that night, Snow hoped they would be taken by sore surprise and caught. Snow did her best to not show Carter the unease making quicksand of her insides. "So after tonight, you're free to go. The studio will compensate you for your participation." He waved that off and kept his concerned expression on her. "Are you going to be in danger?" Maybe she wasn't fooling him as much as she thought. "We're all in danger," she said. "Do they have any idea what this person is planning? A bomb or something?" The same concerns had crossed her mind. Would this person bring a gun into the studio? Hunter didn't think so, especially with the amount of security measures in place. Every person who entered the building would be expected to pass a metal detector and be screened. "I don't know," Snow said. "I'm sorry it's come to this." Carter inhaled. The line between his brows deepened. He frowned at the carpet, bobbing his head. "Me too. It was nice getting to know you." "And you," she said, taking his hand. "You know, if you're interested, I'd be happy to set you up with a friend of mine." Juliet had said she was attracted to Eric, but she might like Carter better, considering Eric's behavior on the date they'd had. He waved this off as well. "I'll fend for myself, thanks. I never did like the idea of blind dates." "Me neither," Snow said, matching his attempt at a smile. "I don't know anyone who does." The two of them laughed, and then Carter stood and pulled Snow into a hug. She buried her face in his chest, holding him tightly, hoping to convey how sad she was with this embrace. When she broke away, Carter trailed a hand over her cheek. "You're a beautiful person, Snow, inside and out." "Thank you," she said. "As are you." Goodbye, Carter. Goodbye. Snow had no desire to go anywhere near the pool again, but she found Marcos headed in that direction in a pair of surf trunks, with his chest bare and a towel strung across his shoulders. She shared essentially the same parting words with him as well, apologizing that they'd never had the opportunity for a date.
I would have loved that with you,
Marcos said in his accent, giving her his contagious smile. She wondered if he was ever upset, with how bright of an attitude he seemed to constantly maintain. I would have too. I wish you all the best, Marcos.
And you,
he said, opening his hands, lowering his head, and raising his brows as if asking if it would be okay to hug her. Snow smiled and folded herself against his chest, inhaling the scent of sunscreen on his torso. She patted his bare skin a few times before pulling away and was surprised to find a tear streaming from Marco's eye. She lifted a finger to wipe it away. You are a bright light to everyone you meet, she told him. I hope you never lose your charisma.
Yes, and you.
He patted her shoulder.
So it ends tonight.
Tonight, she said. I'll be giving out my last apple, and I wanted you to be prepared.
Thoughtful,
he said.
Thank you, Snow. Thank you for this opportunity. It has been amazing.
It wasn't me, she said. She couldn't take any credit for whatever experience he'd had on the show. She hadn't had the chance to date him. None of this had turned out as she'd hoped. Now that she knew what Preston was really like, she wished she'd put him off in favor of someone sweet like Marcos. She supposed it was too late now.
I wouldn't have had it be anyone else. Good things to you, Snow.
And you, Marcos. He grinned again before stalking the rest of the way to the pool for his swim. The conversation with Judd went much the same. He'd suspected the letdown was coming, since she hadn't paid much attention to him after their date and their kiss, which made her feel even more wretched that she hadn't said anything to him sooner. I wish I felt more than I do, she told him honestly.
Don't worry your sweetheart about it,
Judd said, brushing his thumb across her jaw. A glance toward the resort's gym windows showed the final person she'd been hoping to run into. It would be best to have the news be a surprise, and under any other circumstances she would have had it be that way. But Clayton would understand. Like the others, he deserved to know what to expect on the show that night. I thought I'd find you here, Snow said, stepping into the gym. Clayton was at the weights, pumping a set toward his torso repeatedly and showcasing the muscles in his biceps and shoulders.
Hey there,
he said, lowering the weights. He set them back onto the rack and wiped his forehead with the towel sitting close by.
You working out? I'll join you on the treadmill again.
Actually, I'd like to talk to you about something.
Anything.
Snow fidgeted and tried not to glance at Hunter, who had positioned himself near the door. She was mildly worn out after letting down the others, but they had no more time. You and I never got that run in.
I'm down if you are. Want to head to the beach?
Snow inhaled. She longed for that, actually. To run, to let adrenaline course through her, to feel the wind swirl through her hair and on her face. Perhaps once this was over. I'm not entirely sure how to say what I need to say. Clayton's face fell.
I see. You've made your decision, haven't you?
She had. This was the time to bring it up, she supposed. Yes. So much of this show hasn't gone the way I hoped it would. I haven't been able to date all my bachelors and make a fair decision. I've been attacked and threatened. And the one man she was falling for, she couldn't have. But she would do what needed to be done, just like she'd had to do with her diet in order to remain healthy. She would deny herself what she really wanted and settle for what worked best.
"You definitely deserved to have a better experience," he said.
That's just it. I've had a great experience otherwise. I only regret that I haven't been able to have as much time to get to know you as I wanted.
"It's been hard waiting for you," he admitted.
He was far too understanding. That made this a little easier somehow. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I have some good news in all of this."
"Oh?"
"You've made an impression on me, Clay. Even though we haven't had the time we both wanted, I've still been struck by you more than any of the others." His brows lifted. The rest of his expression gradually did too as realization dawned.
You're serious, aren't you?"
Snow's lips stretched in response to the delight dawning over him. 100%. Clayton laughed and wrapped his arms around her, luring her to him in the most familiar gesture, as though holding her like she was comfortable for him, as though it was natural. She'd told Juliet he was the best fit for her of the 7 bachelors, and she'd meant it. Snow could see it. She could see being with Clayton. Workouts, dinners, rock climbing, bike riding, lifing. Waking every morning, having him by her side. The thread of connection she'd been waiting for began to niggle its head, to stir the dirt, and allow a fledgling plant to poke its head out. Clayton seemed to sense the same thing. His eyes skated across hers, and his hand went to her neck, stroking her skin. Each touch ignited a trembling flame in her low belly. Clayton's hand moved to her jaw, and he stroked her bottom lip with his thumb, staring as though entranced by her face. "I'm going to kiss you now, Snow." Her stomach fluttered. In spite of herself, her gaze flickered in Hunter's direction. His head was bowed, but he watched her through his lashes. Could he hear their conversation? She wished he was the one she was kissing. She was aware of him watching her near the door, but she couldn't tell Clayton no. He was the one she needed to choose. He was the one who would help her end the show before anyone else got hurt. "Fine by me," she said, her voice breathy. Trembling and feeling every part of every moment, she lifted her chin and smiled until his lips gave hers a different occupation. Snow gripped Clayton's muscular shoulders and kissed him. The magic she'd been hoping for didn't consume her, though. The kiss was just that, a kiss. She couldn't lose herself in it, not like she wanted to. As his mouth melded with hers, she attempted to figure out why. Any other time, a man like Clayton would have swept her off the planet. If things were different, she might have felt something more for him. If there wasn't someone holding a thread over her head for the show later. If there wasn't a handsome bodyguard who'd already bewitched her. Clayton broke away, stroking her cheek with his thumb. "Why do I get the feeling you're somewhere else?" She dipped her head, resting her forehead against his chest. He smelled so good. Why couldn't she feel more for him? Why wouldn't this work? "I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted." He rubbed a hand on her back. Noise from the sports channel on TV carried on in the gym. Hector's camera, Hunter and the world watching ricocheted through the space, and they stood in the center of it. "Want to talk about it?" Snow fisted his shirt. "I want this to work with you," she said. "You are the one I picked, Clayton. Do you want that with me? At the ceremony tonight, when we do the show, I'm going to choose you. We can see if a life together might be possible." Clayton rubbed his hands along the back of her arms. His face angled away as he considered her words. "I'm flattered. he said, but part of me feels like you don't really mean that.
Along with being a dietitian, that kind of makes me a therapist too, Snow. I read people. You don't want this, do you?
She couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes. He would undoubtedly realize the conflict raging there if she did. Clayton tilted his head and attempted to meet her eyes. I know it's the last show, but is that what you want? Did the upper hands tell you to pick someone? Does this have to do with the people who attacked you? She probably should have confessed as much to him sooner, the way she had with Carter and Marcos. In the moment, she hadn't thought of what to say. She'd wanted this to be a regular date, just like anyone else had the privilege of having. I'm going to have to, she said. She hesitated to confess the truth of why to Clayton. He had been so kind and supportive. He'd been there for her the night of the drowning attack, just like all the other men had. But there was something else about him, too. Something she couldn't pinpoint. She hurried to give him what she hoped was a believable answer. With so much drama and contention going on, it might as well be sooner than later. You and I have such similar interests, and I think you're fun to be with and great to talk to. His features hardened. I don't want to be a person someone settles for, Snow. I'm not settling. Her response sounded so sincere she almost believed it. Clayton pressed another kiss to her mouth, and then he stepped back, holding onto her hands long enough to let them slip. I think it's time I bowed out. What? Why? I think you're being forced into something you don't really want. You don't want me. She didn't know what to say. Part of her was grateful he was acting sensible, but she wasn't sure what to do. He wasn't supposed to tell her no. I know faking it is the nature of a show like this. We could fake date for a year and then split the money. I wouldn't mind saying yes just to get my hands on that cash. But I think you should keep the apple tonight. Don't give it to me. I don't want to have the sight of you being rejected part of your season. Because if you give it to me, I'm going to say no. She considered arguing with him, but what was the point? He read her well, better than she read herself. His abrupt change in behavior toward her was so confusing. Why was he bowing out? He didn't want the money? Then again, if he was behind the threats, maybe he thought he'd get access to the money regardless of what happened. Maybe he had just enough of a heart that he didn't want to get too involved with her if he was going to be ripping hers from her body on live TV. Say yes, she said. At least get the winnings. Then we'll have more time to try. I really do like you. You're not fooling anyone, Snow, he said. I heard you after your interviews. I know how you feel about Hunter. He's the one you should be choosing. Her cheeks caught on fire. How could he? She hadn't realized any of the men were nearby when Eloise had pulled her aside. He's just... She couldn't finish. Hunter wasn't only her bodyguard, and she couldn't claim as much and continue lying to both Clayton and to herself. I see how you look at each other, Clayton said. Follow your heart, Snow. The others won't mind. I don't. This was why she liked him so much. Of all the men she'd come to know on Heartthrob's Most Wanted, Clayton was the most genuine, easygoing of them all. He was sincere, upfront, unperturbed and composed. He was prudent and sounded so wise. She should have known she couldn't pull the wool over his eyes. Thank you, she said. I didn't plan for this to happen. Circumstances, he said kindly, as if that one word explained it all. He jutted his chin toward the wall where Hunter waited. "Choose your bodyguard." Snow chewed her lip and turned. Hunter's gaze was plastered to them. Could she? Would the others really be okay with the decision? Would Hunter? With the clock ticking down to showtime, she didn't have long to decide. Chapter 21. Overcome with emotion, Snow darted from the gym. She didn't need to look to know that Hunter and Hector had followed her out. Her blood whizzed in her veins, and she felt more alive than she had since the first episode of the show had premiered. "Snow?" Hunter said from behind her. "Is everything okay?" She rotated. "You were in there. How much did you hear between us?" "I tried not to," he said. "I tried giving you as much privacy under the circumstances as I could." "Did you watch me?" "Of course." "Then you saw Clayton kiss me?" Hunter lifted his chin. The slightest hint of irritation crossed over his face, but he said nothing. "He seemed upset, though. What happened?" "He knows," she said. Hunter frowned. "Knows what?" Snow couldn't help her smile now. The moment it soared over her cheeks, she felt as though some of the weight she'd been carrying for the past several days had lifted. "It's you. I'm choosing you." Hunter sighed in exasperation. "You can't." She placed her hand on his chest. She angled her face toward him, searching his eyes, hoping he could read the exuberance in hers. "But I can. I tried to convince Clayton that he was the right one, but he saw the truth. I can't hide it anymore, Hunter." "You signed a contract. You agreed to pick one of your bachelors." "I agreed to pick someone and date them for a year. I don't think it specifies that it has to be one of the contestants. If it does, why not enter yourself?" Hunter turned away from her. He rested a hand on his hip within the opening of his suit jacket. "I can't do that." "Why not?" His tone elevated. "I own the show, Snow. How would that look?" "Who cares?" she said with a little laugh. "People will care. I'll lose my credibility. We'll never be able to have another Heartthrob." "I think you won't be able to anyway after these threats." Her words were solemn. It was true. He would be hard-pressed to find another bachelorette willing to appear after the threats that had lambasted Snow this season. "I'm choosing you," she said in a tone that brooked no arguments. "Snow," he said, sounding pained. She slipped her hands up around his neck. "You might as well accept it." Hunter released a groan and then surrendered. His hands captured her face and their mouths collided. She kissed several of her other bachelors, but this was the kiss she'd been waiting for. It stole her breath and set her lungs on fire and brought tears to her eyes all at once. She tiptoed up, wrapped her hand around the back of his head, keeping him in place while his lips crushed and molded with hers. His head angled and she followed, drinking in every one of his movements. The way his hands settled at her waist and explored her spine. The way his lip tantalized hers. The way every one of her nerve endings fired. The kiss lingered, changing pace, turning explorative and conversant. It threatened to pick up speed again, to transport them, and it took all of Snow's self-control to pry herself away. "I think that was a yes," she said, breathing hard. "You're crazy, Snow Hendricks," Hunter said, taking her face in his hands and pressing another enduring kiss to her lips before dragging himself free. His mouth pulled away slowly, extending the kiss as long as he could.
My kind of crazy. Please tell me that's not something you say to all your clients. I've never kissed a client before, he said, stroking her cheek. The glowing snake in her stomach slithered. Really? Is that true? It's true. You're the first client I've ever taken a personal interest in. Probably not the best idea on my part, but I can't seem to help myself when I'm around you. Beside Hunter, Hector cleared his throat. Sorry for the interruption, but... Thanks, Hector, Hunter said, slipping his hands around Snow's and guiding them from his neck into his lips instead. He kissed the tips of her fingers. He's right. We need to make our way to the studio. I need to tell Eloise. Amira is the one who needs to know, Snow said, beaming at him. Go through her. There's a chance she won't say anything. Have Oswald make you a contestant. He shook his head, but she persisted. I'm following my heart, Hunter, just like Clay said I should. I can't believe he told you to pick me. He said they've all noticed how I look at you, how you look at me. We can't fight what's right in front of everyone. Say yes. Be my bachelor. You know that contradicts the definition of that word completely, right? Shut up and kiss me already. Hunter laughed and brought his hands around her. He leaned forward, his mouth atoms away from hers and stealing all of her thoughts in the process. Everywhere his body touched her made her come to life. She wrapped her arms around him and kissed him back, meeting his fervor with her own. No matter what happened tonight, she had Hunter. They would see it through together. The threatener could bring whatever they had planned, but they would be ready. Hunter paced in front of the screens in the security office. Snow was with May for makeup and dressing, and the instant she was ready, he'd be right back by her side. His entire body thrilled over her confession. He'd known she was falling for him, but he'd resigned himself to having to watch her choose someone other than him. That fact had been the reason Hunter had quailed as he watched Clayton kiss her in the gym. Hunter hadn't been able to bring himself to watch the whole time. He'd missed the words they'd exchanged, which explained why Snow's admission when she dragged him into the hall outside the gym had thrown Hunter for such a loop. Snow was going to choose him. Never mind the fact that he had no idea what the public's reaction would be. While the pronouncement felt monumental, it didn't assuage the fact that they still had no idea what to expect from this threatener. He'd been in other difficult situations, like when he'd protected an actress from a potential stabber, or the time the President of the United States had flown in and needed additional heat to back him up. He could handle whoever this was. But what if this person caught him unawares again? He hadn't been with Snow when she'd gone to the pool. He couldn't let anything like that happen to her again. A ping sounded from his phone. His heart leapt, but the message wasn't from Snow. It was from Cassie's school. Momentarily derailed, Hunter swiped and listened as a computer-generated voice told him Cassie hadn't been at school that day. Strange, he muttered, scanning the cameras. Through one of the windows, he could see Snow sitting in the dressing room in front of her mirror, grinning and chatting with May, while she coiled her hair up on her head. Hunter checked his watch. It was after 4 p.m. His little girl should have made it to his parents by now. Worry began to settle in. He disregarded it and tapped Cassie's number. The dial tone rang a few times before heading to the sound of her sweet voice stating her introductory voicemail. A separate ping came from his phone. This time it was from Snow, telling him she was stepping out. Hunter hurried to be outside the dressing room's door, and distracted as he was, his breath caught the moment it opened. She looked exquisite. May had pulled Snow's hair up, and she wore a little black dress that was both simple and striking,
accentuating her figure and the line of her strong shoulders and swan-like neck. Any other time, the sight of her like this would have unraveled him. But his thoughts were too preoccupied. Where was Cassie? Her eyes danced. "Hey, handsome, you ready for this?" She gestured to herself. Heavens, but she was tantalizing. She looked nervous and delicate and beautiful, but he couldn't dwell on that now. She seemed to register his concern because the light in her face dimmed. "What's wrong?" Snow asked. Hunter checked his phone before replying. He tapped the list of his contacts, wondering which number to call first. "The school just called and said Cassie never made it in today," he said, holding his phone to his ear. "Didn't your parents drop her off?" "No, they're not far from the school, so she usually rides her bike." Would she have skipped out for some reason? Some kids do that. "Not Cassie," he said. If she were older, he could see a teenage version of her cutting class or, heaven forbid, meeting a boy. But she loved school, and her best friend was in her class. "I can't help but wonder," he said, without finishing the thought. His phone was a brick in his hand. He stared out at the set, not seeing. "What?" Hunter rubbed his chin. "Her mom hasn't been in her life for years, but..." What if Haven had something to do with this? Absentee parents had been known to abruptly interfere. He met Snow's concerned eyes. "You're worried," Snow said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You need to go find her." He checked his phone again, called his parents. They hadn't seen Cassie either. His heart constricted and pushed his blood like syrup through his veins. They had driven to the school to see if she was still there and were just about to call him now that they knew she wasn't. He continued staring without seeing. He couldn't think. What had happened to his little girl? "I have to go," he said. "Of course you do. Go on, make sure she's okay." Snow's presence, her glance was so steady. Hunter wanted to cling to her, to take comfort from her in whatever way he could, but now wasn't the time. He felt trapped. He couldn't leave Snow, not now. But the threatener. She gripped his hand. "I'll be fine. Nothing has happened since the pool incident. Eloise, Hector, and May are here. Police have the station surrounded. I'll be fine. Go find your daughter. I'm still choosing you." "I wouldn't leave you if it weren't vital," he said, needing to make her understand. This was tearing him apart inside. What if something happened to Snow because he was gone? "I know," she smiled, a stabilizing, grounding sight. "I'll be fine. Go." He gripped her arms, wanting to say so much. How worry knotted inside of him for her, too. How he'd do anything for her if he could. "I'd do this for you, too," he said in her ear. He placed a kiss on her mouth before breaking for the stage's exit. Chapter 22. Snow watched Hunter dash toward the exit with a knot in her chest. She wished she could go with him to check on Cassie, but as it was, she sent a small prayer heavenward for the little girl. For Hunter, that all would be well. The show had to go on, but she wished it didn't need her to do that. Hunter's haggard expression haunted her. He loved Cassie, and with her mother gone, he was all the little girl had. If something happened to her, it would devastate him. Before long, the crew bustled. Lewis wheeled a soundless TV screen to where she stood and then took the time to position her mic. "Hard to believe this, isn't it?" he said. "It really is. It's been incredible." "Death threats and all?" "That part hasn't, but I loved getting to know everyone." "We've loved you too," he said. "There's just something about you, Snow. Something that's instantly likable. You're so friendly, and you've got this calming, innocent persona that people really like." "Thank you," Snow said, touched. "You've been so kind and helpful." She'd loved getting to know Hector, Lewis, May, Amira, all of them. It would be truly hard to say goodbye. She wasn't sure what she was going to do. She had to announce the winner, but how could she announce that it was Hunter now that he was gone? She wished there was some way to award the money to Clayton, Carter, or Marcos. Hunter didn't need the prize, but the others undoubtedly did. Lewis nodded and then bustled off to speak with the man at the soundboard. Eloise stepped onto the set, wearing a pantsuit and a floral blouse. Though her clothing was put together, her face wasn't composed as it usually was. Snow wondered what had come out of the conversation Hunter said he would have with the producer. Had he told Eloise he and Snow had seen her at Ty's house? "You look exquisite," Eloise said, wringing her hands. "Is something wrong?" Snow asked. "Did you hear anything from Hunter?" "Should I? Where is he anyway? Usually he's flanking you like a dog." The question made Snow's stomach squirm. She wished Hunter could have stayed with her, but she couldn't have expected him to stay. "He went to check on his daughter." She kept checking her phone, too, for updates. "Anything?" she'd asked. There was no reply. What a terrible thing. She hoped Cassie was okay. She hoped it was just a misunderstanding and that the little girl would be with her grandparents. Maybe she'd forgotten to charge her phone. Maybe she'd felt sick and decided not to bother her dad about it and had skipped school instead. Things would be okay, Snow told herself. She needed to be on her best game for what was coming. What would happen when she announced Hunter and he wasn't there? What was she going to do? Eloise bit her bottom lip. She was acting more fidgety than usual, displaying the same uncertainty spinning inside of Snow. "Snow, would you help me with something?" she asked. That was abrupt. Eloise didn't ask what was wrong with Hunter's daughter, and that was something she would have pried about before. She must be worried about things on the set. "Sure, what's the matter?" "I just need you to come with me, that's all." Confused but willing, Snow followed Eloise across the median and into her office. She closed the door behind them with a loud clicking noise and then turned. Smiling nervously, she ran her hands across her stomach as if to wipe away perspiration. The last time she'd been in Eloise's office, it'd been to discuss the threats she'd received. The fixtures were black and fuchsia, much like the rest of the studio, but a seating area was situated in the corner by a window with a rug, a shelf, and a mirror on the wall. "What is it?" Snow asked. "You're making me nervous," she added with a little laugh. Eloise waved it away. "Last episode jitters," she said. "This is something I like to do with bachelorettes who are nervous or worried." "I'm not nervous," Snow said. "At least not about the show." She was ready to move forward with things, to be done with this threatener and have her life back. She was ready to date who she chose, not who had been chosen for her. She was more worried about Hunter and Cassie than anything else. Again, she wished she could have gone with him. Maybe she should have. She was contracted to see this through. What would the producers do if she disappeared? "Humor me," Eloise said. "See that mirror? When I'm feeling worried, I find it helpful to look at myself, to reassure myself all will be well. I'm a big fan of positive affirmations, and when I'm feeling presentable, it's like I can handle things better." "So you want me to be with you while you look in the mirror?" That sounded a bit too vain for Snow's taste. She was all for positive affirmations, though. Repeating constructive, uplifting mantras had helped her a time or two, especially before a performance. Perhaps this was what was making Eloise so nervous, though. Really, what did she have to be anxious about? Plus, you really want to make sure you look your best before you go on. Oh, May just did my makeup. I trust her. Eloise stepped forward and put an arm around Snow's shoulders, guiding her until the two women faced the mirror together. It's okay. Just take a few minutes. Tell your troubles to the mirror. It's great at keeping secrets, she added with a laugh. I'll give you some time. This was getting weirder and weirder by the minute. I don't need to talk to your mirror, Eloise, Snow said. Eloise was already at the door. I'll be right out here. Snow felt beyond weird, but she lingered as Eloise left her alone in her office. She peered at the mirror only for moments before a noise sounded behind her. Eloise? Snow turned, ready to leave as well, but someone approached her from behind. A strong arm trapped her across the torso. Snow's instincts kicked into gear. She wormed against her captor, attempting to free herself. Just as she opened her mouth to release a cry, a cloth covered her nose and mouth. Hunter sent Cassie at least 20 texts during his mad dash from the studio to the allure across the street, but she didn't respond. He called her over and over in between and was tempted to take the stairs all the way up to their suite, except it wouldn't be any faster than the agonizing wait for the elevator to descend to the lobby, and he would be far too winded by the time he actually got there. He fumbled for his key card and then practically slammed it against the reader, having to redo it a second time because the strip didn't read. He wedged the door open and burst into the suite. Cassie, he called, barging toward the seating area. Cass, where are you? He thought maybe she decided to come home to him and hadn't told anyone. She'd mentioned how much she missed him the last time they'd spoken the night before. He missed her too. He'd promised they'd be together soon. Any minute she'd pop out of the room he slept in, youthful face smiling. She'd give him a hard time for the number of texts he'd sent. She'd tease him or sing something silly, but she made no appearance. He checked behind the couch, around the kitchen area, bulldozed through the bedroom and overturned blankets to assure himself she wasn't sleeping. His fear increased with every step. This was every parent's worst nightmare. Desperation crept up his throat. Cassie, where would she have gone? What had happened? What could he do to find her? His hands trembling, he sank onto the edge of the bed and yanked his phone from its pocket before dialing 911. To make matters worse, the moment he ended the call with the police, another message came from Hector in the studio. Come quickly, Snow is gone. The phone slipped from his hand. The strength left his knees, but he managed to remain upright. No, he said, backing himself against the wall for additional support. He glanced around the empty space once more as his breath caught in his chest. How could this be happening? Snow couldn't be gone too. Though it felt as though his heart was going to explode through his chest, he steadied himself. Freaking out now would do no good. They needed to get to the bottom of this. Still, dizziness swept over him, making his limbs shake and blanking out his mind. Hunter sank to the floor, lowering his head between his knees. Cassie's missing first. The woman he was falling for next. What were the chances they'd both go missing on the same day? A prickling suspicion came over him. It was no coincidence that Cassie was declared missing just before Snow did. They took her to get me out of the way, he said, blood coursing through him with renewed energy, and he pushed himself to his feet. My Cassie girl. They took her because they knew it was the only way I'd leave Snow's side. He checked for the key before closing the door to his suite and made for the stairs. A new purpose fueled him. He had to get back to the station, to speak with the police there, because he was sure that the search for his daughter would also lead them to Snow. Chapter 23. Snow's shoulders ached. Her head was foggy and she blinked a few times, working to clear out the cobwebs and orient herself. Dim lighting filtered in through a small square window located too close to the ceiling. Cinder block walls surrounded her, and on the opposite wall was what looked like one of those fold-down beds. She stretched her back, but the restraints around her wrists rubbed against her already chafing skin, and she released a wince. Where was she? And who had bound her up like this? From the look of things, she was still wearing the little black dress May had provided for her from the show's last episode. "Hello?" she called, fear seizing her heart. She pushed aside the memories of the last time she'd been conscious, standing in Eloise's office, waiting to look in the mirror. "Hello? Is anyone here?" "I'm here." Snow blinked. She could hardly believe it. She turned slowly to find a little girl playing an Xbox plugged into the TV across from the bed. She'd never seen this girl, but from her dark skin, braids, and the sweetness in her expression, Snow suspected she knew exactly who this was. "Cassie? Are you Hunter Bradley's daughter, Cassie?" "Yep." The girl didn't act the least bit bothered about their situation. At least she wasn't hurt at all, as far as Snow could tell. "I know you. You're Snow. You're the one he's been bodyguarding for the show." The pit of Snow's stomach burned. Did that mean Hunter had spoken of her to his daughter? Cassie had to know about her at Heartthrob's Most Wanted, but had it been more too? There were cameras on the set. Did video footage show Snow entering Eloise's office? Would Hunter see who had snuck behind her in there? "What are you doing here?" Snow asked. "They told me my dad needed help," Cassie said. "They said if I came with them it would help him, and then left me here with a few games." She concentrated on the TV, fingers punching buttons on the remote with her hands. Who told you that? Did the girl know? Had it been Eloise? Snow's mind was groggy. Was it Eloise? She'd been there. She'd probably seen Snow black out in her office. She'd had every opportunity to call out, to warn Snow, to go for help or even intervene. But she hadn't. She was in on this after all. Cassie shook her head. "No, I'm not sure who it was. Some guy and a girl with him." That did them no good. "Did they take you on your way to school?" She nodded. "Does that mean you've been here all day?" Had they given her anything to eat? Or had they just deposited the little girl in here, thinking an Xbox was enough company to keep her quiet and entertained? Snow couldn't figure out why the little girl wasn't more worried. Maybe because this guy and girl who'd taken her had been nice to her? Or because they told her they were going to help her dad? Was it a long car ride? Do you remember where they took you? Where were they now? "I don't know. It was just a car ride." "Does your dad know you're here?" Snow worked her wrists against the restraints binding her hands behind her back. The effort only rubbed the ties against her skin. She bit her lip, tried to push through the pain and free her hands. If her hands were free, she could try the door. She could use something in here, something hard to break the window. It wasn't an egress window that made the home up to code. That meant wherever they were, this home was dated, which didn't give her much to go on. Unless they were being held at the house that she and Hunter had staked out the other night. Cassie wrinkled her nose. "They said they would tell him, but they took my phone watch." She lifted her wrist and shook it a few times, displaying a silver charm bracelet. Snow assumed it was the same wrist she wore the watch on, too. No wonder Hunter's attempts to contact his daughter had failed. A lump filled her throat. She worked to keep herself calm, though panic was starting to settle in. Hunter couldn't find his daughter now, and what would he do once he discovered Snow had gone missing as well? If only there was a way to contact him, to let him know they were both together and safe, for the moment. "Cassie," Snow began, "do you think you could help me?" The girl lowered the control. "Sure, with what?" "Can you find something to use to free my hands? A knife or something?" Cassie paused her game and stood, staring around the room. She hummed. Snow was amazed at how relaxed the little girl acted. Did she not understand the danger of their situation? She didn't want to alarm the girl, but she wanted to press some urgency into her as well. The people who'd taken them were leaving them to themselves for now. Sneaking away now would be their best chance, and she desperately wanted to get out of here before whoever they were came back. Cassie went behind Snow's back. "They're zip ties." "Do you see a pair of scissors anywhere?" Snow asked. "Check the drawers. Search everywhere you can." Cassie bounded around the room in an attempt to ward off the rising panic clogging her lungs. She took in the room's details. An old exercise machine was stored in here, along with what looked like a miniature organ. Various boxes containing books and other items were also piled at random. Then there was the couch Cassie had been sitting on across from the old TV set, a fat television rather than the sleeker flat screens of the day, and the gaming console connected to it. A table to her left had stacks of laundry baskets and a box of tools. These all looked like household items. Even the organ was a smaller size. It looked like they were in someone's basement. "Hello?" she called again, kicking her feet against the door. "Let us out!" Again, no response came. Snow shuffled over to sit on the edge of the fold-down bed, which had been left unmade with rumpled sheets. Whose room was this? Who had done this to them? And why had they done it? Her head throbbed. She rotated to check Cassie's progress. "Find anything?" "Nothing so far." Cassie dug through the drawer of a desk near the door. "Cassie," Snow began, "your dad is a friend of mine. I'm sure he's doing everything he can to find us, but..." How could she continue? "But we need to also do everything we can to get out on our own, too. Do you understand?" Cassie didn't seem to be scared, and Snow didn't want to freak the little girl out, but she also needed to press on her that this was no casual situation. What might have happened if Snow had agreed to let him cancel the show instead? Would that have been the best choice? Perhaps someone had a personal vendetta against Hunter himself. Perhaps that was why both she and Cassie had been taken. Because whoever it was found out how Hunter felt about Snow. She supposed it was too late now. Cassie paused and peered back at her. She had beautiful warm eyes that were starting to show the alarm she should have been feeling. "Do you think we're in trouble here?" Snow stood, feeling off balance with her hands tied behind her back. She kicked off her heels, stepped over a few discarded items on the dated carpet, and strode to Cassie's side. "I don't want to scare you, but yes, I do." The girl needed to know. "How much do you know of why your dad became my bodyguard?" "He said you were in danger. Someone attacked you and he needed to keep you safe." Her eyes widened. She backed up. "Oh, my gosh, no. Is that why we're here? Someone wants to hurt you?" Snow swallowed. "I don't know why we're here, but I don't want to find out. Have you tried the doorknob?" The girl shook her head and meandered to it. She attempted to turn it a few times to no avail. her face pinched. "We're locked in." Snow took in a breath. She had to remain calm, for Cassie's sake. "Have you been anywhere else in this house since you got here? The bathroom, maybe?" "I could say I need to go," she said, her face lighting up. "Then when they open the door, we can push our way out." "That could work," Snow said, "although I'd be more help if my hands were free. You don't see anything sharp in there?" She jetted her chin toward the open drawer. "Nothing," Cassie said. "Let me check again." Snow wandered to another set of drawers. "Try in here." Cassie did so. Her thoughts raced to Hunter. Did he know she was gone? What was he going to do? What about Clayton, Marcos, and Carter? Were they okay? All 7 of the men were slated to be coming back for the show's finale. Oh, goodness. Would whoever this was attack the bachelors while they were on the show? If that was the case, why would they get Snow out of the way first? Who had done this? What did they intend to do with her and Cassie? Snow was only 24. She still had so much to live for, so much to accomplish. She had dreams of acting, of performing, and of connecting with audiences. And what of Cassie? Hunter had said she was 8 years old? She had her whole life ahead of her. Hunter had mentioned his suspicions that Tizer Preston were behind the warnings and attacks, but Snow couldn't see how that was possible. But was it? If Eloise was in on it too, perhaps she'd conspired with one of them somehow and gotten them to help with the threats. She stopped in her tracks at the thought. "Ties," Snow said on a breath. She glanced around the room again. This had to be the house Hunter had taken her to that night. Urgency filled her all over again. "Keep looking, Cassie," Snow said. "I'm trying." She dug through more drawers and then finally pulled something free. "Aha! It's not scissors, but maybe it will work." It was a retractable razor blade. Cassie pushed the little knob on the side and a small blade slid out of the end. Snow's heart surged. "Try it." She turned. Cassie's skin brushed hers. "I don't want to hurt you." "You won't. Just saw the blade against the zip ties as best as you can." "Okay." Cassie sounded uncertain. "You can do this, Cassie. We're going to be okay. You're being very brave." Movement jarred her. She spoke softly to Cassie, encouraging her. The blade slipped and pricked against the side of Snow's hand. "I'm sorry," Cassie exclaimed. "It's all right. I'll be fine. Just keep trying. You can do this." Cassie made a few more attempts. The zip ties pulled tightly against Snow's wrists, but finally they sprang open. "There," Cassie said, sounding pleased with herself. Snow shook her hands free and rubbed her wrists, shaking her shoulders as well to ease some of the tension that had been building at having them pulled back at an awkward angle. "Thank you," Snow said, pulling the girl into a hug. She crouched so she could be at Cassie's eye level. "Now let's knock on that door. We'll shout and tell them you have to use the restroom. When they come to let you out, I'll barge forward and kick them down." "Kick?" "Yeah, I know a little self-defense." A very little. Even so, she smiled to assure Cassie, wishing she felt as confident. Eric had spent the majority of that time showing off and battling Hunter. If only Snow could have learned a few more helpful moves. She only hoped she could remember the few things they'd covered and use them quite as well as she'd done at the dojo. No matter what happened, she would do everything she could to get them out of this. Not only for herself, but for Hunter too. Heaven only knew how worried he was right now. Hunter showed the police officer Cassie's photo before pocketing his wallet and staring at the studio. Everything was in order for the season finale. Each of the bachelors had been invited back to wish Snow a fond farewell and be featured one last time. But the men were all growing restless, as were the members of the audience who'd been invited to be on hand. Amira approached him. Her lips were pressed into a concerned line. "Oswald and I are just about ready," she said. "Are you sure you want to keep going?" "Yes," he said. "We're going to air this live." It was the best way he could think of to spread the word about what had happened. The police had known about the suspicion against Ties, but the idiot was here on the set, gawking around the studio and sitting silently with the other bachelors on their tall stools. Hunter knew it was risky. The threat had been that continuing the show would prove Heartthrob's downfall, but they still weren't sure if the mention of Heartthrob was referring to Snow herself, as the heartthrob of the season, or the show and magazine in general. Was someone going to light the building on fire? Set off a bomb? He didn't know what to expect, but he was glad the police and the SWAT team were on hand for whatever it was. He would appear on the show and explain the situation, and then he was going to join in the search. Hunter had directed the police to the house he and Snow had staked out, but they said the woman there hadn't seen hide nor hair of either Snow or Cassie. The police had even gone in with a warrant to search and found nothing. Where was his little girl? Where was Snow? Hunter stepped onto the set and approached the bachelors. The 7 of them perked up at his arrival, some sitting straighter in their chairs, others standing up altogether. "Thank you all for coming," Hunter said. "Any word on her whereabouts?" Clayton asked. "Nothing yet." "We're going to help look for her," Preston said. After we spread the word, we'll help too." "Thank you," Hunter said, heartened by the assurance. These men cared about Snow too. That spoke so much of her, even in light of the fact that, aside from Clayton, they'd each been rejected by her. "As owner of HMW, I wanted to offer my personal apologies. I know the show didn't turn out how any of us anticipated." Eric waved him down. "Don't worry about it, brah. None of us is going to sue you for this. We just want her back safe. And your girl, too." The other men nodded. The tension in Hunter's chest released. They could sue all they wanted, he supposed. Their safety had been in jeopardy, but not because of anything he'd done. Hunter's shoulders relaxed slightly. "Thank you. That means a lot. I just wanted to express my gratitude." "We'll find her," Marco said. "Let's get on with this." Hunter couldn't agree more. He inclined his head. "At least we have the means of going public," he said, before turning away from them toward where Oswald and Amira were waiting. Lewis was situated behind his camera, one hand on its movable stand, eyes fixed on Hunter. "Let's proceed," he said, standing in the center of the stage. Lewis nodded and called out a few items to the rest of the crew and to the audience as well. Amira and Oswald joined Hunter's side, and Hunter gave him a nod. Lewis counted down from 5, leaving off the final 2 numbers, and Hunter straightened. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hunter Bradley, and I am the owner of Heartthrob magazine and have been behind the scenes, overseeing the production of Heartthrob's Most Wanted. I'm afraid this concluding episode has taken a turn for the worst. Not only are we faced with cutting the show short by at least a month, but we have a terrible update. I suppose the show is aptly named Most Wanted, because our heartthrob Snow Hendricks has gone missing." The audience released several apropos gasps. "Many of you know threats have been sent here, both to us behind the scenes running the show, as well as to Snow herself. You may have already seen the episode where Snow was brutally attacked and shoved into a swimming pool with the knowledge of her inability to swim. We considered canceling the show after that, but Snow insisted on continuing in the hopes of discovering the identity of her attacker. That is our hope as well.
She was taken a few hours ago, as was my 8-year-old daughter, Cassie Bradley. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the images of Snow and Cassie appear on the screen behind him. If any of you have any idea of either of their whereabouts, we encourage you to call immediately. Call the police. Let us know. I can't emphasize how much your help in this matter would be appreciated. Thank you for your continued support of our beloved Heartthrob, and good night. Hunter held his solemn gaze toward the cameras for a few moments longer before Lewis called out, "Cut, that's it." Amira turned and placed a hand on Hunter's arm. Oswald offered a consoling gesture as well. Hunter acknowledged them each in turn, expecting to find Eloise approaching too, but she was nowhere in sight. Strange. "That was flawless," Amira said. "I thought the show would be attacked during it, but nothing happened." "Maybe they didn't do anything because they didn't have enough time," one of the bachelors said. Hunter wasn't sure which one. He was still searching the set. "Has anyone seen Eloise?" he asked. Amira's mouth curled down. She and Oswald looked to one another. "Not since before Snow arrived," Oswald said. Hunter swore. As head producer of the show, it wasn't like Eloise to be absent from a production. "Don't tell me she's gone missing too." Were they all going to be picked off one by one? "Unless she's the one who did it," Preston said. "What?" Hunter pivoted to face him. He didn't mean for the question to sound so abrasive, but the thought struck his heart in an unprecedented way. Preston shrugged. He had one hand tucked into his pocket. "Just the way I used to see her interact with Snow. She always seems so fake to me." He lifted his hands. "Don't arrest me for saying as much." Hunter rubbed his jaw. He and Eloise hadn't seen eye to eye about Snow from the start, but she wouldn't go far enough to attack her, or his daughter for that matter. Then again, if he'd learned anything from his time in the military and bodyguarding others, it was that you could never fully know the truth about someone. He pulled out his phone. Nothing from Cassie, nothing from Snow, just a text from his parents to ask if anything new had developed. He tapped Eloise's number and held the phone to his ear. Her call went straight to voicemail. He lowered the phone again. Where the heck is she? Chapter 24. Snow and Cassie's attempt at getting someone to come to the door had failed. They'd knocked and shouted. They'd kicked at the door and pounded their fists, but no one had answered. The sun had set. The room's single window, located near the ceiling, had darkened completely. Cassie hid a yawn behind her hand and sank back onto the couch. "I wish they would come back and let us out." "Me too," Snow said, sitting next to her. She felt as though the entire place was crawling with bugs, like she would be contaminated if she let herself settle in too much. How could they sit here? What more could they do? Cassie hadn't touched the video game since Snow had asked her to search for scissors, but the paused game was still on the screen. The little girl stared at it blankly. Snow nudged her knee. "How are you doing, Cassie?" "I'm scared," she said, her lower lip trembling. "I don't want them to hurt my daddy." "They won't. They're not doing this to get back at your dad." "Then why are they doing it?" "I don't know," Snow said honestly. "I'm the one they attacked. They wanted me out of the picture." Snow still couldn't figure out why. What was so wrong with her that they would attack her personally? "They stopped me while I was riding my bike," Cassie said, beginning to whimper. "They said they were nice and just wanted to help my daddy. But what if—" Her question choked off. Snow sidled closer to the little girl and put her arm around her. "It will be okay. He won't get hurt."
I wish I had my watch. They got me to come and then took it. Then Daddy could have tracked me with it, but they threw it out. Snow felt hopeless. She couldn't see how they could get out of this. She wished she had something encouraging or comforting to say to Cassie, but no words came. So the two of them sat together, holding on to one another. She wasn't sure when it had happened, but her eyes had drifted closed. She'd fallen asleep. She shook away the dregs of sleep, attempting to orient herself as much as she could. Cassie had splayed her body across the couch cushions with her head in Snow's lap, and she continued to snooze, her arm hanging limply off the side. Snow bit her lip. She wanted to try the door again and search for something hard to break it down with. Maybe there was somewhere they hadn't checked yet. As it was, she didn't want to move and disturb the sleeping girl. Muffled noises came from outside the door. Cassie stirred, pushing up away from the couch and inhaling sleepily. "What's that?" she asked. "Shh," Snow said. "I'm not sure." Her voice was raspy from just waking up and her stomach growled in hunger. She hadn't eaten since breakfast the day before. The sounds grew louder. Someone fiddled with the door handle and the door burst open. HMW's producer strolled through, this time wearing jeans and a t-shirt. With her dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, she pointed a gun directly at Snow. "Eloise?" Snow said, rising to her feet. She offered a hand toward Cassie. The little girl took it and joined her side, pushing against her as two others entered the room behind Eloise. "That's who it was, that teenage guy and the girl," she whispered so only Snow could hear. "Ties?" Snow said in surprise. She didn't recognize the young woman standing with her hand in his, but she was pretty with shoulder-length dark hair like Eloise's. "You didn't even give him a chance," Eloise said. "He's your son?" "He's my boyfriend," the young woman holding Ty's hand interjected. Her voice was nasal, and the bitterness made her sound petulant. "He has as much right to be on that show as anyone else, and you cast him off without even granting him so much as a date." Ty's folded his arms and puffed out his chest, tilting his head to one side. Snow was speechless. Why was Ty's on the show if he had a girlfriend, unless he'd done it for the money? If that was the case and he'd been the one sending the threats, then why had he sent one to her before he'd even been voted off? "And who are you?" Snow asked. "Hannah. Eloise is my mom." She folded her arms as if daring Snow to argue with her. "You." Snow's glance flicked to Eloise. "You're behind the threats?" She couldn't wrap her head around this. How was it possible? Eloise had been in on it the entire time, all while pretending she cared when Snow had presented the letter she'd been receiving. No wonder Eloise had gotten so angry when Snow had defied her and announced the threats during the interview. Eloise said nothing, just lifted her chin in silent affirmation. "Why would you attack the show you work for?" Snow asked. "Why attack me?" "Hannah applied to be on the show as well, but you were the one who was selected." So this was about vengeance. Her gaze drifted to Ty's and the other young woman who was holding a food tray in front of her. Were they the ones dressed in black the day Snow had been shoved in the pool? That would explain why the Allure security cameras caught sight of him there that day. "You could have talked to me," Snow said. "You didn't need to go to these lengths." "I thought you were nice," Cassie added. "It's not just about Ties and Hannah," Eloise said. She gestured with the gun, and the young woman behind her stepped forward with a tray of what looked like a bagel with some cream cheese on it. Snow's stomach growled. She didn't usually eat bread, though, this fodder would have a conniption fit with her insides. "Not hungry?" Hannah asked. "I can't eat it," she said. Eloise knew she'd brought this on purpose to taunt Snow. She'd overseen many of Snow's meals before. The thought made Snow sick inside. Eloise could have had her poisoned or hurt at any other time.
"Guess you should have thought of that,"
Ty said. Eloise brushed him off and readjusted her arms as if the gun she held was getting heavy. "You know, this conflict with you, it's nothing personal," she said. "Then let us go. You know Hunter's got to be worried sick about his daughter. You have a daughter." Snow gestured to Hannah, who stiffened. "You know how devastating it would be if she went missing." Cassie pushed herself against Snow's side. Eloise snarled and disregarded this. Hannah applied to be the Bachelorette, using her father's last name instead of mine so Hunter wouldn't suspect. "He doesn't know you have a daughter?" Snow asked. "No. I managed to get Ty's considered as one of the bachelors as well. That way Hannah could pick Ty's and they could have the money." "But Hannah wasn't selected," Cassie said. "Snow was." "Snow," Eloise said with a snarl. "Perfect, innocent Snow. I started out just like you know. In my career, I was a beauty. I was selected to play a few side roles, but I wanted to advance my career. I wanted to do more than be a pretty face for one time only, until the studio moved on to the next beauty. I was going to be a full-time beloved actress with my face on every magazine. In order to do that, I had to stoop. I had to model, to sell myself just to make it big. And yet here you are. You've never been on anything. You've never modeled. You've never been in the public eye or in any other way than your theatrics. And yet you were accepted and loved instantly for your purity and innocence." She said these last few words with so much derision. This was unbelievable. Eloise was jealous of Snow. "I had no control over the public's reaction to me," Snow said. "You can't hold that against me." It wasn't her fault that she was simply a likable person. Eloise curled her lip over her teeth. "You need to pay your dues. You and the studio, too." What did Eloise have against the studio? "How can you possibly make me do that?" Snow asked. "I'm not going to stoop low. I'm not going to sign any contracts. After this fiasco, I have no desire to be anywhere near the public eye again." It was true. When she went home, she wanted to curl back into the sidelines of theater production for a good long time. Take up knitting or yoga. She'd never done much yoga before. "I have connections with Weibo," Eloise went on. "They've agreed to give me the show I've been trying to push Hunter for." "Weibo TV? What show is that? And what did this have to do with Snow and Cassie?" Eloise strutted deeper into the room. A seasoned bachelorette, with men nearer to her in age, who've had more experience in life. People will relate more to her. People will celebrate her finding a second chance in life. "You mean you? You would be the seasoned bachelorette?" "If all goes well, Heartthrob gets all the limelight. They have stock in every situation and a hand in too many departments. Why do you think Hunter was able to swing $1 billion prize to you as the winner? He's too wealthy, and he doesn't care about the little guys. Like me," Ty's added. Beside him, Hannah nodded her agreement. Snow had never gotten the impression that Hunter didn't care about others. What did Ty's expect? For Hunter to hand him dollar bills just for existing? "That's why we're sabotaging Heartthrob. Check the footage. We've added incriminating evidence that makes it look like Hunter is behind everything. The worst thing he could have done was to start going on your dates with you. He handed himself over the day he started doing that, and he didn't even realize it. She laughed. Snow wasn't sure what Eloise was talking about, but then again, she hadn't seen any of the staged footage. Would people really believe that? Would they really believe Hunter had been the one sending notes to his own studio? To Snow? Hunter was the one to save me from the pool, not push me in. We have evidence about that too, proving he hired 2 thugs to do the dirty work so he could look like the hero, Ty said. No one is going to believe that, Snow said, not after she'd gone live and told the public what was going on. Except, was it possible? Eloise could have manipulated everything? If she had help from someone else in the studio, she could have coordinated footage that would make it look like Hunter had been the one to instigate the attack. I'll testify, Snow said. Hunter didn't do any of those things. Because the truth was, she'd been painfully aware of everything he'd done. Snow hadn't been able to concentrate fully on the men she'd been dating because Hunter had always seemed to take over her focus. Not if you're not there. Eloise and Ty's exchanged maligned glances. Not once the men we sold you to arrive. Cassie whimpered at this. I want my daddy. Snow's blood pumped harder. What are you talking about? Your images have been posted online. Someone has paid a price for you both, and they'll be picking you up within the next hour. Snow's whole body seized. No, you wouldn't do this. Not only to her, but to Cassie too? Trafficking was a serious problem. They wouldn't be so debasing as that. You got in the way. I never would have had to do any of this if Hannah had been selected. But because you were, you forced my hand to take extreme measures. This is my shot, Eloise said, lifting her chin. My show will rival HMW. And when Weibo premieres my show, once Hunter is behind bars, Heartthrob will suffer. HMW will go down, and viewers will be eager for a new take on a too typical show, and Ty's gets his into show production. He folded his arms and gloated. Eloise's daughter lifted her chin beside him. I thought you wanted to design video games, Snow said. She glanced around, all but feeling the confirmation. They were in the house she and Hunter had staked out after all. Ty's hadn't seemed all that driven. He was brooding, yes, but something told Snow he wasn't going to accomplish anything with video games except to play them. This is Eloise's house, isn't it? Snow asked. And Ty's, you're living in the basement. Ty's sniffed. I can work a camera. I can handle calls. I can do anything they need me to. If that's the case, why don't you try getting a normal job like everyone else? You could start gaining experience, Ty's. You'd be good at any of those things. Shut up, Eloise said. He's helping me. Ty's hunched his shoulders. Why not present the idea of a seasoned bachelorette to Hunter? Snow suggested. You know you've ruined your life by doing this to me. No one will find out it was me, Eloise said. Or us, Ty's added. Once your pickup arrives, we'll get off free and clear. We're innocents in this. Innocents? They were losing their marbles. Snow rubbed her hand down Cassie's arm. This couldn't happen. But what were they going to do? She had only had the one self-defense class. Her limbs were frozen. She couldn't seem to move. Hunter stared at the bachelors. He skimmed over all 6 of their faces, not failing to notice that Ty's was no longer among them. That only added to his suspicions and made him all the more eager to get moving. You're sure you want to do this? He asked. We're coming with you, Eric said. We can split up. We can search for her. He rubbed his chin. I only have one suspicion of where they might be, but the police said they checked there. Where? Clayton asked. Ties lives in the area, Hunter said. We caught him on the Alir security feed the day of Snow's attack. It was all he had to go on, but he had to start somewhere. The police weren't making much headway, and he wasn't going to do nothing. The police searched the place, Hunter said, but I'd like to head there anyway. Let's go, Carter said. The others nodded their agreement. Hunter set his jaw. He didn't have a search warrant, but he could play it off like he was looking for Eloise. She had gone missing too, and he'd seen her at that house the other night. If he happened to ram his way in, so be it. I'm armed. Anyone else have a weapon of some kind? The men all glanced at one another. I've got a gun, Judd said, but it's not on me. Hunter considered this. He met the determination in each of their faces. Eric, at least, would be capable in combat if it came to that. It's no matter. We'll have strength in numbers, Hunter said. I'm headed out. If you want to come, come, but you're not to get in my way. This is my daughter we're talking about, and Snow. You love her too, Clayton said. The six of them looked on, none of them contesting the statement. Hunter's throat closed. I do. I know it's not fair to you. We don't care, Carter said. We saw it coming. Let's go find her. Bolstered, Hunter charged to the side exit and out into the sunlight. Carter, Eric, Marcos, and Clayton rode in the vehicle with him. Preston and Judd followed behind in the company vehicle, not waiting for the driver before taking the car themselves. Hunter's blood was charged. Every interaction in traffic only pushed his raging urgency to get to her. He hoped the girls were there. He hoped he could get to them in time. Chapter 25. Ties, Eloise, and Eloise's daughter, whom Ties had called Hannah, continued blocking the door to the room. Ties stared at his phone and lowered it again. Once they get here, we'll take off, he said. Hannah grinned. Or we could leave now. No sense in having someone catch us with them. No one is going to catch us. Right now, the police are investigating Hunter. They came here already and searched before we brought Snow and Cassie in. They won't come back again. Eloise sounded a little too assured. Snow eyed Eloise's gun. Then she glanced to the door. If she were the only one here, she would risk making a break for it. But how could she leave Cassie? She couldn't signal to the girl without drawing attention to the fact that she was about to try something. What could they do? Car wheels crushing the asphalt sounded outside. Ties crossed to the window and peered out. Looks like they're here, he said, grinning over his shoulder. The traffickers? Snow couldn't wrap her head around that. Panic shot through her. Forget her fears, she couldn't allow them to take the little girl. Make for the door, she muttered to Cassie. Cassie glanced up at Snow with wide, tear-filled eyes and nodded. Snow charged toward Eloise, gripping the gun and directing it upward. A shot fired. Eloise had pulled the trigger. Fortunately, it struck the ceiling. Cassie screamed and hit the floor. Ties and Hannah charged toward Eloise and Snow. Ties called her a deplorable name and ripped Snow away from Eloise. Eloise shuffled, readjusted, and pointed the gun at Snow. Run, Cassie, Snow commanded as she faced Eloise and lifted her hands in surrender. Get out now. I can't, she cried. That was stupid, Eloise said, cocking the gun and directing it at Snow once more. Snow's pulse was in her throat, in her ears. Shoot me. Do it. She'd rather die than be taken by whoever was here. Pounding sounded on the door, and then the sound of splintered wood cracked. Footsteps followed, more footsteps than Snow anticipated. They thundered overhead, shaking the floorboards. Eloise froze. She, Tice, and Hannah lifted their gazes. "Go see who that is," she ordered. Tice bolted to the door only to find it being pounded on. "Snow! Cass!" Snow's gaze darted to Cassie, whose smile beamed. "Daddy! We're here!" Snow cried. Tears filled her eyes. He'd found them. He was here. Except more voices could be heard mingling with Hunter's. "Kick it down," one of them said. "I'll do it. Move. Here, I got it." Snow couldn't mask her shock. Had the bachelors come with him? "Come in and we'll shoot her," Eloise called. She charged toward Cassie, took her by the arm, and pointed the gun at her head. Cassie let out a whimper. Snow couldn't believe this. "Eloise, don't." "Shut it," she snapped, securing the gun harder against Cassie's head. Snow lifted her hands. "This isn't what you want. You want the show, remember? The chance for Tice to be a producer there? This isn't going to get you that." Eloise hesitated. Her panicked gaze darted from Snow to the commotion at the door and back. "It's over," Snow said. She took a step toward Eloise, her hands outstretched. "Don't do something you'll regret." A swift kick and a grunt sounded. The door burst open behind her, splintering the wood. Taking advantage of the distraction, Snow reached for the gun and pried it from Eloise's hands. Cassie fell to the ground with a cry, and then Hunter was there. "Daddy!" Cassie burst into tears and threw her arms around him. Snow's knees gave out. Gun in hand, she lost the strength to stand and collapsed to a heap on the floor. To Snow's surprise, Preston was at her side in seconds, helping her to her feet. She peered around to find not only Preston, but Clayton, Marcos, and Carter, too. Eric was confronting Tice, socking him with a punch in the nose. Judd caught Tice and shoved him against the wall. She wasn't sure where Hannah had gone. "No!" Eloise cried, but Clayton guided her to the couch, her gun in his hand. Judd brought Tice there as well, and the two sat under Judd and Clayton's watch. "It's over," Hunter said to her, smoothing a hand over Cassie's braids. He took her face in his hands. "Are you okay?" Cassie's lower lip was mashed, but she nodded through her tears. "You got here in time." "In time for what?" he asked. "They claim to have sold us online," Snow said, body trembling. She leaned into Preston, wrapping her arms around him, grateful he was there. Preston called Tice a dirty name and tightened his hold on her. "That's sick. The police outside will take care of whoever they are when they get here," Hunter said. Relief so stark clouded Snow's eyes and expanded her chest. In spite of herself, she released a small cry and brought her hands to her mouth, not bothering to stop the tense tears from falling. The guys swarmed around her, checking after her well-being. Several of them clustered around Cassie as well. Snow was overcome. She swept her grateful gaze across each of their beloved handsome faces. "You all came," she said, lost for words. "You—" "Course we did," Judd said. "You're our girl, and we couldn't let nothing happen to Hunter's girl either." A weary laugh eked out. Snow quivered and trembled, hardly able to believe this had happened. Snow tried freeing herself from Preston's support, but she had no strength left. She was a rag doll as Hunter turned to her. He thanked Preston, slipped his warm, steady hands beneath her arms and legs, and lifted her. Cocooned against his chest, Snow had never felt safer. She nestled against him, fisting a hand in his shirt and breathing everything in. Hunter, the bachelors, their narrow escape. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come," she said. "Are you okay?" he asked. She could have swam in his voice, in its tender concern and the fury lining it as well. Snow crumpled against him, allowing the tears she'd kept at bay to pour down her cheeks. She gripped his shoulders, weeping like a small child, and he held her, just held her. "You were right," she said once her tears slowed. "It was Ty's, and Eloise's daughter. She has a daughter. Thank you," she said, attempting to calm herself and wiping her eyes. She pulled back enough to meet his fearsomely gentle obsidian eyes. "How did you find us?" "I just had a gut feeling to check here again. It was all I had to go on." Snow smeared her hand across her cheek and stared at him. "I'm glad you did." "Me too." She rested her head against him. "Thank you. I can't say it enough. They were talking about listing our pictures online. They were talking about—" "If they had, they would have lived to regret it," Hunter said. "That's all something you can tell the police. Sounds like they're coming now." Sure enough, more footsteps pounded, and several officers poured in. It didn't take long for Ty's and Eloise to be cuffed and escorted outside. Hunter lowered Snow to the ground. She found herself wrapped in another massive group hug, hemmed in by her handsome bachelors. "Come on," Hunter said once the embrace ended. He held Cassie's hand in his and peered down at his daughter. "Let's get you out of here." Together, the group of them followed the police as they escorted Eloise and Ty's out into a messy living room area, up a set of basement stairs, and out the house's front door. Chapter 26. That night, Snow slept in Hunter's suite. She hadn't wanted to be left alone. Even with Juliet there, she'd wanted to be as close to Hunter as she could. So Juliet had come with her. The two women had slept on the pull-out couch while Cassie had shared the bed with her dad. The next morning, Hunter's parents had come to pick the little girl up. Hunter had assured them the culprits had been caught, and he had one thing left to take care of before he took Cassie back. He knelt in front of his daughter, holding her hand and gazing at her like she was the most precious thing to him in the world. "Will that work?" he asked her. "You'll be safe with them, I promise. And then as soon as I'm done, I'll be right back by your side." "Thanks, Daddy," Cassie had said, throwing her arms around him. Once they'd made it to the studio, Snow had been greeted by Amira, Oswald, and May. She'd shared a fond embrace with Hector, who'd expressed his worries for her and his relief that she was okay. She'd gotten made up, and now they were waiting for one of the other producers to arrive. They were slated to do one more show, one that would offer more of a happily ever after update, rather than the ominous announcement Hunter had made the day before. Snow traced her fingers along Hunter's and filled him in on everything Eloise and Ty's had confessed. About Eloise's jealousy of Snow, about her frustration that Hunter had refused her request to host a Heartthrob's Most Wanted, featuring a seasoned bachelorette, rather than someone Snow's age. "She said I didn't get the game," Snow explained. "She said I didn't know Hollywood and how low she had had to stoop to get into the role she played in her television experience. That it wasn't fair that I hadn't had to do the same. It sounded like lunacy and jealousy all at once." Hunter opened his palm, giving Snow more space to trail her fingers over his skin. "I have no doubt there was some foul play, but that didn't mean she had to force anything on you." "She said it wasn't fair that I was selected over her daughter. She wanted to bring Heartthrob down, and I got in the way. Hunter's fingers closed, lacing with hers. The touch was so warm, so complete. "I'm so sorry," Hunter said. "I should have followed my gut. I should never have listened to Eloise's advice where you were concerned. I had no idea she would stoop this low." "It's okay." Snow didn't blame him. How could she? It was thanks to him that she was still alive and she was still here. Hunter's fingers trailed to the sores on her wrists. "That looks pretty bad," he said. Snow nodded. "It's no picnic." He swallowed and lowered her hand, withdrawing his away from her. "Can you forgive me, Snow?" She straightened and gaped at him. His attractive face was bent into a frown she wanted to erase. "There's nothing to forgive. You didn't know this would happen. No one knew." "We looked into ties before he was selected. We did background checks on all these guys." "If they have no previous criminal record, then those checks wouldn't show anything," Snow said. "I think Eloise may have had a hand in his selection." She had banked on Snow giving him more of a chance than she actually had, from the sound of things. "That would make sense," he said, seeing as how he was dating her daughter. "Any idea where her daughter ran off to?" "The police found her. As an accomplice, she's been arrested and taken to the holding cells along with her mom and Ties." Snow exhaled, feeling a little better after the news. "That's good to know. What a stupid thing for both of them to do. You know, I contemplated how this would affect my life and Cassie's too, but look how it's going to affect theirs." "Yeah," Hunter said, shaking his head in disbelief. "There was one major difference between what Eloise accused me of and the truth." "What's that?" Snow gazed at the empty studio as Amira stepped through. The host's shoes were silent on the prepared stage floor. "I didn't come on Heartthrob's Most Wanted for fame, Hunter. I was genuinely there to fall in love." She met his gaze. His piercing eyes held hers. "And?" She smiled. "I think we're on to something." The studio filled and Lewis got her mic'd as usual. May checked her face one more time and then Snow stood beside Hunter as the 6 remaining bachelors were welcomed onto the stage. Snow smoothed a hand over her stomach. "Are you ready?" Hunter asked. She straightened her shoulders. It was time to end things for good this time. "I've never been more ready for anything in my life. I'm glad you'll be with me." They stepped out onto the set and received uproarious applause from the audience. Snow's approach this time was so different than it'd been during the premiere. She didn't smile and wave. She kept her hand in Hunter's and stalked toward where Oswald stood. "You've had quite the ordeal," he said. "Would you care to tell us about it?" "Eloise was one of the producers on the show," Snow said. "As it turns out, her daughter also applied to be the belle of the show." "She didn't like coming in second," Hunter added. "She and Ties were dating and planning to run off with the money once the show was finished," Snow continued. "Eloise tweaked things to make sure Ties was able to make an appearance with me. He was only in it for the money." Oswald soaked in her words with complete seriousness. Very different from the jaunty demeanor he had during the premiere. So much was different now. "Good thing you sent him packing from the start," Oswald said. "There was just something off about him," Snow admitted, "but I couldn't believe he would stoop so low. 2 days ago, before what should have been the show's finale, I was waiting backstage and Eloise lured me into her office. She left me there with who I assume was Ties. I never saw who took me, but I woke up in a basement with Hunter's daughter." "It's a shame they brought someone so innocent into this," Oswald said, referring to Hunter, who inclined his head. Yes, Snow said. They kidnapped his daughter because they knew that was the only way to get him off the set so they could take me. And what did they intend to do with you? Snow still shuddered just thinking about it. For some reason, this time she didn't want to admit the truth on TV. I don't know. They didn't get around to it before Hunter and the police showed up. And here you are, Oswald said. He smiled at Amira, who beamed at him and then directed her relieved smile at Snow. The expressions from both of them, from the 6 bachelors sitting on their stools, Hunter's protectiveness beside her, it all pooled within Snow, making her feel safe and completely whole. She was here, she was safe, and she was so glad that was the case. Here we are, she said, ready to leave Heartthrob's Most Wanted behind. We're all so relieved to see that you're safe, Amira added, and to know that Eloise, Tiz, and Hannah are all behind bars. Relief is putting it mildly, Snow said. Jealousy is no reason to attack someone's good name, but to threaten and hurt them over being picked last? That's petty and juvenile and definitely not worth risking your life over. True words, true words. So tell us, Snow, you were going to announce the selection of your bachelor, Oswald said. The twinkle returned to his eye, and Snow couldn't help but smile at that look. You still have 1 apple left to give. 1 lucky man is waiting to hear your decision. Snow lifted her head. She was more than ready to make this final decision. I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way, Oswald, but my give-a-darn's broken. The host laughed, as did Amira beside him. Several members in the audience did as well. I can understand. I may have 1 apple left, but this entire show hasn't been what it should have been. It hasn't been fair to any of the bachelors, to Hunter, and not to me. Snow turned to where the bachelors all sat. The men all rose from their stools and came forward now without prompting. Jed moved first, pulling Snow into a hug. Then she met with Carter, Marcos, Clayton, Preston, and Eric. We're relieved you're okay, Carter said. Thank you, she said, meaning both words with utter totality. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry we didn't get the fair chance to play out the show as it should have been. If I hadn't been in so much danger, I never would have had to spend so much time with Hunter. She still held his hand. I never would have been able to fall for him the way I have. So your choice? Oswald said, moving to stand at the edge of the line of bachelors. You're choosing your bodyguard? Several of the men eyed Hunter, who pressed his lips as if in an apology. Snow tightened her hold on his hand. She didn't want him to leave her. $1 billion is a lot of money for only 2 people, she said. These are all good men with dreams and goals. Judd wants to run a ranch. Marcos has dreams of helping his family. Preston is a talented actor. Every one of these men could benefit from even a slice of that money. So I choose them all. The guys stared at one another in disbelief. Amira's eyebrows leapt. Oswald laughed as if she were making a joke. All? You can't choose them all. You only have 1 apple. She twisted her mouth in a playful smirk and felt Hunter squeeze her hand in encouragement. An apple can be cut into 6 pieces, can't it? You can't choose them all. Then I don't want any of it. Snow released Hunter's hand and moved to stand in the center of the 6 men. She lifted her chin and faced the camera. Why not give each of them a portion of the winnings? It would only be fair after what we've all been through. She had discussed as much with Hunter, and he was in total agreement. Oswald's mouth gaped open for only moments before a laugh erupted from his full belly. A smile cracked across his lovable face, and he opened his arms to the men as if letting go of whatever attempts he had at an argument.
"Slice the apple,"
Oswald said. "Exactly," Snow said. "Sharing is caring." Oswald and the other bachelors all broke into laughter, but the sound of the audience cheering drowned everything else out. Snow turned to find herself wrapped first in Clayton's arms, then Judd's. Then one by one, they each hugged her. "You're divine," Marcos said. Snow knew what this would mean to him. "Now you can bring your family to America," she said, smiling at his boisterous, glittering expression. He grinned wider than sunbeams. "Jess! Jess!" The cameras cut, and Clayton hugged her again. "Thank you," he said. Several of the others mimicked their gratitude as well. "I wish you all the best," she said. Yet again her cheeks hurt from all this smiling, but she didn't mind one bit. She had come to care about each of these men so much.
"We'll keep in touch,"
Carter added. "You better. I want to hear how everything goes with your prizes." The men laughed, and one by one left the stage. Recording stopped, and the crew bustled about, clearing the stage and chatting with one another until it was only Snow, Juliet, and Hunter on set. He turned to Juliet and offered her a hand.
"I know we haven't had much time to talk in all of this,"
he said, placing his other hand over their grasped ones. Juliet gave a little shrug and smiled.
"But I want you to know how thankful I am that you came all this way to help Snow, too."
"It's what any decent friend would do," she said. He released her hand.
"I'd like to compensate you for your time as well."
Juliet's mouth dropped. She raised her hands in surrender. "Are you? I could never. I didn't expect that at all. That's not why I came." "I know," Snow said, smiling at her friend. "I'm so glad you did. But you left your job to be here." Juliet scratched behind her ear. "Actually, I didn't tell you, but your request to have me come was perfect timing. I got fired." "What?" Snow glanced at Hunter and then back to her friend. "How come you never told me?" "I didn't want to damper anything. You were already dealing with death threats. What kind of friend would I be if I dumped my problems onto the ones you were already dealing with?" "The kind I can be a good friend back to," Snow said. "What are you going to do?" Juliet inhaled, smiled, shook her head. "Beats me. I'll find something."
"Then consider this a job," Hunter said. "You could take up bodyguarding."
Juliet sniggered and then burst out a one-syllable laugh. "Huh, you're funny."
"I'm serious,"
he said.
"You served that role for Snow."
Juliet's eyes darted back and forth as she waited for the punchline to drop. "I slept in her hotel suite and ordered all the room service I could."
"Sounds like a start. I could help you find something,"
he said.
"What do you say?"
"Juliet, a bodyguard?" Snow couldn't wrap her head around that. "Do people even have women to be their bodyguards?" she asked with incredulity.
"Sure," he said. "Plenty. Name 5.
Juliet challenged. Hunter's mouth gaped. Snow laughed, throwing her arms across her friend's shoulders. "Give him time. I bet he'll come up with those names." The two women walked toward the stage's exit and out into the rest of the studio, while May and another man were talking in one of the wings. For the most part, the studio had emptied and was lit only by the standby lights in the hall. "You know he's crazy, right?" Juliet whispered as they walked. "I think he might be onto something." "Me, a bodyguard? Snow, come on. Something like that might fit you, the running goddess who lives a life of fitness incarnate, but me? I live for the couch cushions, a book, and a package of Oreos. Snow lowered her hand and looked at her friend. Hunter was a few paces away, giving the two women some space to chat as they left the building. "You're smart," Snow said. "People can trust you. The fitness and self-defense moves can all be learned." Juliet gaped at her. "I can't believe you're going along with this." "And I can't believe you haven't completely shot me down, which means you're considering it." Juliet released a noise. Snow folded her arms and jutted out her chin. Hunter joined the two women's sides, looking between them expectantly. I am not." "Whatever you say," Snow said, smiling at Hunter. He didn't smile back, but his eyes did. Snow was learning that about him. Within his stoic, gruff exterior, Hunter had a marshmallow interior. Snow bent to lace up her tennis shoes. She was in her second favorite exercise pants and tank top, neon green with bright orange accents. Hunter wore jogging shorts and a fitted shirt that did him all kinds of favors. He had one foot on the bike rack just off from the boardwalk and was staring out at the glittering Pacific Ocean. "Ready?" she said, rising. "Let's do this." Hunter began jogging, and Snow fell into step beside him. "I live for this, you know," she said, letting her lungs acclimate and get into their usual rhythm. "What, running?" "By the beach especially. And you know what? I'm glad I can do this here just as well as in Florida." And that she had a man who could keep up with her. Hunter did. He pumped his arms, and though she could hear his breathing elevate, he was right in step with her. "I thought you might want to get back home right away," he said. She jogged a little slower to move behind him and out of the way of a pair of rollerbladers before returning to his side. "Actually, I'm not sure I'll go back to Clearwater." "No?" "No." Silence and more breathing and footfalls along the boardwalk planks. "Where are you planning on going?" "Nowhere," she said. Hunter gazed at her. He stopped running for a moment, and she did too, meeting the confusion in his gaze. "Snow?" She took his hand. "You're here. You can't uproot Cassie, not when she needs to be close to her grandparents. I have nothing in Florida. Not now that my best friend has married and moved so far away. I'm staying here. Besides, I need to see how Juliet's bodyguard training goes." Hunter laughed. "I really meant it as a suggestion and nothing more." "But you sparked something in her. You have that effect on lots of people. Though I'm betting the flicker I'm feeling is different from hers." Snow's newfound fetish wasn't for bodyguarding in general, but for one bodyguard. "Snow, this..." He shook his head. "I know I'm pushy. If you're not ready for more with me yet, we can take things slow, He didn't let her finish. Hunter wrapped his arms around her and lifted her to him. "I think I love you." She laughed. "You think?" "I've never had a woman as forward-thinking as you are, and I think I do. I love that about you. I love how you tackle every challenge like a bullfighter waving a red cape. I love how you don't let fear hold you back. And I love that you're thinking of what's best for me, for Cassie." He slid his mouth over hers. Snow gripped his firm shoulders, basking in the kiss. "I couldn't very well expect you to make her move just to be with me." "She might have liked Florida," he said, lowering her to the boardwalk. Snow fluttered inside. A warm wind breezed across her neck. "I will need some help packing my things and bringing it all back here," she said. "I'm there." "And you showing me around so I can find my way?" "You got it. Anything else?" Snow took his hand in hers. Then, with her eyes never leaving his, She wound his hands so they settled on either side of her waist. And this, always. "I have one more," he said, leaning down and pressing a resolute, mind-boggling kiss on her mouth. He kissed her long and slow and lasting. "That too," she said breathlessly as he pulled away. She couldn't wait to give things a try again in a normal way. "I like this," she said. "No cameras, no prying eyes, no incentive waiting other than the possibility that I'll love you for the rest of my life." "I like the sound of that," Hunter said, kissing her again.
Hey, what's up? It's Catelyn Meadows here. I just wanted to pop on for a quick minute and give you a personal thank you for taking the time and listening to Snow and the Seven Billionaire Dates. This book was such an adventure to write. I had a blast outlining all the different guys and figuring out their personalities and how they would mesh with Snow. So I hope you enjoyed this book. If you did, please hit that like button and make sure you let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, make sure you're subscribed to my channel because coming up next in my Once Upon a Billionaire series is Juliet and the Billionaire's Cat. That's right. It's a Puss in Boots retelling, and I can't even tell you I am so excited to write about this cat. So I hope you'll subscribe to my channel, and thanks so much for being here. Have a great day.
This has been Snow and the Seven Billionaire Dates, a clean fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 8. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Copyright 2022 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright by Courtney Pearson.